Section 11 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11. As soon as the Massachusetts regiment had made prize of the ferryboat, a call was made for engineers to run her. Some 20 men at once stepped to the front. We of the New York 7th afterwards concluded that whatever was needed in the way of skill or handicraft could be found among those brother Yankees. They were the men to make armies of. They could tailor for themselves, shoe themselves, do their own blacksmithing, gunsmithing, and all other work that calls for sturdy arms and nimble fingers. In fact, I have such profound confidence in the universal accomplishment of the Massachusetts 8th that I have no doubt if the order were, "Poets to the front, painters present arms, sculptors charge bayonets," a baker's dozen out of every company would respond. Well, to go on with their story, when they had taken their prize, they drove her straight downstream to Annapolis, the nearest point to Washington. There they found the Naval Academy in danger of attack, and old Ironsides, serving as a practice ship for the future midshipmen, also exposed. The call was now for seamen to man the old craft and save her from a worse enemy than her prototype met in the Guerrière. Seamen? Of course. They were Marbleheaded men, Gloucester men, Beverly men, seamen all par excellence. They clapped on the frigate to aid the middies, and by started her out into the stream. In doing this, their own pilot took the chance to run them purposely on a shoal in the intricate channel. A great error of judgment on his part, as he perceived, when he found himself in irons and in confinement. The days of trifling with traitors are over, think the 8th Regiment of Massachusetts. But there they were, hard and fast on the shoal, when we came up. Nothing to nibble on but knobs of anthracite. Nothing to sleep on softer or cleaner than coal dust. Nothing to drink but the brackish water under their keel. Rather rough, so they afterward patiently told us. Meantime the Constitution had got hold of a tug, and was making her way to an anchorage where her guns commanded everything and everybody. Good and true men chuckled greatly over this. The Stars and Stripes also were still up at the fort at the Naval Academy. Our dread that, while we were off at sea, some great and perhaps fatal harm had been suffered, was greatly lightened by these good omens. If Annapolis was safe, why not Washington safe also? If treachery had got head at the Capitol, would not treachery have reached out its hand and snatched this doorway? These were our speculations as we began to discern objects before we heard news. But news came presently. Boats pulled off to us. Our officers were put into communication with the shore. The scanty facts of our position became known from man to man. We privates have greatly the advantage in battling with the doubt of such a time. We know that we have nothing to do with rumors. Orders are what we go by, and orders are facts. We lay a long lingering day off Annapolis. The air was full of doubt, and we were eager to be let loose. All this while the Maryland struck fast on the bar. We could see them half a mile off, making every effort to lighten her. The soldiers tramped forward and aft, danced on her decks, shot overboard a heavy baggage truck. We saw them start the truck for the stern with a cheer. It crashed down, one end stuck in the mud. The other fell back and rested on the boat. They went at it with axes, and presently it was clear. As the tide rose, we gave our grounded friends a lift with the hawser. No go. The Boston tugged in vain. We got near enough to see the whites of the Massachusetts eyes, and their unlucky faces and uniforms all grimy with their lodgings in the coal dust. They could not have been blacker if they had been breathing battle smoke and dust all day. That experience was clear gain to them. By and by, greatly to the delight of the impatient Seventh, the Boston was headed for shore. Never speak ill of the beast you bestraddle. Therefore requiescat Boston. May her ribs lie light on soft sand when she goes to pieces. May her engines be cut up into bracelets for the arms of the patriotic fair. Good-bye to her, dear old, close, dirty, slow coach. She served her country well in a moment of trial. Who knows but she saved it? It was a race to see who should first get to Washington, and we and the Virginia mob, in alliance with the district mob, were perhaps nip and tuck for the goal. Annapolis. So the 7th Regiment landed and took Annapolis. We were the first troops ashore. The middies of the Naval Academy, no doubt, believed that they had their quarters secure. The Massachusetts boys are satisfied that they first took the town in charge, and so they did. But the 7th took it a little more, not of course from its loyal men, but for its loyal men, for loyal Maryland, and for the Union. Has anybody seen Annapolis? It is a picturesque old place, sleepy enough, and astonished to find itself wide awaked by a war, and obliged to take responsibility and share for good and ill in the movement of its time. The buildings of the Naval Academy stand parallel with the river Severn, with a green plateau toward the water, and a lovely green lawn toward the town. All the scene was fresh and fair with April, and I fancied, as the Boston touched the wharf, that I discerned the sweet fragrance of apple blossoms coming with the springtime airs. I hope that the companies of the 7th, should the day arrive, will charge upon horrid batteries or serried ranks with as much alacrity as they marched ashore on the greensward of the Naval Academy. We disembarked and were halted in line between the buildings and the river. Presently, while we stood at ease, people began to arrive, some with smallish fruit to sell, some with smaller news to give. Nobody knew whether Washington was taken. Nobody knew whether Jeff Davis was now spitting in the presidential spittoon and scribbling his distiches with the nib of the presidential goose quill. We were absolutely in doubt whether a seemingly inoffensive knot of rustics on a mound without the enclosures might not, at tap of drum, unmask a battery of giant columbiads and belch blazes at us, raking our line. Nothing so entertaining happened. It was a parade, not a battle. At sunset our band played strains sweet enough to pacify all secession, if secession had music in its soul. Coffee, hot from the coppers of the Naval School, and biscuit were served out to us, and while we supped, we talked with our visitors, such as were allowed to approach. First the boys of the school, fine little blue jackets, had their story to tell. "Do you see that white farmhouse across the river?" says a brave pygmy of a chap in navy uniform. "That is headquarters for secession. They are going to take the school from us, sir, and the frigate. But we've got ahead of 'em, now you and the Massachusetts boys have come down." And he twinkled all over with delight. "We can't study any more, we are on guard all the time. We've got howitzers too, and we'd like you to see tomorrow, on drill, how we handle 'em. One of their boats came by our sentry last night, a sentry probably 5 feet high, and he blazed away, sir, so they thought they wouldn't try us that time." It was plain that these young souls had been well tried by the treachery about them. They too had felt the pang of the disloyalty of comrades. Nearly 100 of the boys had been spoiled by the base example of their elders in repudiating states, and had resigned. After the middies came anxious citizens from the town, scared all of them. Now that we were come and assured them that persons and property were to be protected, they ventured to speak of the disgusting tyranny to which they, American citizens, had been subjected. We came into contact here with utter social anarchy. No man, unless he was ready to risk assault, loss of property, exile, dared to act or talk like a freeman. This great wrong must be righted, think the 7th Regiment, as one man. So we tried to reassure the Annapolitans that we meant to do our duty as the nation's armed police, and mob law was to be put down so far as we could do it. Here, too, voices of war met us. The country was stirred up. If the rural population did not give us a bastard imitation of Lexington and Concord as we tried to gain Washington, all Plug-Uglydom would treat us a la Plug-Ugly somewhere near the junction of the Annapolis and Baltimore and Washington Railroad. The 7th must be ready to shoot. At dusk we were marched up to the Academy and quartered about in the buildings, some in the fort, some in the recitation halls. We lay down on our blankets and knapsacks. Up to this time our sleep and diet had been severely scanty. We stayed all next day at Annapolis. The Boston brought the Massachusetts 8th ashore that night. Poor fellows, what a figure they cut when we found them bivouacked on the Academy grounds next morning. To begin, they had come off in hot patriotic haste, half uniformed and half outfitted, finding that Baltimore had been taken by its own loafers and traitors, and that the Chesapeake ferry was impracticable, had obliged them to change line of march. They were out of grub, they were parched dry for want of water on the ferry boat. Nobody could decipher Caucasian, much less Bunker Hill Yankee, in their grimy visages. But hungry, thirsty, grimy, these fellows were grit. Massachusetts ought to be proud of such hardy, cheerful, faithful sons. We of the 7th are proud, for our part, that it was our privilege to share our rations with them, and to begin a fraternization which grows closer every day and will be historical. But I must make a shorter story. We drilled and were reviewed that morning on the Academy parade. In the afternoon the Naval School paraded their last before they gave up their barracks to the coming soldiery. So ended the 23rd of April. Midnight 24th, we were rattled up by an alarm, perhaps a sham one, to keep us awake and lively. In a moment the whole regiment was in order of battle, in the moonlight on the parade. It was a most brilliant spectacle, as company after company rushed forward with rifles glittering to take their places in the array. After this pretty spirit, we were rationed with pork, beef, and bread for 3 days, and ordered to be ready to march on the instant. What the Massachusetts 8th had been doing. Meantime, General Butler's command, the Massachusetts 8th, had been busy knocking disorder in the head. Presently after their landing, and before they were refreshed, they pushed companies out to occupy the railroad track beyond the town. They found it torn up. No doubt the scamps who did the shabby job fancied that there would be no more travel that way until strawberry time. They fancied the Yankees would sit down on the fences and begin to whittle white oak toothpicks, darning the rebels through their noses meanwhile. I know these men of the 8th can whittle, and I presume they can say darn it if occasion requires, but just now track-laying was the business at hand. Wanted experienced track-layers was the word along the files. All at once the line of the road became densely populated with experienced track-layers, fresh from Massachusetts. Presto change! The rails were relaid, spiked, and the roadway leveled and better ballasted than any road I ever saw south of Mason and Dixon's line. We must leave a good job for these folks to model after, say the Massachusetts 8th. A track without a train is as useless as a gun without a man. Train and engine must be had. Uncle Sam's mails and troops cannot be stopped another minute, our energetic friends conclude. So, the railroad company's people being either frightened or false, in marches Massachusetts to the station. We the people of the United States want rolling stock for the use of the Union, they said, or words to that effect. The engine, a frowsy machine at the best, had been purposely disabled. Here appeared the deus ex machina, Charles Homans, Beverly Light Guard, Company E, 8th Massachusetts Regiment. That is the man, name and titles in full, and he deserves well of his country. He took a quiet squint at the engine. It was as helpless as a boned turkey, and he found Charles Homans, his mark, written all over it. The old rattletrap was an old friend. Charles Homans had had a share in building it. The machine of the man said, "How do you do?" at once. Homans called for a gang of engine builders. Of course they swarmed out of the ranks. They passed their hands over the locomotive a few times, and presently it was ready to whistle and wheeze and rumble and gallop as if no traitor had ever tried to steal the go and the music out of it. This had all been done during the afternoon of the 23rd. During the night the renovated engine was kept cruising up and down the track to see all clear. Guards of the 8th were also posted to protect passage. Our commander had, I presume, been cooperating with General Butler in this business. The Naval Academy authorities had given us every dispatch and assistance, and the middies frank personal hospitality. The day was halcyon, the grass was green and soft, the apple trees were just in blossom. It was a day to be remembered. Many of us will remember it, and show the marks of it for months, as the day we had our heads cropped. By evening there was hardly one pole in the 7th tenable by anybody's grip. Most sat in the shade and were shorn by a barber. A few were honored with a clip by the artist hand of the petit caporal of our engine company. While I rattle off these trifling details, let me not fail to call attention to the grave service done by our regiment by its arrival, at the nick of time, at Annapolis. No clearer special providence could have happened. The country people of the traitor sort were aroused. Baltimore and its mob were but 2 hours away. The Constitution had been hauled out of reach of a rush by the Massachusetts men, first on the ground, but was half manned and not fully secure, and there lay the Maryland, helpless on the shoal, with 600 or 700 souls on board, so near the shore that the late Captain Rinder's gun could have sunk her from some ambush. Yes, the 7th Regiment at Annapolis was the right man in the right place. Our morning march. Réveille, as nobody pronounces this word à la Française, as everybody calls it réveille, why not drop it as an affectation and translate it the stir your stumps, the peel your eyes, the tumble up, or literally the wake? Our snorers had kept up this call so lustily since midnight that, when the drums sounded it, we were all ready. The 6th and 2nd companies, under Captain Nevers, are detached to lead the van. I see my brother Billy march off with the 6th into the dusk, half moonlight, half dawn, and hope that no beggar of a secessionist will get a pat shot at him by the roadside without his getting a chance to let fly in return. Such little possibilities intensify the earnest detestation we feel for the treasons we come to resist and to punish. There will be some bitter work done if we ever get to blows in this war, this needless, reckless, brutal assault upon the mildest of all governments. Before the main body of the regiment marches, we learn that the Baltic and other transports came in last night with troops from New York and New England, enough to hold Annapolis against a square league of pug-uglies. We do not go on without having our rear protected and our communications open. It is strange to be compelled to think of these things in peaceful America, but we really knew little more of the country before us than Cortes knew of Mexico. I have since learned from a high official that 13 different messengers were dispatched from Washington in the interval of anxiety, while the 7th was not forthcoming, and only one got through. At 7:30 we took up our line of march, pass out of the charming grounds of the Academy, and move through the quiet, rusty, picturesque old town. It has a romantic dullness, Annapolis, which deserves a parting compliment. Although we deem ourselves a fine-looking set, although our belts are blanched with pipe-clay and our rifles shine sharp in the sun, yet the townspeople stare at us in a dismal silence. They have already the air of men quelled by a despotism. None can trust his neighbor. If he dares to be loyal, he must take his life into his hands. Most would be loyal if they dared, but the system of society which has ended in this present chaos has gradually eliminated the bravest and best men. They have gone in search of freedom and prosperity, and now the bullies cow the weaker brothers. There must be an end of this mean tyranny, think the 7th, as they march through old Annapolis, and see how sick the town is with doubt and alarm. Outside the town we strike the railroad and move along, the howitzers in front bouncing over the sleepers. When our line is fully disengaged from the town, we halt. Here the scene is beautiful. The van rests upon a high embankment, with a pool surrounded by pine trees on the right, green fields on the left. Cattle are feeding quietly about. The air sings with birds. The chestnut leaves sparkle. Frogs whistle in the warm spring morning. The regiment groups itself along the bank and the cutting. Several Marylanders of the half-price age, under 12, come gaping up to see us harmless invaders. Each of these young gentry is armed with a dead spring frog, perhaps by way of tribute. And here comes Horace Greeley in propria persona. He marches through our groups with the Greeley walk, the Greeley hat on the back of his head, the Greeley white coat on his shoulders, his trousers much too short, and an absorbed, abstracted demeanor. Can it be Horace reporting for himself? No, this is a Maryland production, and a little disposed to be sulky. After a few minutes' halt, we hear the whistle of the engine. This machine is also an historic character in the war. Remember it. J.H. Nicholson is its name. Charles Holmes drives, and on either side stands a sentry with fixed bayonet. New spectacles for America, but it is grand to know that the bayonets are to protect, not to assail, liberty and law. The train leads off. We follow by the track. Presently the train returns. We pass it and trudge on in light marching order, carrying arms, blankets, haversacks, and canteens. Our knapsacks are upon the train. Fortunate for our backs that they do not have to bear any more burden. For the day grows sultry. It is one of those breezeless, baking days which brew thunder gusts. We march for some 4 miles, when, coming upon the guards of the Massachusetts 8th, our howitzer is ordered to fall out and wait for the train. With a comrade of the artillery, I am placed on guard over it, on guard with howitzer number 2. Henry Bonnell is my fellow sentry. He, like myself, is an old campaigner in such campaigns as our generation has known. So we talk California, Oregon. Indian life. The plains, keeping our eyes peeled meanwhile and ranging the country. Men that will tear up track are quite capable of picking off a sentry. A giant chestnut gives us little dots of shade from its pygmy leaves. The country about us is open and newly plowed. Some of the worm fences are new and 10 rails high, but the farming is careless and the soil thin. 2 of the Massachusetts men come back to the gun while we are standing there. One is my friend Stephen Morris of Marblehead, Sutton Light Infantry. I had shared my breakfast yesterday with Steffi, so we fraternized. His business is, I make shoes in winter and fishin' in summer. He gives me a few facts. Suspicious persons seen about the track, men on horseback in the distance. One of the Massachusetts Guard last night challenged his captain. Captain replied, "Officer of the night." Whereupon, says Steffi, the recruit let squizzle and just missed his ear. He then related to me the incident of the railroad station. "The first thing they knowed," said he, "we bit right into the depot and took charge." "I don't mind," Steffi remarked, "I don't mind life, nor yet death, but whenever I see a Massachusetts boy, I stick by him, and if them secessionists attacked us tonight, or any other time, they'll get in debt." Whistle again, and the train appears. We are ordered to ship our howitzer on a platform car. The engine pushes us on. The train brings our light baggage and the rear guard. 100 yards farther on is a delicious fresh spring below the bank. While the train halts, Steffi Morris rushes down to fill my canteen. "This ain't like Marblehead," says Steffi, panting up, "but a man that can shin up them rocks can get right over this sand." The train goes slowly on as a rickety train should. At intervals we see the fresh spots of track just laid by our Yankee friends. Near the 6th mile we began to overtake hot and uncomfortable squads of our fellows. The unseasonable heat of this most breathless day was too much for many of the younger men, unaccustomed to rough work, and weakened by want of sleep and irregular food in our hurried movements thus far. Charles Holman's private carriage was, however, ready to pick up tired men, hot men, thirsty men, men with corns, or men with blisters. They tumbled into the train in considerable numbers. An enemy that dared could have made a moderate bag of stragglers at this time, but they would not have been allowed to straggle if any enemy had been about. By this time we were convinced that no attack was to be expected in this part of the way. The main body of the regiment, under Major Shaler, a tall, soldierly fellow with a mustache of the fighting color, tramped on their own pins to the watering place 8 miles or so from Annapolis. Their troops and train came to a halt with the news that a bridge over a country road was broken a mile farther on. It had been distinctly insisted upon, in the usual Southern style, that we were not to be allowed to pass through Maryland, and that we were to be welcomed to hospitable graves. The broken bridge was a capital spot for a skirmish. Why not look for it here? We looked, but got nothing. The rascals could skulk about by night, tear up rails, and hide them where they might be found by a man with half an eye, or half destroy a bridge, but there was no shoot in them. They have not faith enough in their cause to risk their lives for it, even behind a tree or from one of those thickets, choice spots for ambush. So we had no battle there, but a battle of the elements. The volcanic heat of the morning was followed by a furious storm of wind and a smart shower. The regiment wrapped themselves in their blankets and took their wetting with more or less satisfaction. They were receiving samples of all the different little miseries of a campaign. And here let me say a word to my fellow volunteers, actual and prospective, in all the armies of all the states. A soldier needs, besides his soldierly drill, 1 good feet, 2, a good stomach. 3, and after these come the good head and the good heart. But good feet are distinctly the first thing. Without them you cannot get to your duty. If a comrade or a horse or a locomotive takes you on its back to the field, you are useless there, and when the field is lost you cannot retire, run away, and save your bacon. Good shoes and plenty of walking make good feet. A man who pretends to belong to an infantry company ought always to keep himself in training, so that any moment he can march 20 or 30 miles without feeling a pang or raising a blister. Was this the case with even a decimation of the army who rushed to defend Washington? Were you so trained, my comrades of the 7th? A captain of a company who will let his men march with such shoes as I have seen on the feet of some poor fellows in this war ought to be garroted with shoestrings, or at least compelled to play Pope and wash the feet of the whole army of the apostles of liberty. If you find a foot soldier lying beat out by the roadside, desperate as a seasick man, 5 to 1 his heels are too high, or his soles too narrow or too thin, or his shoe is not made straight on the inside, so the great toe can spread into its place as he treads. I am an old walker over Alps, across the water, and over Cordilleras, Sierras, deserts, and prairies at home. I have done my near 60 miles a day without discomfort, and speaking from large experience, and with painful recollection of the suffering and death I have known for want of good feet on the march, I say to every volunteer, trust in God, but keep your shoes easy. The bridge. When the frenzy of the brief tempest was over, it began to be a question what to do about the broken bridge. The gap was narrow, but even Charles Homans could not promise to leap the J.H. Nicholson over it. Who was to be our Julius Caesar in bridge building? Who but Sergeant Scott, armourer of the regiment, with my fellow sentry of the morning, Bonnell, as first assistant? Scott called for a working party. There were plenty of handy fellows among our engineers and in the line. Tools were plenty in the engineer's chest. We pushed the platform car upon which howitzer No. 1 was mounted down to the gap and began operations. I wish, says the petit corporal of the engineer company, patting his howitzer gently on the back, that I could get this putty blower pointed at the enemy while you fellows are bridge building. The inefficient destructives of Maryland had only half spoilt the bridge. Some of the old timbers could be used, and for new ones there was the forest. Scott and his party made a good and quick job of it. Our friends of the Massachusetts 8th had now come up. They lent a ready hand as usual. The sun set brilliantly. By twilight there was a practicable bridge. The engine was dispatched back to keep the road open. The 2 platform cars, freighted with our howitzers, were rigged with gun ropes for dragging along the rail. We passed through the files of the Massachusetts men, resting by the way, and eating by the fires of the evening the suppers we had in great part provided them. And so begins our night march. The night march. O Gottschalk! What a poetic marche de nuit we then began to play, with our heels and toes on the railroad track. It was full moonlight, and the night inexpressibly sweet and serene. The air was cool and vivified by the gust and shower of the afternoon. Fresh spring was in every breath. Our fellows had forgotten that this morning they were hot and disgusted. Every one hugged his rifle as if it were the arm of the girl of his heart, and stepped out gaily for the promenade. Tired or footsore men, or even lazy ones, could mount upon the 2 freight cars we were using for artillery wagons. There were stout arms enough to tow the whole. The scouts went ahead under First Lieutenant Farnham of the 2nd Company. We were at school together, I am afraid to say how many years ago. He is just the same cool, dry, shrewd fellow he was as a boy, and a most efficient officer. It was an original kind of march. I suppose a battery of howitzers never before found itself mounted upon cars, ready to open fire at once, and bang away into the offing with shrapnel, or into the bushes with canister. Our line extended a half a mile along the track. It was beautiful to stand on the bank above a cutting, and watch the files strike from the shadow of a wood into a broad flame of moonlight, every rifle sparkling up alert as it came forward. A beautiful sight to see the barrels righting themselves upon the dimness, each a silver flash. By and by, "Halt!" came, repeated along from the front, company after company. "Halt! A rail gone!" It was found without difficulty. The imbeciles who took it up probably supposed it would not wish to wet our feet by searching for it in the dewy grass of the next field. With incredible doltishness, they had also left the chairs and spikes beside the track. Bonnell took hold, and in a few minutes had the rail in place, and firm enough to pass the engine. Remember, we were not only hurrying on to succor Washington, but opening the only convenient and practicable route between it and the loyal States. A little farther on, we came to a village, a rare sight in this scantily peopled region. Here Sergeant Keeler of our company, the tallest man in the regiment, and one of the handiest, suggested that we should tear up the rails at a turnout by the station, and so be prepared for chances. So out crowbars was the word. We tore up and bagged half a dozen rails, with chairs and spikes complete. Here, too, some of the engineers found a keg of spikes. This was also bagged and loaded on our cars. We fought the chaps with their own weapons, since they would not meet us with ours. These things made delay, and by there was a long halt, while the colonel communicated by orders sounded along the line with the engine. Homan's drag was hard after us, bringing our knapsacks and traps. After I had admired for some time the beauty of our moonlit line, and listened to the orders as they grew or died along the distance, I began to want excitement. Bonnell suggested that he and I should scout up the road and see if any rails were wanting. We traveled along into the quiet night. A mile ahead of the line we suddenly caught the gleam of a rifle barrel. "Who goes there?" one of our own scouts challenged smartly. We had arrived at the nick of time. 3 rails were up. 2 of them were easily found. The third was discovered by beating the bush thoroughly. Bonnell and I ran back for tools, and returned at full trot with crowbar and sledge on our shoulders. There were plenty of willing hands to help, too many indeed, and with the aid of a huge Massachusetts man, we soon had the rail in place. From this time on we were constantly interrupted. Not a half mile passed without a rail up. Bonnell was always at the front, laying track, and I am proud to say that he accepted me as aide de camp. Other fellows, unknown to me in the dark, gave hearty help. The 7th showed that it could do something else than drill. At one spot, on a high embankment over standing water, the rail was gone, sunk probably. Here we tried our rails brought from the turnout. They were too short. We supplemented with a length of plank from our stores. We rolled our cars carefully over. They passed safe. But Holman shook his head. He could not venture a locomotive on that frail stuff. So we lost the society of the J.H. Nicholson. Next day the Massachusetts commander called for someone to dive in the pool for the lost rail. Plump into the water went a little wiry chap and grappled the rail. "When I come up," says the brave fellow afterwards to me, "our officer out with a $20 gold piece and wanted me to take it. "That ain't what I come for," says I. "Take it," says he, "and share with the others." "That ain't what they come for," says I. "But I took a big cold," the diver continued, "and I'm condemned hoarse yet," which was the fact. Farther on we found a whole length of track torn up on both sides, sleepers and all, and the same thing repeated with alterations of breaks of single rails. Our howitzers came into play to hoist and haul. We were not going to be stopped. But it was becoming a knock triste to some of our comrades. We had now marched some 16 miles. The distance was trifling, but the men had been on their legs pretty much all day and night. Hardly anyone had had any full or substantial sleep or meal since we started from New York. They napped off, standing, leaning on their guns, dropping down in their tracks on the wet ground at every halt. They were sleepy but plucky. As we passed through deep cuttings, places, as it were, built for defense, there was a general desire that the tedium of the night should be relieved by a shindy. During the whole night I saw our officers moving about the line, doing their duty vigorously despite exhaustion, hunger, and sleeplessness. About midnight our friends of the 8th had joined us, and our whole little army struggled on together. I find that I have been rather understating the troubles of the march. It seems impossible that such difficulty could be encountered within 20 miles of the capital of our nation. But we were making a rush to put ourselves in that capital, and we could not proceed in the slow, systematic way of an advancing army. We must take the risk and stand the suffering, whatever it was. So the 7th Regiment went through its bloodless knock triste. Morning. At last we issued from the damp woods 2 miles below the railroad junction. Here was an extensive farm. Our vanguard had halted and borrowed a few rails to make fires. These were of course carefully paid for at their proprietor's own price. The fires were bright in the grey dawn. About them the whole regiment was now halted. The men tumbled down to catch 40 winks. Some, who were hungrier for food than sleep, went off foraging among the farmhouses. They returned with appetizing legends of hot breakfast in hospitable abodes, or scanty fare given grudgingly in hostile ones. All meals, however, were paid for. Here, as at other halts below, the country people came up to talk to us. The traitors could easily be distinguished by their insolence, disguised as obsequiousness. The loyal men were still timid, but more hopeful at last. All were very lavish with the monosyllable "sir." It was an odd coincidence that the vanguard, halting off at a farm in the morning, found it deserted for the moment by its tenants, and protected only by an engraved portrait of our former Colonel Duryea, serenely smiling over the mantelpiece. From this point the railroad was pretty much all gone, but we were warmed and refreshed by a nap and a bite, and besides had daylight and open country. We put our guns on their own wheels, all dropped into ranks as if on parade, and marched the last 2 miles to the station. We still had no certain information. Until we actually saw the train awaiting us, and the Washington companies who had come down to escort us drawn up, we did not know whether our Uncle Sam was still a resident of the capital. We packed into the train and rolled away to Washington. We marched up to the White House, showed ourselves to the President, made our bow to him as our host, and then marched up to the Capitol, our grand lodgings. There we are now, quartered in the Representatives' Chamber, and here I must hastily end this first sketch of the great defense. May it continue to be as firm and faithful as it is this day. I have scribbled my story with 1,000 men stirring about me. If any of my sentences miss their aim, accuse my comrades, and the bewilderment of this martial crowd, for here are 4,000 or 5,000 others on the same business as ourselves, and drums are beating, guns are clanking, companies are tramping all the while. Our friends of the 8th Massachusetts are quartered under the dome and cheer us whenever we pass. Desks marked John Covode, John Cochrane, and Anson Burlingame have allowed me to use them as I wrote. Calvin, A Study of Character, by Charles Dudley Warner. Calvin is dead. His life, long to him, but short for the rest of us, was not marked by startling adventures, but his character was so uncommon, and his qualities were so worthy of imitation, that I have been asked by those who personally knew him to set down my recollections of his career. His origin and ancestry were shrouded in mystery. Even his age was a matter of pure conjecture. Although he was of the Maltese race, I have reason to suppose that he was American by birth, as he certainly was in sympathy. Calvin was given to me 8 years ago by Mrs. Stowe, but she knew nothing of his age or origin. He walked into her house one day out of the great unknown, and became at once at home, as if he had been always a friend of the family. He appeared to have artistic and literary tastes, and it was as if he had inquired at the door if that was the residence of the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, and upon being assured that it was, had decided to dwell there. This is, of course, fanciful, for his antecedents were wholly unknown, but in his time he could hardly have been in any household where he would not have heard Uncle Tom's Cabin talked about. When he came to Mrs. Stowe, he was as large as he ever was, and apparently as old as he ever became. Yet there was in him no appearance of age. He was in the happy maturity of all his powers, and you would rather have said that in that maturity he had found the secret of perpetual youth. And it was as difficult to believe that he would ever be aged as it was to imagine that he had ever been in immature youth. There was in him a mysterious perpetuity. After some years, when Mrs. Stowe made her winter home in Florida, Calvin came to live with us. From the first moment he fell into the ways of the house and assumed a recognized position in the family. I say recognized, because after he became known he was always inquired for by visitors, and in the letters to the other members of the family he always received a message. Although the least obtrusive of beings, his individuality always made itself felt. His personal appearance had much to do with this, for he was of royal mould, and had an air of high breeding. He was large, but he had nothing of the fat grossness of the celebrated Angora family. Though powerful, he was exquisitely proportioned, and as graceful in every movement as a young leopard. When he stood up to open a door, he opened all the doors with old-fashioned latches. He was portentously tall, and when stretched on the rug before the fire, he seemed too long for this world, as indeed he was. His coat was the finest and softest I have ever seen, a shade of quiet Maltese, and from his throat downward, underneath to the white tips of his feet, he wore the whitest and most delicate ermine, and no person was ever more fastidiously neat. In his finely formed head you saw something of his aristocratic character. The ears were small and cleanly cut. There was a tinge of pink in the nostrils. His face was handsome, and the expression of his countenance exceedingly intelligent. I should call it even a sweet expression. if the term were not inconsistent with his look of alertness and sagacity. It is difficult to convey a just idea of his gaiety in connection with his dignity and gravity which his name expressed. As we know nothing of his family, of course it will be understood that Calvin was his Christian name. He had times of relaxation into utter playfulness, delighting in a ball of yarn, catching sportively at stray ribbons when his mistress was at her toilet, and pursuing his own tail with hilarity for lack of anything better. He could amuse himself by the hour, and he did not care for children. Perhaps something in his past was present to his memory. He had absolutely no bad habits, and his disposition was perfect. I never saw him exactly angry, though I have seen his tail grow to an enormous size when a strange cat appeared upon his lawn. He disliked cats, evidently regarding them as feline and treacherous, and he had no association with them. Occasionally there would be heard a night concert in the shrubbery. Calvin would ask to have the door opened, and then you would hear a rush and a psst, and the concert would explode, and Calvin would come quietly in and resume his seat on the hearth. There was no trace of anger in his manner, but he wouldn't have any of that about the house. He had the rare virtue of magnanimity. Although he had fixed notions about his own rights, and extraordinary persistence in getting them, he never showed temper at a repulse. He simply and firmly persisted till he had what he wanted. His diet was one point. His idea was that of the scholars about dictionaries, to get the best. He knew as well as anyone what was in the house, and would refuse beef if turkey was to be had, and if there were oysters he would wait over the turkey to see if the oysters would not be forthcoming. And yet he was not a gross gourmand. He would eat bread if he saw me eating it, and thought he was not being imposed on. His habits of feeding also were refined. He never used a knife, and he would put up his hand and draw the fork down to his mouth as gracefully as a grown person. Unless necessity compelled, he would not eat in the kitchen, but insisted upon his meals in the dining room, and would wait patiently unless a stranger were present, and then he was sure to importune the visitor, hoping that the latter was ignorant of the rule of the house and would give him something. They used to say that he preferred, as his tablecloth on the floor, a certain well-known church journal, but this was said by an Episcopalian. So far as I know, he had no religious prejudices, except that he did not like the association with Romanists. He tolerated the servants because they belonged to the house, and would sometimes linger by the kitchen stove. But the moment visitors came in he arose, opened the door, and marched into the drawing-room. Yet he enjoyed the company of his equals, and never withdrew, no matter how many callers, whom he recognized as of his society, might come into the drawing-room. Calvin was fond of company, but he wanted to choose it, and I have no doubt that his was an aristocratic fastidiousness rather than one of faith. It is so with most people. The intelligence of Calvin was something phenomenal in his rank of life. He established a method of communicating his wants, and even some of his sentiments, and he could help himself in many things. There was a furnace register in a retired room, where he used to go when he wished to be alone, that he always opened when he desired more heat, but never shut it, any more than he shut the door after himself. He could do almost everything but speak, and you would declare sometimes that you could see a pathetic longing to do that in his intelligent face. I have no desire to overdraw his qualities, but if there was one thing in him more noticeable than another, it was his fondness for nature. He could content himself for hours at the low window, looking into the ravine and at the great trees, noting the smallest stir there. He delighted, above all things, to accompany me walking about the garden, hearing the birds, getting the smell of the fresh earth, and rejoicing in the sunshine. He followed me and gambolled like a dog, rolling over on the turf, and exhibiting his delight in 100 ways. If I worked, he sat and watched me, or looked off over the bank and kept his ear open to the twitter in the cherry trees. When it stormed, he was sure to sit at the window, keenly watching the rain or the snow, glancing up and down at its falling. And a winter tempest always delighted him. I think he was genuinely fond of birds, but, so far as I know, he usually confined himself to one a day. He never killed, as some sportsmen do, for the sake of killing, but only as civilized people do, from necessity. He was intimate with the flying squirrels who dwell in the chestnut trees, too intimate, for almost every day in the summer he would bring in one, until he nearly discouraged them. He was indeed a superb hunter, and would have been a devastating one if his bump of destructiveness had not been offset by a bump of moderation. There was very little of the brutality of the lower animals about him. I don't think he enjoyed rats for themselves, but he knew his business, and for the first few months of his residence with us he waged an awful campaign against the horde, and after that his simple presence was sufficient to deter them from coming on the premises. Mice amused him, but he usually considered them too small game to be taken seriously. I have seen him play for an hour with a mouse, and then let him go with a royal condescension. In this whole matter of getting a living, Calvin was a great contrast to the rapacity of the age in which he lived. I hesitate a little to speak of his capacity for friendship and the affectionateness of his nature, for I know from his own reserve that he would not care to have it much talked about. We understood each other perfectly, but we never made any fuss about it. When I spoke his name and snapped my fingers, he came to me. When I returned home at night, he was pretty sure to be waiting for me near the gate, and would rise and saunter along the walk, as if his being there was purely accidental, so shy was he commonly of showing feeling. And when I opened the door, he never rushed in like a cat, but loitered and lounged, as if he had had no intention of going in, but would condescend to. And yet the fact was he knew dinner was ready, and he was bound to be there. He kept the run of dinner time. It happened sometimes, during our absence in the summer, that dinner would be early, and Calvin, walking about the grounds, missed it, and came in late. But he never made a mistake the second day. There was one thing he never did. He never rushed through an open doorway. He never forgot his dignity. If he had asked to have the door opened, and was eager to go out, he always went deliberately. I can see him now, standing on the sill, looking about at the sky, as if he was thinking whether it were worth while to take an umbrella, until he was near having his tail shut in. His friendship was rather constant than demonstrative. When we returned from an absence of nearly 2 years, Calvin welcomed us with evident pleasure, but showed his satisfaction rather by tranquil happiness than by fuming about. He had the faculty of making us glad to get home. It was his constancy that was so attractive. He liked companionship, but he wouldn't be petted or fussed over, or sit in anyone's lap a moment. He always extricated himself from such familiarity with dignity and with no show of temper. If there was any petting to be done, however, he chose to do it. Often he would sit looking at me, and then, moved by a delicate affection, come and pull at my coat and sleeve until he could touch my face with his nose, and then go away contented. He had a habit of coming to my study in the morning, sitting quietly by my side, or on the table for hours, watching the pen run over the paper, occasionally swinging his tail round for a blotter, and then going to sleep among the papers by the inkstand, or more rarely he would watch the writing from a perch on my shoulder. Writing always interested him, and until he understood it, he wanted to hold the pen. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12. He always held himself in a kind of reserve with his friend, as if he had said, "Let us respect our personality and not make a mess of friendship." He saw with Emerson the risk of degrading it to trivial conveniency. Why insist on rash personal relations with your friend? Leave this touching and clawing. Yet I would not give an unfair notion of his aloofness, his fine sense of the sacredness of the me and the not me. And at the risk of not being believed, I will relate an incident which was often repeated. Calvin had the practice of passing a portion of the night in the contemplation of its beauties, and would come into our chamber over the roof of the conservatory through the open window, summer and winter, and go to sleep on the foot of my bed. He would do this always exactly in this way. He never was content to stay in the chamber if we compelled him to go upstairs and through the door. He had the obstinacy of General Grant. But this is by the way. In the morning he performed his toilet and went down to breakfast with the rest of the family. Now, when the mistress was absent from home, and at no other time, Calvin would come in the morning, when the bell rang, to the head of the bed, put up his feet, and look into my face, follow me about when I rose, assist at the dressing, and in many purring ways show his fondness, as if he had plainly said, "I know that she has gone away, but I am here." Such was Calvin in rare moments. He had his limitations. Whatever passion he had for nature, he had no conception of art. There was sent to him once a fine and very expressive cat's head in bronze by Fremier. I placed it on the floor. He regarded it intently, approached it cautiously and crouchingly, touched it with his nose, perceived the fraud, turned away abruptly, and never would notice it afterward. On the whole, his life was not only a successful one, but a happy one. He never had but one fear, so far as I know. He had a mortal and reasonable terror of plumbers. He would never stay in the house when they were here. No coaxing could quiet him. Of course, he didn't share our fear about their charges, but he must have had some dreadful experience with them in that portion of his life which is unknown to us. A plumber was to him the devil, and I have no doubt that in his scheme plumbers were foreordained to do him mischief. In speaking of his worth, it has never occurred to me to estimate Calvin by the worldly standard. I know that it is customary now, when anyone dies, to ask how much he was worth, and that no obituary in the newspapers is considered complete without such an estimate. The plumbers in our house were one day overheard to say that "they say that she says that he says that he wouldn't take $100 for him." It is unnecessary to say that I never made such a remark, and that so far as Calvin was concerned, there was no purchase in money. As I look back upon it, Calvin's life seems to me a fortunate one, for it was natural and unforced. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was sleepy, and enjoyed existence to the very tips of his toes and the end of his expressive and slow-moving tail. He delighted to roam about the garden, and stroll among the trees, and to lie on the green grass, and luxuriate in all the sweet influences of summer. You could never accuse him of idleness, and yet he knew the secret of repose. The poet who wrote so prettily of him, that his little life was rounded with a sleep, understated his felicity. It was rounded with a good many. His conscience never seemed to interfere with his slumbers. In fact, he had good habits and a contented mind. I can see him now walk in at the study door, sit down by my chair, bring his tail artistically about his feet, and look up at me with unspeakable happiness in his handsome face. I often thought that he felt the dumb limitation which denied him the power of language, but since he was denied speech, he scorned the inarticulate mouthings of the lower animals. The vulgar mewing and yowling of the cat species was beneath him. He sometimes uttered a sort of articulate and well-bred ejaculation when he wished to call attention to something that he considered remarkable, or to some want of his. But he never went whining about. He would sit for hours at a closed door, when he desired to enter, without a murmur, and when it was opened he never admitted that he had been impatient by bolting in. Though speech he had not, and the unpleasant kind of utterance given to his race he would not use, he had a mighty power of purr to express his measureless content with congenial society. There was in him a musical organ with stops of varied power and expression, upon which I have no doubt he could have performed Scarlatti's celebrated Cat's Fugue. When Calvin died of old age, or was carried off by one of the diseases incident to youth, it is impossible to say, for his departure was as quiet as his advent was mysterious. I only know that he appeared to us in this world in his perfect stature and beauty, and that after a time, like Lohengrin, he withdrew. In his illness there was nothing more to be regretted than in all his blameless life. I suppose there never was an illness that had more of dignity and sweetness and resignation in it. It came on gradually, in a kind of listlessness and want of appetite. An alarming symptom was his preference for the warmth of a furnace register to the lively sparkle of the open wood fire. Whatever pain he suffered, he bore it in silence, and seemed only anxious not to obtrude his malady. We tempted him with the delicacies of the season, but it soon became impossible for him to eat, and for 2 weeks he ate or drank scarcely anything. Sometimes he made an effort to take something, but it was evident that he made the effort to please us, the neighbors, and I am convinced that the advice of neighbors is never good for anything, suggested catnip. He wouldn't even smell it. We had the attendance of an amateur practitioner of medicine, whose real office was the cure of souls, but nothing touched his case. He took what was offered, but it was with the air of one to whom the time for pellets was past. He sat or lay day after day almost motionless, never once making a display of those vulgar convulsions or contortions of pain which are so disagreeable to society. His favorite place was on the brightest spot of the Smyrna rug by the conservatory, where the sunlight fell and he could hear the fountain play. If we went to him and exhibited our interest in his condition, he always purred in recognition of our sympathy, and when I spoke his name he looked up with an expression that said, "I understand it, old fellow, but it's no use." He was to all who came to visit him a model of calmness and patience in affliction. I was absent from home at the last, but heard by daily postal card of his failing condition, and never again saw him alive. One sunny morning he rose from his rug, went into the conservatory, he was very thin then, walked around it deliberately, looking at all the plants he knew, and then went to the bay window in the dining room, and stood a long time looking out upon the little field, now brown and sere, and toward the garden, where perhaps the happiest hours of his life had been spent. It was a last look. He turned and walked away, laid himself down upon the bright spot in the rug, and quietly died. It is not too much to say that a little shock went through the neighborhood when it was known that Calvin was dead, so marked was his individuality, and his friends, one after another, came in to see him. There was no sentimental nonsense about his obsequies. It was felt that any parade would have been distasteful to him. John, who acted as undertaker, prepared a candle box for him, and I believe assumed a professional decorum. But there may have been the usual levity underneath, for I heard that he remarked in the kitchen that it was the driest wake he ever attended. Everybody, however, felt a fondness for Calvin, and regarded him with a certain respect. Between him and Bertha there existed a great friendship, and she apprehended his nature. She used to say that sometimes she was afraid of him, he looked at her so intelligently. She was never certain that he was what he appeared to be. When I returned, they had laid Calvin on a table in an upper chamber by an open window. It was February. He reposed in a candle box, lined about the edge with evergreen, and at his head stood a little wine glass with flowers. He lay with his head tucked down in his arms, a favourite position of his before the fire, as if asleep in the comfort of his soft and exquisite fur. It was the involuntary exclamation of those who saw him, "How natural he looks!" As for myself, I said nothing. John buried him under the twin hawthorn trees, one white and the other pink, in a spot where Calvin was fond of lying and listening to the hum of summer insects and the twitter of birds. Perhaps I have failed to make appear the individuality of character that was so evident to those who knew him. At any rate, I have set down nothing concerning him but the literal truth. He was always a mystery. I did not know whence he came. I do not know whither he has gone. I would not weave one spray of falsehood in the wreath I lay upon his grave. From My Summer in a Garden, by Charles Dudley Warner, copyright 1870 by Fields, Osgood and Company, copyright 1898 by Charles Dudley Warner, copyright 1912 by Susan Lee Warner. 5 American Contributions to Civilization, by Charles William Eliot. Looking back over 40 centuries of history, we observe that many nations have made characteristic contributions to the progress of civilization, the beneficent effects of which have been permanent, although the races that made them may have lost their national form and organization, or their relative standing among the nations of the earth. Thus the Hebrew race, during many centuries, made supreme contributions to religious thought, and the Greek, during the brief climax of the race, to speculative philosophy, architecture, sculpture, and the drama. The Roman people developed military colonization, aqueducts, roads and bridges, and a great body of public law, large parts of which still survive. And the Italians of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance developed ecclesiastical organization and the fine arts as tributary to the splendor of the church and to municipal luxury. England, for several centuries, has contributed to the institutional development of representative government and public justice. The Dutch in the 16th century made a superb struggle for free thought and free government. France in the 18th century taught the doctrine of individual freedom and the theory of human rights. And Germany, at two periods within the 19th century, 50 years apart, proved the vital force of the sentiment of nationality. I ask you to consider with me what characteristic and durable contributions the American people have been making to the progress of civilization. The first and principal contribution to which I shall ask your attention is the advance made in the United States, not in theory only, but in practice, toward the abandonment of war as the means of settling disputes between nations, the substitution of discussion and arbitration, and the avoidance of armaments. If the intermittent Indian fighting and brief contest with the Barbary corsairs be disregarded, the United States have had only 4 years and a quarter of international war in the 107 years since the adoption of the Constitution. Within the same period, the United States have been a party to 47 arbitrations, being more than half of all that have taken place in the modern world. The questions settled by these arbitrations have been just such as have commonly caused wars, namely, questions of boundary, fisheries, damage caused by war or civil disturbances, and injuries to commerce. Some of them were of great magnitude. The 4 made during the Treaty of Washington, May 8, 1871, being the most important that have ever taken place. Confident in their strength, and relying on their ability to adjust international differences, the United States have habitually maintained, by voluntary enlistment for short terms, a standing army and a fleet which, in proportion to the population, are insignificant. The beneficent effects of this American contribution to civilization are of 2 sorts. In the first place, the direct evils of war and of preparations for war have been diminished; and secondly, the influence of the war spirit on the perennial conflict between the rights of the single personal unit and the powers of the multitude that constitute organized society, or, in other words, between individual freedom and collective authority, has been reduced to the lowest terms. War has been, and still is, the school of collectivism, the warrant of tyranny. Century after century, tribes, clans, and nations have sacrificed the liberty of the individual to the fundamental necessity of being strong for combined defense or attack in war. Individual freedom is crushed in war, for the nature of war is inevitably despotic. It says to the private person, "Obey, without a question, even unto death. Die in this ditch," without knowing why. Walk into that deadly thicket. Mount this embankment, behind which are men who will try to kill you, lest you should kill them. Make part of an immense machine for blind destruction, cruelty, rapine, and killing. At this moment every young man in continental Europe learns the lesson of absolute military obedience, and feels himself subject to this crushing power of militant society, against which no rights of the individual to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness avail anything. This pernicious influence, inherent in the social organization of all continental Europe during many centuries, the American people have for generations escaped, and they show other nations how to escape it. I ask your attention to the favorable conditions under which this contribution of the United States to civilization has been made. There has been a deal of fighting on the American continent during the past 3 centuries, but it has not been of the sort which most imperils liberty. The first European colonists who occupied portions of the coast of North America encountered in the Indians men of the Stone Age, who ultimately had to be resisted and quelled by force. The Indian races were at a stage of development thousands of years behind that of the Europeans. They could not be assimilated. For the most part, they could not be taught or even reasoned with. With a few exceptions, they had to be driven away by prolonged fighting, or subdued by force, so that they would live peaceably with the whites. This warfare, however, always had in it for the whites a large element of self-defense. The homes and families of the settlers were to be defended against a stealthy and pitiless foe. Constant exposure to the attacks of savages was only one of the formidable dangers and difficulties which for 100 years the early settlers had to meet, and which developed in them courage, hardiness, and persistence. The French and English wars on the North American continent, always more or less mixed with Indian warfare, were characterized by race hatred and religious animosity, two of the commonest causes of war in all ages. But they did not tend to fasten upon the English colonists any objectionable public authority, or to contract the limits of individual liberty. They furnished a school of martial qualities at small cost to liberty. In the War of Independence there was a distinct hope and purpose to enlarge individual liberty. It made possible a confederation of the colonies and ultimately the adoption of the Constitution of the United States. It gave to the 13 colonies a lesson in collectivism, but it was a needed lesson on the necessity of combining their force to resist an oppressive external authority. The War of 1812 is properly called the Second War of Independence, for it was truly a fight for liberty and for the rights of neutrals in resistance to the impressment of seamen and other oppressions growing out of European conflicts. The Civil War of 1861 to 1865 was waged on the side of the North, primarily to prevent the dismemberment of the country, and secondarily and incidentally to destroy the institution of slavery. On the Northern side it therefore called forth a generous element of popular ardor in defense of free institutions, and though it temporarily caused centralization of great powers in the government, it did as much to promote individual freedom as it did to strengthen public authority. In all this series of fightings the main motives were self-defense, resistance to oppression, the enlargement of liberty, and the conservation of national acquisitions. The war with Mexico, it is true, was a wholly different type. That was a war of conquest, and of conquest chiefly in the interest of African slavery. It was also an unjust attack made by a powerful people on a feeble one. But it lasted less than 2 years, and the number of men engaged in it was at no time large. Moreover, by the treaty which ended the war, the conquering nation agreed to pay the conquered $18 millions in partial compensation for some of the territory wrested from it, instead of demanding a huge war indemnity, as the European way is. Its results contradicted the anticipations both of those who advocated and of those who opposed it. It was one of the wrongs which prepared the way for the Great Rebellion, but its direct evils were of moderate extent, and it had no effect on the perennial conflict between individual liberty and public power. In the meantime, partly as the results of Indian fighting and the Mexican War, but chiefly through purchases and arbitrations, the American people had occupied a territory so extensive, so defended by oceans, gulfs, and great lakes, and so intersected by those great natural highways, navigable rivers, that it would obviously be impossible for any enemy to overrun or subdue it. The civilized nations of Europe, Western Asia, and Northern Africa have always been liable to hostile incursions from without. Over and over again barbarous hordes have overthrown established civilizations, and at this moment there is not a nation of Europe which does not feel obliged to maintain monstrous armaments for defense against its neighbors. The American people have long been exempt from such terrors, and are now absolutely free from this necessity of keeping in readiness to meet heavy assaults. The absence of a great standing army and of a large fleet has been a main characteristic of the United States in contrast with the other civilized nations. This has been a great inducement to immigration, and a prime cause of the country's rapid increase in wealth. The United States have no formidable neighbor except Great Britain in Canada. In April, 1817, by a convention made between Great Britain and the United States, without much public discussion or observation, these two powerful nations agreed that each should keep on the Great Lakes only a few police vessels of insignificant size and armament. This agreement was made but 4 years after Perry's naval victory on Lake Erie, and only 3 years after the burning of Washington by a British force. It is one of the first acts of Monroe's first administration, and it would be difficult to find in all history a more judicious or effectual agreement between two powerful neighbors. For 80 years this beneficent convention has helped to keep the peace. The European way would have been to build competitive fleets, dockyards, and fortresses, all of which would have helped to bring on war during the periods of mutual exasperation which have occurred since 1817. Monroe's second administration was signalized 6 years later by the declaration that the United States would consider any attempt on the part of the Holy Alliance to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. This announcement was designed to prevent the introduction on the American continent of the horrible European system, with its balance of power, its alliances offensive and defensive in opposing groups, and its perpetual armaments on an enormous scale. That a declaration expressly intended to promote peace and prevent armaments should now be perverted into an argument for arming and for a belligerent public policy is an extraordinary perversion of the true American doctrine. The ordinary causes of war between nation and nation have been lacking in America for the last century and a quarter. How many wars in the world's history have been due to contending dynasties? How many of the most cruel and protracted wars have been due to religious strife? How many to race hatred? No one of these causes of war has been efficacious in America since the French were overcome in Canada by the English in 1759. Looking forward to the future, we find it impossible to imagine circumstances under which any of these common causes of war can take effect on the North American continent. Therefore, the ordinary motives for maintaining armaments in time of peace and concentrating the powers of government in such a way as to interfere with individual liberty have not been in play in the United States as among the nations of Europe, and are not likely to be. Such have been the favorable conditions under which America has made its best contribution to the progress of our race. There are some people of a perverted sentimentality who occasionally lament the absence in our country of the ordinary inducements to war, on the ground that war develops certain noble qualities in some of the combatants, and gives opportunity for the practice of heroic virtues, such as courage, loyalty, and self-sacrifice. It is further said that prolonged peace makes nations effeminate, luxurious, and materialistic, and substitutes for the high ideals of the patriot soldier the low ideals of the farmer, manufacturer, tradesman, and pleasure seeker. This view seems to me to err in two opposite ways. In the first place, it forgets that war, in spite of the fact that it develops some splendid virtues, is the most horrible occupation that human beings can possibly engage in. It is cruel, treacherous, and murderous. Defensive warfare, particularly on the part of a weak nation against powerful invaders or oppressors, excites a generous sympathy, but for every heroic defense there must be an attack by a preponderating force, and war, being the conflict of the two, must be judged by its moral effects, not on one party, but on both parties. Moreover, the weaker party may have the worse cause. The immediate ill effects of war are bad enough, but its after effects are generally worse, because indefinitely prolonged and indefinitely wasting and damaging. At this moment, 31 years after the end of our Civil War, there are two great evils afflicting our country which took their rise in that war, namely, 1. The belief of a large proportion of our people in money without intrinsic value, or worth less than its face, and made current solely by act of Congress; and 2. The payment of immense annual sums in pensions. It is the paper money delusion born of the Civil War which generated and supports the silver money delusion of today. As a consequence of the war, the nation has paid $2 billion in pensions within 33 years. So far as pensions are paid to disabled persons, they are a just and inevitable but unproductive expenditure. So far as they are paid to persons who are not disabled, men or women, they are in the main not only unproductive but demoralizing. So far as they promote the marriage of young women to old men as a pecuniary speculation, they create a grave social evil. It is impossible to compute or even imagine the losses and injuries already inflicted by the fiat money delusion, and we know that some of the worst evils of the pension system will go on for 100 years to come, unless the laws about widows' pensions are changed for the better. It is a significant fact that of the existing pensioners of the War of 1812, only 21 are surviving soldiers or sailors, while 3,826 are widows. Footnote: June 30th, 1895. End of footnote. War gratifies, or used to gratify, the combative instinct of mankind, but it gratifies also the love of plunder, destruction, cruel discipline, and arbitrary power. It is doubtful whether fighting with modern appliances will continue to gratify the savage instinct of combat, for it is not likely that in the future two opposing lines of men can ever meet, or any line or column reach an enemy's entrenchments. The machine gun can only be compared to the scythe, which cuts off every blade of grass within its sweep. It has made cavalry charges impossible, just as the modern ironclad has made impossible the maneuvers of one of Nelson's fleets. On land, the only mode of approach of one line to another must hereafter be by concealment, crawling, or surprise. Naval actions will henceforth be conflicts between opposing machines, guided, to be sure, by men, but it will be the best machine that wins, and not necessarily the most enduring men. War will become a contest between treasuries or war chests, for now that 10,000 men can fire away $1 million worth of ammunition in an hour, no poor nation can long resist a rich one, unless there be some extraordinary difference between the two in mental and moral strength. The view that war is desirable omits also the consideration that modern social and industrial life affords ample opportunities for the courageous and loyal discharge of duty apart from the barbarities of warfare. There are many serviceable occupations in civil life which call for all the courage and fidelity of the best soldier, and for more than his independent responsibility, because not pursued in masses or under immediate command of superiors. Such occupations are those of the locomotive engineer, the electric lineman, the railroad brakeman, the city fireman, and the policeman. The occupation of the locomotive engineer requires constantly a high degree of skill, alertness, fidelity, and resolution, and at any moment may call for heroic self-forgetfulness. The occupation of a lineman requires all the courage and endurance of a soldier, whose lurking foe is mysterious and invisible. In the 2 years 1893 and 1894 there were 34,000 trainmen killed and wounded on the railroads of the United States, and 25,000 other railroad employees besides. I need not enlarge on the dangers of the fireman's occupation, or on the disciplined gallantry with which its risks are habitually incurred. The policeman in large cities needs every virtue of the best soldier, for in the discharge of many of his most important duties he is alone. Even the feminine occupation of the trained nurse illustrates every heroic quality which can possibly be exhibited in war, for she, simply in the way of duty, without the stimulus of excitement or companionship, runs risks from which many a soldier in hot blood would shrink. No one need be anxious about the lack of opportunities in civilized life for the display of heroic qualities. New industries demand new forms of fidelity and self-sacrificing devotion. Every generation develops some new kind of hero. Did it ever occur to you that the scab is a creditable type of 19th century hero? In defense of his rights as an individual, he deliberately incurs the reprobation of many of his fellows, and runs the immediate risk of bodily injury or even of death. He also risks his livelihood for the future and thereby the well-being of his family. He steadily asserts in action his right to work on such conditions as he sees fit to make, and in so doing he exhibits remarkable courage and renders a great service to his fellow men. He is generally a quiet, unpretending, silent person, who values his personal freedom more than the society and approbation of his mates. Often he is impelled to work by family affection, but this fact does not diminish his heroism. There are file closers behind the line of battle of the bravest regiment. Another modern personage who needs heroic endurance, and often exhibits it, is the public servant who steadily does his duty against the outcry of a party press bent on perverting his every word and act. Through the telegram, cheap postage, and the daily newspaper, the forces of hasty public opinion can now be concentrated and expressed with a rapidity and intensity unknown to preceding generations. In consequence, the independent thinker or actor, or the public servant, when his thoughts or acts run counter to prevailing popular or party opinions, encounters sudden and intense obloquy, which to many temperaments is very formidable. That habit of submitting to the opinion of the majority which democracy fosters renders the storm of detraction and calumny all the more difficult to endure, makes it indeed so intolerable to many citizens that they will conceal or modify their opinions rather than endure it. Yet the very breath of life for a democracy is free discussion, and the taking account of all opinions honestly held and reasonably expressed. The unreality of the vilification of public men in the modern press is often revealed by the sudden change when an eminent public servant retires or dies. A man for whom no words of derision or condemnation were strong enough yesterday is recognized tomorrow as an honorable and serviceable person and a credit to his country. Nevertheless, this habit of partisan ridicule and denunciation in the daily reading matter of millions of people calls for a new kind of courage and toughness in public men, and calls for it not in brief moments of excitement only, but steadily, year in and year out. Clearly there is no need of bringing on wars in order to breed heroes. Civilized life affords plenty of opportunities for heroes, and for a better kind than war or any other savagery has ever produced. Moreover, none but lunatics would set a city on fire in order to give opportunities for heroism to firemen, or introduce the cholera or yellow fever to give physicians and nurses opportunity for practicing disinterested devotion, or condemn thousands of people to extreme poverty in order that some well-to-do persons might practice a beautiful charity. It is equally crazy to advocate war on the ground that it is a school for heroes. Another misleading argument for war needs brief notice. It is said that war is a school of national development, that a nation, when conducting a great war, puts forth prodigious exertions to raise money, supply munitions, enlist troops, and keep them in the field, and often gets a clearer conception and a better control of its own material and moral forces while making these unusual exertions. The nation which means to live in peace necessarily foregoes, it is said, these valuable opportunities of abnormal activity. Naturally, such a nation's abnormal activities devoted to destruction would be diminished, but its normal and abnormal activities devoted to construction and improvement ought to increase. One great reason for the rapid development of the United States since the adoption of the Constitution is the comparative exemption of the whole people from war, dread of war, and preparations for war. The energies of the people have been directed into other channels. The progress of applied science during the present century, and the new ideals concerning the well-being of human multitudes, have opened great fields for the useful application of national energy. This immense territory of ours, stretching from ocean to ocean, and for the most part but imperfectly developed and sparsely settled, affords a broad field for the beneficent application of the richest national forces during an indefinite period. There is no department of national activity in which we could not advantageously put forth much more force than we now expend. And there are great fields which we have never cultivated at all. As examples, I may mention the post office, national sanitation, public works, and education. Although great improvements have been made during the past 50 years in the collection and delivery of mail matter, much still remains to be done both in city and country, and particularly in the country. In the mail facilities secured to our people, we are far behind several European governments, whereas we ought to be far in advance of every European government except Switzerland, since the rapid interchange of ideas and the promotion of family, friendly, and commercial intercourse are of more importance to a democracy than to any other form of political society. Our national government takes very little pains about the sanitation of the country, or its deliverance from injurious insects and parasites. Yet these are matters of gravest interest, with which only the general government can deal, because action by separate states or cities is necessarily ineffectual. To fight pestilences needs quite as much energy, skill, and courage as to carry on war. Indeed, the foes are more insidious and awful, and the means of resistance less obvious. On the average and large scale, the professions which heal and prevent disease and mitigate suffering call for much more ability, constancy, and devotion than the professions which inflict wounds and death and all sorts of human misery. Our government has never touched the important subject of national roads, by which I mean not railroads, but common highways. Yet here is a great subject for beneficent action through government, in which we need only go for our lessons to little republican Switzerland. Inundations and droughts are great enemies of the human race, against which government ought to create defenses, because private enterprise cannot cope with such wide-spreading evils. Popular education is another great field in which public activity should be indefinitely enlarged, not so much through the action of the federal government, though even there a much more effective supervision should be provided than now exists, but through the action of states, cities, and towns. We have already begun to apprehend the fundamental necessity and infinite value of public education, and to appreciate the immense advantages to be derived from additional expenditure for it. What prodigious possibilities of improvement are suggested by the single statement that the average annual expenditure for the schooling of a child in the United States is only about $18. Here is a cause which requires from hundreds of thousands of men and women keen intelligence, hearty devotion to duty, and a steady uplifting and advancement of all its standards and ideals. The system of public instruction should embody for coming generations all the virtues of the mediaeval church. It should stand for the brotherhood and unity of all classes and conditions. It should exalt the joys of the intellectual life above all material delights, and it should produce the best constituted and most wisely directed intellectual and moral host that the world has seen. In view of such unutilized opportunities as these for the beneficent application of great public forces, does it not seem monstrous that war should be advocated on the ground that it gives occasion for rallying and using the national energies? The second eminent contribution which the United States have made to civilization is their thorough acceptance in theory and practice of the widest religious toleration. As a means of suppressing individual liberty, the collective authority of the Church, when elaborately organized in a hierarchy directed by one head and absolutely devoted in every rank to its service, comes next in proved efficiency to that concentration of powers in government which enables it to carry on war effectively. The Western Christian Church, organized under the Bishop of Rome, acquired during the Middle Ages a centralized authority which quite overrode both the temporal ruler and the rising spirit of nationality. For a time Christian Church and Christian states acted together, just as in Egypt. During many earlier centuries, the great powers of civil and religious rule had been united. The Crusades marked the climax of the power of the Church. Thereafter, Church and State were often in conflict, and during this prolonged conflict the seeds of liberty were planted, took root, and made some sturdy growth. We can see now, as we look back on the history of Europe, how fortunate it was that the colonization of North America by Europeans was deferred until after the period of the Reformation, and especially until after the Elizabethan period in England, the Luther period in Germany, and the splendid struggle of the Dutch for liberty in Holland. The founders of New England and New York were men who had imbibed the principles of resistance both to arbitrary civil power and to universal ecclesiastical authority. Hence it came about that within the territory now covered by the United States, no single ecclesiastical organization ever obtained a wide and oppressive control, and that in different parts of this great region churches, very unlike in doctrine and organization, were almost simultaneously established. It has been an inevitable consequence of this condition of things that the Church as a whole in the United States has not been an effective opponent of any form of human rights. For generations it has been divided into numerous sects and denominations, no one of which has been able to claim more than a tenth of the population as its adherents, and the practices of these numerous denominations have been profoundly modified by political theories and practices, and by social customs natural to new communities formed under the prevailing conditions of free intercourse and rapid growth. The constitutional prohibition of religious tests as qualifications for office gave the United States the leadership among the nations in disassociating theological opinions and political rights. No one denomination or ecclesiastical organization in the United States has held great properties or has had the means of conducting its ritual with costly pomp or its charitable works with imposing liberality. No splendid architectural exhibitions of church power have interested or overawed the population. On the contrary, there has prevailed in general a great simplicity in public worship until very recent years. Some splendors have been lately developed by religious bodies in the great cities, but these splendors and luxuries have been almost simultaneously exhibited by religious bodies of very different, not to say opposite kinds. Thus in New York City the Jews, the Greek Church, the Catholics, and the Episcopalians have all erected or undertaken to erect magnificent edifices. But these recent demonstrations of wealth and zeal are so distributed among differing religious organizations that they cannot be imagined to indicate a coming centralization of ecclesiastical influence adverse to individual liberty. In the United States, the great principle of religious toleration is better understood and more firmly established than in any other nation of the earth. It is not only embodied in legislation, but also completely recognized in the habits and customs of good society. Elsewhere, it may be a long road from legal to social recognition of religious liberty, as the example of England shows. This recognition alone would mean, to any competent student of history, that the United States had made an unexampled contribution to the reconciliation of just governmental power with just freedom for the individual, inasmuch as the partial establishment of religious toleration has been the main work of civilization during the past 4 centuries. In view of this characteristic and infinitely beneficent contribution to human happiness and progress, how pitiable seem the temporary outbursts of bigotry and fanaticism which have occasionally marred the fair record of our country in regard to religious toleration. If anyone imagines that this American contribution to civilization is no longer important, that the victory for toleration has been already won, let him recall the fact that the last years of the 19th century have witnessed 2 horrible religious persecutions, one by a Christian nation, the other by a Moslem, one of the Jews by Russia, and the other of the Armenians by Turkey. The third characteristic contribution which the United States have made to civilization has been the safe development of a manhood suffrage nearly universal. The experience of the United States has brought out several principles with regard to the suffrage which have not been clearly apprehended by some eminent political philosophers. In the first place, American experience has demonstrated the advantages of a gradual approach to universal suffrage over a sudden leap. Universal suffrage is not the first and only means of attaining democratic government. Rather, it is the ultimate goal of successful democracy. It is not a specific for the cure of all political ills. On the contrary, it may itself easily be the source of great political evils. The people of the United States feel its dangers today. When constituencies are large, it aggravates the well-known difficulties of party government, so that many of the ills which threaten democratic communities at this moment, whether in Europe or America, proceed from the breakdown of party government rather than from failures of universal suffrage. The methods of party government were elaborated where suffrage was limited and constituencies were small. Manhood suffrage has not worked perfectly well in the United States or in any other nation where it has been adopted, and it is not likely very soon to work perfectly anywhere. It is like freedom of the will for the individual, the only atmosphere in which virtue can grow, but an atmosphere in which sin can also grow. Like freedom of the will, it needs to be surrounded with checks and safeguards, particularly in the childhood of the nation. But like freedom of the will, it is the supreme good, the goal of perfected democracy. Secondly, like freedom of the will, universal suffrage has an educational effect, which has been mentioned by many writers, but has seldom been clearly apprehended or adequately described. This educational effect is produced in 2 ways. In the first place, the combination of individual freedom with social mobility, which a wide suffrage tends to produce, permits the capable to rise through all grades of society, even within a single generation. And this freedom to rise is intensely stimulating to personal ambition. Thus every capable American, from youth to age, is bent on bettering himself and his condition. Nothing can be more striking than the contrast between the mental condition of an average American belonging to the laborious classes, but conscious that he can rise to the top of the social scale, and that of a European mechanic, peasant, or tradesman, who knows that he cannot rise out of his class, and is content with his hereditary classification. The state of mind of the American prompts to constant struggle for self-improvement and the acquisition of all sorts of property and power. In the second place, it is a direct effect of a broad suffrage that the voters become periodically interested in the discussion of grave public problems, which carry their minds away from the routine of their daily labor and household experience out into larger fields. The instrumentalities of this prolonged education have been multiplied and improved enormously within the last 50 years. In no field of human endeavor have the fruits of the introduction of steam and electrical power been more striking than in the methods of reaching multitudes of people with instructive narratives, expositions, and arguments. The multiplication of newspapers, magazines, and books is only one of the immense developments in the means of reaching the people. The advocates of any public cause now have it in their power to provide hundreds of newspapers with the same copy or the same plates for simultaneous issue. The mails provide the means of circulating millions of leaflets and pamphlets. The interest in the minds of the people which prompts to the reading of these multiplied communications comes from the frequently recurring elections. The more difficult the intellectual problem presented in any given election, the more educative the effect of the discussion. Many modern industrial and financial problems are extremely difficult, even for highly educated men. As subjects of earnest thought and discussion on the farm and in the workshop, factory, rolling mill, and mine, they supply a mental training for millions of adults, the like of which has never before been seen in the world. In these discussions it is not only the receptive masses that are benefited. The classes that supply the appeals to the masses are also benefited in a high degree. There is no better mental exercise for the most highly trained man than the effort to expound a difficult subject in so clear a way that the untrained man can understand it. In a republic in which the final appeal is to manhood suffrage, the educated minority of the people is constantly stimulated to exertion by the instinct of self-preservation as well as by love of country. They see dangers in proposals made to universal suffrage, and they must exert themselves to ward off these dangers. The position of the educated and well-to-do classes is a thoroughly wholesome one in this respect. They cannot depend for the preservation of their advantage on landowning, hereditary privilege, or any legislation not equally applicable to the poorest and humblest citizen. They must maintain their superiority by being superior. They cannot live in a too safe corner. I touch here on a misconception which underlies much of the criticism of universal suffrage. It is commonly said that the rule of the majority must be the rule of the most ignorant and incapable, the multitude being necessarily uninstructed as to taxation, public finance, and foreign relations, and untrained to active thought on such difficult subjects. Now, universal suffrage is merely a convention as to where the last appeal shall lie for the decision of public questions, and it is the rule of the majority only in this sense. The educated classes are undoubtedly a minority, but it is not safe to assume that they monopolize the good sense of the community. On the contrary, it is very clear that native good judgment and good feeling are not proportional to education, and that among a multitude of men who have only an elementary education, a large proportion will possess both good judgment and good feeling. Indeed, persons who can neither read nor write may possess a large share of both, as is constantly seen in regions where opportunities for education in childhood have been scanty or inaccessible. It is not to be supposed that the cultivated classes, under a regime of universal suffrage, are not going to try to make their cultivation felt in the discussion and disposal of public questions. Any result under universal suffrage is a complex effect of the discussion of the public question in hand by the educated classes in the presence of the comparatively uneducated, when a majority of both classes taken together is ultimately to settle the question. In practice, both classes divide on almost every issue. But in any case, if the educated classes cannot hold their own with the uneducated by means of their superior physical, mental, and moral qualities, they are obviously unfit to lead society. With education should come better powers of argument and persuasion, a stricter sense of honor, and a greater general effectiveness. With these advantages, the educated classes must undoubtedly appeal to the less educated, and try to convert them to their way of thinking. But this is a process which is good for both sets of people. Indeed, it is the best possible process for the training of freemen, educated or uneducated, rich or poor. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 13. It is often assumed that the educated classes become impotent in a democracy, because the representatives of those classes are not exclusively chosen to public office. This argument is a very fallacious one. It assumes that the public offices are the places of greatest influence, whereas in the United States, at least, that is conspicuously not the case. In a democracy, it is important to discriminate influence from authority. Rulers and magistrates may or may not be persons of influence, but many persons of influence never become rulers, magistrates, or representatives in parliament or legislatures. The complex industries of a modern state and its innumerable corporation services offer great fields for administrative talent which were entirely unknown to preceding generations. And these new activities attract many ambitious and capable men more strongly than the public service. These men are not on that account lost to their country or to society. The present generation has wholly escaped from the conditions of earlier centuries, when able men who were not great landowners had but three outlets for their ambition: the army, the church, or the national civil service. The national service, whether in an empire, a limited monarchy, or a republic, is now only one of many fields which offer to able and patriotic men an honorable and successful career. Indeed, legislation and public administration necessarily have a very second-hand quality, and more legislators and administrators become dependent on the researches of scholars, men of science, and historians, and follow in the footsteps of inventors, economists, and political philosophers. Political leaders are very seldom leaders of thought. They are generally trying to induce masses of men to act on principles thought out long before. Their skill is in the selection of practicable approximations to the ideal. Their arts are arts of exposition and persuasion. Their honor comes from fidelity under trying circumstances to familiar principles of public duty. The real leaders of American thought in this century have been preachers, teachers, jurists, seers, and poets. While it is of the highest importance, under any form of government, that the public servants should be men of intelligence, education, and honor, it is no objection to any given form that under it large numbers of educated and honorable citizens have no connection with the public service. Well-to-do Europeans, when reasoning about the working of democracy, often assume that under any government the property holders are synonymous with the intelligent and educated classes. That is not the case in the American democracy. Anyone who has been connected with a large American university can testify that democratic institutions produce plenty of rich people who are not educated, and plenty of educated people who are not rich, just as medieval society produced illiterate nobles and cultivated monks. Persons who object to manhood suffrage as the last resort for the settlement of public questions are bound to show where, in all the world, a juster or more practicable regulation or convention has been arrived at. The objectors ought at least to indicate where the ultimate decision should, in their judgment, rest, as for example with the landowners, or the property holders, or the graduates of secondary schools, or the professional classes. He would be a bold political philosopher who, in these days, should propose that the ultimate tribunal should be constituted in any of these ways. All the experience of the civilized world fails to indicate a safe personage, a safe class, or a safe minority, with which to deposit this power of ultimate decision. On the contrary, the experience of civilization indicates that no select person or class can be trusted with that power, no matter what the principle of selection. The convention that the majority of males shall decide public questions has obviously great recommendations. It is apparently fairer than the rule of any minority, and it is sure to be supported by an adequate physical force. Moreover, its decisions are likely to enforce themselves. Even in matters of doubtful prognostication, the fact that a majority of the males do the prophesying tends to the fulfillment of the prophecy. At any rate, the adoption or partial adoption of universal male suffrage by several civilized nations is coincident with unexampled ameliorations in the condition of the least fortunate and most numerous classes of the population. To this general amelioration many causes have doubtless contributed, but it is reasonable to suppose that the acquisition of the power which comes with votes has had something to do with it. Timid or conservative people often stand aghast at the possible directions of democratic desire, or at some of the predicted results of democratic rule. But meantime the actual experience of the American democracy proves, 1. That property has never been safer under any form of government; 2. That no people have ever welcomed so ardently new machinery and new inventions generally; 3. That religious toleration was never carried so far, and never so universally accepted; 4. That nowhere have the power and disposition to read been so general; 5. That nowhere has governmental power been more adequate or more freely exercised to levy and collect taxes, to raise armies and to disband them, to maintain public order, and to pay off great public debts, national, state, and town; 6. That nowhere have property and well-being been so widely diffused; and 7. That no form of government ever inspired greater affection and loyalty, or prompted to greater personal sacrifices in supreme moments. In view of these solid facts, speculations as to what universal suffrage would have done in the 17th and 18th centuries, or may do in the 20th, seem futile indeed. the most civilized nations of the world have all either adopted this final appeal to manhood suffrage, or they are approaching that adoption by rapid stages. The United States, having no customs or traditions of an opposite sort to overcome, have led the nations in this direction, and have had the honor of devising, as a result of practical experience, the best safeguards for universal suffrage, safeguards which, in the main, are intended to prevent hasty public action, or action based on sudden discontents or temporary spasms of public feeling. These checks are intended to give time for discussion and deliberation, or, in other words, to secure the enlightenment of the voters before the vote. If, under new conditions, existing safeguards prove insufficient, the only wise course is to devise new safeguards. The United States have made to civilization a fourth contribution of a very hopeful sort, to which public attention needs to be directed, lest temporary evils concerned therewith should prevent the continuation of this beneficent action. The United States have furnished a demonstration that people belonging to a great variety of races or nations are, under favorable circumstances, fit for political freedom. It is the fashion to attribute to the enormous immigration of the last 50 years some of the failures of the American political system, and particularly the American failure in municipal government, and the introduction in a few states of the rule of the irresponsible party foremen known as bosses. Impatient of these evils and hastily accepting this improbable explanation of them, some people wish to depart from the American policy of welcoming immigrants. In two respects, the absorption of large numbers of immigrants from many nations into the American Commonwealth has been of great service to mankind. In the first place, it has demonstrated that people who at home have been subject to every sort of aristocratic or despotic or military oppression, become within less than a generation serviceable citizens of a republic. And in the second place, the United States have thus educated to freedom many millions of men. Furthermore, the comparatively high degree of happiness and prosperity enjoyed by the people of the United States has been brought home to multitudes in Europe by friends and relatives who have emigrated to this country, and have commended free institutions to them in the best possible way. This is a legitimate propaganda, vastly more effective than any annexation or conquest of unwilling people, or of people unprepared for liberty. It is a great mistake to suppose that the process of assimilating foreigners began in this century. The 18th century provided the colonies with a great mixture of peoples, although the English race predominated then as now. When the Revolution broke out, there were already English, Irish, Scotch, Dutch, Germans, French, Portuguese, and Swedes in the colonies. The French were, to be sure, in small proportion, and were almost exclusively Huguenot refugees, but they were a valuable element in the population. The Germans were well diffused, having established themselves in New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Georgia. The Scotch were scattered through all the colonies. Pennsylvania especially was inhabited by an extraordinary mixture of nationalities and religion. Since steam navigation on the Atlantic and railroad transportation on the North American continent became cheap and easy, the tide of immigration has greatly increased. But it is very doubtful if the amount of assimilation going on in the 19th century has been any larger, in proportion to the population and wealth of the country, than it was in the 18th. The main difference in the assimilation going on in the two centuries is this, that in the 18th century the newcomers were almost all Protestants, while in the 19th century a considerable proportion have been Catholics. One result, however, of the importation of large numbers of Catholics into the United States has been a profound modification of the Roman Catholic Church in regard to the manners and customs of both the clergy and the laity, the scope of the authority of the priest, and the attitude of the Catholic Church toward a public education. This American modification of the Roman Church has reacted strongly on the Church in Europe. Another great contribution to civilization made by the United States is the diffusion of material well-being among the population. No country in the world approaches the United States in this respect. It is seen in that diffused elementary education which implants for life a habit of reading, and in the habitual optimism which characterizes the common people. It is seen in the housing of the people and of their domestic animals, in the comparative costliness of their food, clothing, and household furniture, in their implements, vehicles, and means of transportation, and in the substitution on a prodigious scale of the work of machinery for the work of men's hands. This last item in American well-being is quite as striking in agriculture, mining, and fishing as it is in manufactures. The social effects of the manufacture of power, and of the discovery of means of putting that power just where it is wanted, have been more striking in the United States than anywhere else. Manufactured and distributed power needs intelligence to direct it. The bicycle is a blind horse and must be steered at every instant. Somebody must show a steam drill where to strike and how deep to go. So far as men and women can substitute for the direct expenditure of muscular strength the more intelligent effort of designing, tending, and guiding machines, they win promotion in the scale of being, and make their lives more interesting as well as more productive. It is in the invention of machinery for producing and distributing power, and at once economizing and elevating human labor, that American ingenuity has been most conspicuously manifested. The high price of labor in a sparsely settled country has had something to do with this striking result, but the genius of the people and of their government has had much more to do with it. As proof of the general proposition, it suffices merely to mention the telegraph and telephone, the sewing machine, the cotton gin, the mower, reaper, and threshing machine, the dish-washing machine, the river steamboat, the sleeping car, the boot and shoe machinery, and the watch machinery. The ultimate effects of these and kindred inventions are quite as much intellectual as physical, and they are developing and increasing with a portentous rapidity which sometimes suggests a doubt whether the bodily forces of men and women are adequate to resist the new mental strains brought upon them. However this may prove to be in the future, the clear result in the present is an unexampled diffusion of well-being in the United States. These 5 contributions to civilization, peacekeeping, religious toleration, the development of manhood suffrage, the welcoming of newcomers, and the diffusion of well-being, I hold to have been eminently characteristic of our country, and so important that, in spite of the qualifications and deductions which every candid citizen would admit with regard to every one of them, they will ever be held in the grateful remembrance of mankind. They are reasonable grounds for a steady, glowing patriotism. They have had much to do, both as causes and as effects, with the material prosperity of the United States, but they are all 5 essentially moral contributions, being triumphs of reason, enterprise, courage, faith, and justice over passion, selfishness, inertness, timidity, and distrust. Beneath each one of these developments there lies a strong ethical sentiment, a strenuous moral and social purpose. It is for such work that multitudinous democracies are fit. In regard to all 5 of these contributions, the characteristic policy of our country has been from time to time threatened with reversal, is even now so threatened. It is for true patriots to insist on the maintenance of these historic purposes and policies of the people of the United States. Our country's future perils, whether already visible or still unimagined, are to be met with courage and constancy founded firmly on these popular achievements in the past. I Talk of Dreams by W. D. Howells. But it is mostly my own dreams I talk of, and that will somewhat excuse me for talking of dreams at all. Everyone knows how delightful the dreams are that one dreams one's self, and how insipid the dreams of others are. I had an illustration of the fact not many evenings ago, when a company of us got telling dreams. I had by far the best dreams of any. To be quite frank, mine were the only dreams worth listening to. They were richly imaginative, delicately fantastic, exquisitely whimsical, and humorous in the last degree, and I wondered that when the rest could have listened to them they were always eager to cut in with some silly, senseless, tasteless thing that made me sorry and ashamed for them. I shall not be going too far if I say that it was on their part the grossest betrayal of vanity that I ever witnessed. But the egotism of some people concerning their dreams is almost incredible. They will come down to breakfast and bore everybody with a recital of the nonsense that has passed through their brains in sleep, as if they were not bad enough when they were awake. They will not spare the slightest detail, and if, by the mercy of heaven, they have forgotten something, they will be sure to recollect it, and go back and give it all over again with added circumstance. Such people do not reflect that there is something so purely and intensely personal in dreams that they can rarely interest anyone but the dreamer, and that to the dearest friend, the closest relation or connection, they can seldom be otherwise than tedious and impertinent. The habit husbands and wives have of making each other listen to their dreams is especially cruel. They have each other quite helpless, and for this reason they should all the more carefully guard themselves from abusing their advantage. Parents should not afflict their offspring with the rehearsal of their mental maunderings in sleep, and children should learn that one of the first duties a child owes its parents is to spare them the anguish of hearing what it has dreamed about overnight. A like forbearance in regard to the community at large should be taught as the first trait of good manners in the public schools, if we ever come to teach good manners there. 1. Certain exceptional dreams, however, are so imperatively significant, so vitally important, that it would be wrong to withhold them from the knowledge of those who happened not to dream them, and I feel some such quality in my own dreams so strongly that I could scarcely forgive myself if I did not, however briefly, impart them. It was only last week, for instance, that I found myself one night in the company of the Duke of Wellington, the great Duke, the Iron One, in fact, and after a few moments of agreeable conversation on topics of interest among gentlemen, his Grace said that now, if I pleased, he would like a couple of those towels. We had not been speaking of towels, that I remember, but it seemed the most natural thing in the world that he should mention them in the connection, whatever it was, and I went at once to get them for him. At the place where they gave out towels, and where I found some very civil people, they told me that what I wanted was not towels, and they gave me instead 2 bath gowns of rather scanty measure, butternut in colour and Turkish in texture. The garments made somehow a very strong impression upon me, so that I could draw them now, if I could draw anything, as they looked when they were held up to me. At the same moment, for no reason that I can allege, I passed from a social to a menial relation to the Duke, and foresaw that when I went back to him with those bath gowns he would not thank me as one gentleman would another, but would offer me a tip as if I were a servant. This gave me no trouble, for I at once dramatized a little scene between myself and the Duke, in which I should bring him the bath gowns, and he should offer me the tip, and I should refuse it with a low bow and say that I was an American. What I did not dramatize, or what seemed to enter into the dialogue quite without my agency, was the Duke's reply to my proud speech. It was foreshown me that he would say, he did not see why that should make any difference. I suppose it was in the hurt I felt at this wound to our national dignity that I now instantly invented the society of some ladies, whom I told of my business with those bath gowns (I still had them in my hands), and urged them to go with me and call upon the Duke. They expressed somehow that they would rather not, and then I urged that the Duke was very handsome. This seemed to end the whole affair, and I passed on to other visions, which I cannot recall. I have not often had a dream of such international import in the offence offered through me to the American character and its well-known superiority to tips. But I have had others quite as humiliating to me personally. In fact, I am rather in the habit of having such dreams, and I think I may not unjustly attribute to them the disciplined modesty which the reader will hardly fail to detect in my present essay. It has more than once been my fate to find myself during sleep in battle, where I behave with so little courage as to bring discredit upon our flag and shame upon myself. In these circumstances I am not anxious to make even a showing of courage. My one thought is to get away as rapidly and safely as possible. It is said that this is really the wish of all novices under fire, and that the difference between a hero and a coward is that the hero hides it, with a duplicity which finally does him honor, and that the coward frankly runs away. I have never really been in battle, and if it is anything like a battle in dreams, I would not willingly qualify myself to speak by the card on this point. Neither have I ever really been upon the stage, but in dreams I have often been there, and always in a great trouble of mind at not knowing my part. It seems a little odd that I should not sometimes be prepared, but I never am, and I feel that when the curtain rises I shall be disgraced beyond all reprieve. I dare say it is the suffering from this that awakens me in time, or changes the current of my dreams, so that I have never yet been actually hooted from the stage. 2. But I do not much object to these ordeals as to some social experiences which I have in dreams. I cannot understand why one should dream of being slighted or snubbed in society, but this is what I have done more than once, though never perhaps so signally as in the instance I am about to give. I found myself in a large room where people were sitting at lunch or supper around small tables, as is the custom, I am told, at parties in the houses of our nobility and gentry. I was feeling very well, not too proud, I hope, but in harmony with the time and place. I was very well dressed for me, and as I stood talking to some ladies at one of the tables I was saying some rather brilliant things for me. I lounged easily on one foot, as I have observed men of fashion do, and as I talked I flipped my gloves, which I held in one hand, across the other. I remember thinking that this was a peculiarly distinguished action. Upon the whole, I comported myself like one in the habit of such affairs, and I turned to walk away to another table, very well satisfied with myself and with the effect of my splendor upon the ladies. But I had got only a few paces off when I perceived, I could not see with my back turned, one of the ladies lean forward, and heard her say to the rest in a tone of killing condescension and patronage, "I don't see why that person isn't as well as another." I say that I do not like this sort of dreams, and I never would have them if I could help. They make me ask myself if I am really such a snob when I am waking, and this in itself is very unpleasant. If I am, I cannot help hoping that it will not be found out. And in my dreams I am always less sorry for the misdeeds I commit than for their possible discovery. I have done some very bad things in dreams, which I have no concern for whatever, except as they seem to threaten me with publicity or bring me within the penalty of the law. And I believe this is the attitude of most other criminals, remorse being a fiction of the poets, according to the students of the criminal class. It is not agreeable to bring this home to one's self, but the fact is not without its significance in another direction. It implies that both in the case of the dream criminal and the deed criminal there is perhaps the same taint of insanity. Only in the deed criminal it is active, and in the dream criminal it is passive. In both, the inhibitory clause that forbids evil is off, but the dreamer is not bidden to do evil as the maniac is, or as the malefactor often seems to be. The dreamer is purely unmoral. Good and bad are the same to his conscience. He has no more to do with right and wrong than the animals. He is reduced to the state of the merely natural man, and perhaps the primitive men were really like what we all are now in our dreams. Perhaps all life to them was merely dreaming, and they never had anything like our waking consciousness, which seems to be the offspring of conscience, or else the parent of it. Until men passed the first stage of being, perhaps that which we call the soul, for want of a better name, or a worse, could hardly have existed, and perhaps in dreams the soul is mostly absent now. The soul, or the principle that we call the soul, is the supernal criticism of the deeds done in the body, which goes perpetually on in the waking mind. While this watches and warns or commands, we go right, but when it is off duty we go neither right nor wrong, but are as the beasts that perish. A common theory is that dreams which we remember are those we have in the drowse which precedes sleeping and waking. But I do not altogether accept this theory. In fact, there is very little proof of it. We often wake from a dream, literally, but there is no proof that we did not dream in the middle of the night the dream which is quite as vividly with us in the morning as the one we wake from. I should think that the dream which has some color of conscience in it was the drowse dream, and that the dream which has none is the sleep dream. And I believe that the most of our dreams will be found by this test to be sleep dreams. It is in these we may know what we would be without our souls, without their supernal criticism of the mind. For the mind keeps on working in them with the lights of waking knowledge, both experience and observation, but ruthlessly, remorselessly. By them we may know what the state of the habitual criminal is, what the state of the lunatic, the animal, the devil is. In them the personal character ceases. the dreamer is remanded to his type. 3. It is very strange in the matter of dreadful dreams how the body of the terror is, in the course of often dreaming, reduced to a mere convention. For a long time I was tormented with a nightmare of burglars, and at first I used to dramatize the whole affair in detail, from the time the burglars approached the house till they mounted the stairs, and the light of their dark lanterns shone under the door into my room. Now I have blue penciled all that introductory detail. I have a light shining in under my door at once. I know that it is my old burglars, and I have the effects of nightmare without further ceremony. There are other nightmares that still cost me a great deal of trouble in their construction, as for instance the nightmare of clinging to the face of a precipice or the eaves of a lofty building. I have to take as much pains with the arrangement of these as if I were now dreaming them for the first time, and were hardly more than an apprentice in the business. Perhaps the most universal dream of all is that disgraceful dream of appearing in public places and in society with very little or nothing on. This dream spares neither age nor sex, I believe, and I dare say the innocency of wordless infancy is abused by it and dotage pursued to the tomb. I have not the least doubt Adam and Eve had it in Eden. Though up to the moment the fig leaf came in, it is difficult to imagine just what plight they found themselves in that seemed improper. Probably there was some plight. The most amusing thing about this dream is the sort of defensive process that goes on in the mind in search of self-justification or explanation. Is there not some peculiar circumstance or special condition in whose virtue it is wholly right and proper for one to come to a fashionable assembly clad simply in a towel, or to go about the street in nothing but a pair of kid gloves, or of pajamas at the most? This, or something like it, the mind of the dreamer struggles to establish with a good deal of anxious appeal to the bystanders, and a final sense of the hopelessness of the cause. One may easily laugh off this sort of dream in the morning, but there are other shameful dreams, whose inculpation projects itself far into the day, and whose infamy often lingers about one till lunch-time. Everyone nearly has had them, but it is not the kind of dream that anyone is fond of telling. The gross vanity of the most besotted dream-teller keeps that sort back. During the forenoon, at least, the victim goes about with the dim question whether he is not really that kind of man harassing him, and a sort of remote fear that he may be. I fancy that as to his nature and as to his mind he is so, and that but for the supernal criticism, but for his soul, he might be that kind of man in very act and deed. The dreams we sometimes have about other people are not without a curious suggestion, and the superstitious of those superstitious who like to invent their own superstitions might very well imagine that the persons dreamed of had a writing complicity in their facts as well as the dreamer. This is a conjecture that must, of course, not be forced to any conclusion. One must not go to one of these persons and ask, however much one would like to ask, "Sir, have you no recollection of such and such a thing at such and such a time and place, which happened to us in my dream?" Any such person would be fully justified in not answering the question. It would be, of all interviewing, the most intolerable species. Yet a singular interest, a curiosity not altogether indefensible, will attach to these persons in the dreamer's mind, and he will not be without the sense, ever after, that he and they have a secret in common. This is dreadful, but the only thing that I can think to do about it is to urge people to keep out of other people's dreams by every means in their power. 4. There are things in dreams very awful, which would not be at all so in waking. Quite witless and aimless things, which at the time were of such baleful effect that it remains for ever. I remember dreaming, when I was quite a small boy, not more than 10 years old, a dream which is vivider in my mind now than anything that happened at the time. I suppose it came remotely from my reading of certain tales of the grotesque and the arabesque, which had just then fallen into my hands, and it involved simply an action of the fire company in the little town where I lived. They were working the brakes of the old fire engine, which would seldom respond to their efforts, and as their hands rose and fell they set up the heart-shaking and soul-desolating cry of "Arms Poe! Arms Poe! Arms Poe!" This and nothing more was the body of my horror, and if the reader is not moved by it the fault is his and not mine, for I can assure him that nothing in my experience has been more dreadful to me. I can hardly except the dismaying apparition of a clown whom I once saw, somewhat later in life, rise through the air in a sitting posture and float lightly over the house roof, snapping his fingers and vaguely smiling, while the antennae on his forehead, which clowns have in common with some other insects, nodded elasticity. I do not know why this portent should have been so terrifying, or indeed that it was a portent at all, for nothing ever came of it. What I know is that it was to the last degree threatening and awful. I never got anything but joy out of the circuses, where this dream must have originated, but the pantomime of Don Giovanni, which I saw at the theatre, was as gruesome to me waking as it was to me dreaming. The statue of Commendatore, in getting down from his horse to pursue the wicked hero, I think that is what he gets down for, set an example by which a long line of statues afterward profited in my dreams. For many years, and I do not know but quite up to the time when I adopted burglars as the theme of my nightmares, I was almost always chased by a marble statue with an uplifted arm, and almost always I ran along the verge of a pond to escape it. I believe that I got this pond out of my remote childhood, and that it may have been a fish pond embowered by weeping willows which I used to admire in the door yard of a neighbor. I have somehow a greater respect for the material of this earlier nightmare than I have for that of the later ones, and no doubt the reader will agree with me that it is much more romantic to be pursued by a statue than to be threatened by burglars. It is but a few hours ago, however, that I saved myself from these inveterate enemies by waking up just in time for breakfast. They did not come with that light of the dark lanterns shining under the door, or I should have known them at once, and not had so much bother. But they intimated their presence in the catch of the lock, which would not close securely, and there was some question at first whether they were not ghosts. I thought of tying the door knob on the inside of my room to my bedpost, a bedpost that has not been in existence for 50 years. But after suffering a while, I decided to speak to them from an upper window. By this time they had turned into a trio of harmless, necessary tramps, and at my appeal to them, absolutely nonsensical as I now believe it to have been, to regard the peculiar circumstances, whatever they were or were not, they did really get up from the back porch where they were seated and go quietly away. Burglars are not always so easily to be entreated. On one occasion, when I found a party of them digging at the corner of my house on Concord Avenue in Cambridge, and opened the window over them to expostulate, the leader looked up at me in well-affected surprise. He lifted his hand with a $20 note in it toward me and said, "Oh, can you change me a $20 bill?" I expressed a polite regret that I had not so much money about me, and then he said to the rest, "Go ahead, boys," and they went on undermining my house. I do not know what came of it all. Of ghosts I have seldom dreamed, so far as I can remember. In fact, I have never dreamed of the kind of ghosts that we are all more or less afraid of, though I have dreamed rather often of the spirits of departed friends. But I once dreamed of dying, and the reader, who has never died yet, may be interested to know what it is like. According to this experience of mine, which I do not claim is typical, it is like a fire kindling in an air-tight stove with paper and shavings. The gathering smoke and gases suddenly burst into flame and puff the door out, and all is over. I have not yet been led to execution for the many crimes I have committed in my dreams, but I was once in the hands of a barber, who added to the shaving and shampooing business the art of removing his customers' heads in the treatment for headache. As I took my seat in his chair, I had some lingering doubts as to the effect of a treatment so drastic, and I ventured to mention the case of a friend of mine, a gentleman somewhat eminent in the law, who after several weeks was still going about without his head. The barber did not attempt to refute my position. He merely said, "Oh, well, he had such a very thick sort of head anyway." This was a sarcasm, but I think it was urged as a reason, though it may not have been. We rarely bring away from sleep the things that seem so brilliant to us in our dreams. Verse is especially apt to fade away, or turn into doggerel in the memory, and the witty sayings which we contrive to remember will hardly bear the test of daylight. The most perfect thing of the kind out of my own dreams was something that I seemed to wake with the very sound of in my ears. It was after a certain dinner, which had been rather uncommonly gay, with a good deal of very good talk, which seemed to go on all night. And when I woke in the morning, someone was saying, "Oh, I shouldn't at all mind his robbing Peter to pay Paul, if I felt sure that Paul would get the money." This I think really humorous, and an extremely neat bit of characterization. I feel free to praise it, because it was not I who said it. 5. Apparently the greater part of dreams have no more mirth than sense in them. This is perhaps because the man is in dreams reduced to the brute condition, and is the lawless inferior of the waking man intellectually, as the lawless in waking are always the inferiors of the lawful. Some loose thinkers suppose that if we give the rein to the imagination, it will do great things. But it will really do little things, foolish and worthless things, as we witness in dreams, where it is quite unbridled. It must keep close to truth, and it must be under the law if it would work strongly and sanely. The man in his dreams is really lower than the lunatic in his deliriums. These have a logic of their own, but the dreamer has not even a crazy logic. Like a dog, he hunts in dreams, and probably his dreams and the dog's are not only alike, but are of the same quality. In his wicked dreams the man is not only animal, he is devil, so wholly is he let into his evils, as the Swedenborgians say. The wrong is indifferent to him until the fear of detection and punishment steals in upon him. Even then he is not sorry for his misdeed, as I have said before. He is only anxious to escape its consequences. It seems probable that when this fear makes itself felt, he is near to waking, and probably when we dream, as we often do, that the thing is only a dream, and hope for rescue from it by waking, we are always just about to wake. This double effect is very strange, but still more strange is the effect which we are privy to in the minds of others when they do not merely say things to us which are wholly unexpected, but think things that we know they are thinking, and that they do not express in words. A great many years ago, when I was young, I dreamed that my father, who was in another town, came into the room where I was really lying asleep, and stood by my bed. He wished to greet me after our separation, but he reasoned that if he did so I should wake, and he turned and left the room without touching me. This process in his mind, which I knew as clearly and accurately as if it had apparently gone on in my own, was apparently confined to his mind as absolutely as anything could be that was not spoken or in any wise uttered. Of course it was of my agency, like any other part of the dream, and it was something like the operation of the novelist's intention through the mind of his characters. But in this there is the author's consciousness that he is doing it all himself, while in my dream this reasoning in the mind of another was something that I felt myself mere witness of. In fact, there is no analogy, so far as I can make out, between the process of literary invention and the process of dreaming. In the invention, the critical faculty is vividity and constantly alert. In dreaming it seems altogether absent. It seems absent, too, in what we call daydreaming, or that sort of dramatizing action which perhaps goes on perpetually in the minds, or some minds. But this daydreaming is not otherwise any more like night dreaming than invention is, for the man is never more actively and consciously a man, and never has a greater will to be fine and high and grand than in his daydreams, while in his night dreams he is quite willing to be a miscreant of any worst sort. It is very remarkable, in view of this fact, that we have now and then, though ever so much more rarely, dreams that are as angelic as those others are demoniac. Is it possible that then the dreamer is let into his goods? The word is Swedenborg's again, instead of his evils? It may be supposed that in sleep the dreamer lies passive, while his proper soul is away, and other spirits, celestial and infernal, have free access to his mind and abuse it to their own ends in the one case, and use it in his behalf in the other. That would be an explanation, but nothing seems quite to hold in regard to dreams. If it is true, why should the dreamer's state so much oftener be imbued with evil than with good? It might be answered that the evil forces are much more positive and aggressive than the good, or that the love of the dreamer, which is his life, being mainly evil, invites the wicked spirits oftener. But that is a point which I would rather leave each dreamer to settle for himself. The greater number of everyone's dreams, like the romantic novel, I fancy, concern incident rather than character. And I am not sure, after all, that the dream which convicts the dreamer of an essential baseness is commoner than the dream that tells in his favor morally. I dare say every reader of this book has had dreams so amusing that he has wakened himself from them by laughing, and then not found them so very funny, or perhaps not been able to recall them at all. I have had at least one of this sort, remarkable for other reasons, which remains perfect in my mind, though it is now some 10 years old. One of the children had been exposed to a very remote chance of scarlet fever at the house of a friend, and had been duly scolded for the risk, which was then quite forgotten. I dreamed that this friend, however, was giving a ladies' lunch, at which I was unaccountably and invisibly present, and the talk began to run upon the scarlet fever cases in her family. She said that after the last she had fumigated the whole house for 72 hours, the period seemed very significant and important in my dream, and had burned everything she could lay her hands on. "And what did the nurse burn?" asked one of the other ladies. The hostess began to laugh. "The nurse didn't burn a thing." Then all the rest burst out laughing at the joke, and the laughter woke me. To see the boy sitting up in his bed and hear him saying, "Oh, I am so sick." It was the nausea which announces scarlet fever, and for 6 weeks after that we were in quarantine. Very likely the fear of the contagion had been in my nether mind all the time, but so far as consciousness could testify of it, I had wholly forgotten it. One rarely loses one's personality in dreams. It is rather intensified with all the proper circumstances and relations of it. But I have had at least one dream in which I seemed to transcend my own circumstance and condition with remarkable completeness. Even my epoch, my precious present, I left behind, or ahead rather, and in my unity with the persons of my dream I became strictly mediaeval. In fact, I have always called it my mediaeval dream, to such as I could get to listen to it, and it had for its scene a feudal tower in some waste place, a tower open at the top and with a deep clear pool of water at the bottom, so that it instantly became known to me, as if I had always known it, for the Pool Tower. While I stood looking into it in a mediaeval dress and a mediaeval mood, there came flying in at the open door of the ruin beside me the Duke's hunchback, and after him, furious and shrieking maledictions, the swarthy beauty whom I was aware the Duke was tired of. The keeping was now not only ducal but thoroughly Italian, and it was suggested somehow to my own subtle Italian perception that the hunchback had been set on to tease the girl and provoke her, so that she should turn upon him and try to wreak her fury on him and chase him into the Pool Tower and up the stone stairs that wound round its hollow to the top, where the solemn sky showed. The fearful spire of the steps was unguarded, and when I had lost the pair from sight, with the dwarf's mocking laughter and the girl's angry cries in my ears, there came fluttering from the height, like a bird wounded, and whirling from a lofty tree, the figure of the girl, while far aloof the hunchback peered over at her fall. Midway in her descent, her head struck against the edge of the steps with a kish, such as an egg-shell makes when broken against the edge of a platter, and then plunged into the dark pool at my feet, where I could presently see her lying in the clear depths, and the blood curling upward from the wound in her skull like a dark smoke. I was not sensible of any great pity. I accepted the affair, quite mediaevally, as something that might very well have happened, given the girl, the Duke, and the dwarf, and the time and place. I am rather fond of a mediaeval setting for those dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, just closing for an afternoon nap. Then I invite to my vision a wide landscape, with a cold, wintry afternoon light upon it, and over this plain I have bands and groups of people scurrying in mediaeval hose of divers colours and medieval leathern jerkins, hugging themselves against the frost, and very miserable. They affect me with a profound compassion. They represent to me, somehow, the vast mass of humanity, the mass that does the work and earns the bread and goes cold and hungry through all the ages. I should be at a loss to say why this was the effect, and I am utterly unable to say why these four dreams, which I partially solicit, should have such a tremendous significance as they seem to have. They are mostly of the most evanescent and intangible character, but they have one trait in common. They always involve the attribution of ethical motive and quality to material things, and in their passage through my brain they promise me a solution of the riddle of the painful earth in the very instant when they are gone forever. They are of innumerable multitude, chasing each other with the swiftness of light, and never staying to be seized by the memory, which seems already drugged with sleep before their course begins. One of these dreams, indeed, I did capture, and I found it to be the figure 8, but lying on its side, and in that posture involving the mystery and the revelation of the mystery of the universe. I leave the reader to imagine why. As we grow older, I think we are less and less able to remember our dreams. This is perhaps because the experience of youth is less dense, and the empty spaces of the young consciousness are more hospitable to these airy visitants. A few dreams of my later life stand out in strong relief, but for the most part they blend in an indistinguishable mass, and pass away with the actualities into a common oblivion. I should say that they were more frequent with me than they used to be. It seems to me that now I dream whole nights through, and much more about the business of my waking life than formerly. As I earn my living by weaving a certain sort of dreams into literary form, it might be supposed that I would some time dream of the personages in these dreams, but I cannot remember that I have ever done so. The two kinds of inventing, the voluntary and the involuntary, seem absolutely and finally distinct. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 14. As we grow older, I think we are less and less able to remember our dreams. This is perhaps because the experience of youth is less dense, and the empty spaces of the young consciousness are more hospitable to these airy visitants. A few dreams of my later life stand out in strong relief, but for the most part they blend in an indistinguishable mass, and pass away with the actualities into a common oblivion. I should say that they were more frequent with me than they used to be. It seems to me that now I dream whole nights through, and much more about the business of my waking life than formerly. As I earn my living by weaving a certain sort of dreams into literary form, it might be supposed that I would some time dream of the personages in these dreams, but I cannot remember that I have ever done so. The two kinds of inventing, the voluntary and the involuntary, seem absolutely and finally distinct. Of the prophetic dreams which people sometimes have, I have mentioned the only one of mine which had any dramatic interest, but I have verified in my own experience the theory of Ribot, that approaching disease sometimes intimates itself in dreams of the disorder impending, before it is otherwise declared in the organism. In actual sickness I think that I dream rather less than in health. I had a malarial fever when I was a boy, and I had a sort of continuous dream in it that distressed me greatly. It was of gliding down the schoolhouse stairs without touching my feet to the steps, and this was indescribably appalling. The anguish of mind that one suffers from the imaginary dangers of dreams is probably of the same quality as that inspired by real peril in waking. A curious proof of this happened within my knowledge not many years ago. One of the neighbor's children was coasting down a long hill with a railroad at the foot of it, and as he neared the bottom an express train rushed round the curve. The flagman ran forward and shouted to the boy to throw himself off his sled, but he kept on and ran into the locomotive, and was so hurt that he died. His injuries, however, were to the spine, and they were of a kind that rendered him insensible to pain while he lived. He talked very clearly and calmly of his accident, and when he was asked why he did not throw himself off his sled as the flagman bade him, he said, "I thought it was a dream." The reality had, through the mental stress no doubt, transmuted itself to the very substance of dreams, and he had felt the same kind and quality of suffering as he would have done if he had been dreaming. The Norwegian poet and novelist Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson was at my house shortly after this happened, and he was greatly struck by the psychological implications of the incident. It seemed to mean for him all sorts of possibilities in the obscure realm where it cast a fitful light. But such a glimmer soon fades, and the darkness thickens round us again. It is not with the blindfold sense of sleep that we shall ever find out the secret of life, I fancy, either in the dreams which seem personal to us each one, or those universal dreams which we apparently share with the whole race. Of the race dream, as I may call it, there is one hardly less common than that dream of going about insufficiently clad, which I have already mentioned, and that is the dream of suddenly falling from some height and waking with a start. The experience before the start is extremely dim, and latterly I have condensed this dread almost as much as the preliminary passages of my burglar dream. I am aware of nothing but an instant of danger, and then comes the jar or jolt that wakens me. Upon the whole, I find this a great saving of emotion, and I do not know but there is a tendency, as I grow older, to shorten up the detail of what may be styled the conventional dream, the dream which we have so often that it is like a story read before. Indeed, the plots of dreams are not much more varied than the plots of romantic novels, which are notoriously stale and hackneyed. It would be interesting and possibly important if some observer would note the recurrence of this sort of dreams and classify their varieties. I think we should all be astonished to find how few and slight the variations were. 7. If I come to speak of dreams concerning the dead, it must be with a tenderness and awe that all who have had them will share with me. Nothing is more remarkable in them than the fact that the dead, though they are dead, yet live, and are, to our commerce with them, quite like all other living persons. We may recognize, and they may recognize, that they are no longer in the body, but they are as verily living as we are. This may be merely an effect from the doctrine of immortality which we all hold or have held. Yet I would fain believe that it may be something like proof of it. No one really knows, or can know, but one may at least hope, without offending science, which indeed no longer frowns so darkly upon faith. This persistence of life in those whom we mourn as dead may not be a witness of the fact that the consciousness cannot accept the notion of death at all, and whatever crazy sorrow saith, that we have never truly felt them lost? Sometimes those who have died come back in dreams as parts of a common life which seems never to have been broken. The old circle is restored without a flaw. But whether they do this, or whether it is acknowledged between them and us that they have died and are now disembodied spirits, the effect of life is the same. Perhaps in those dreams they and we are alike disembodied spirits, and the soul of the dreamer, which so often seems to abandon the body to the animal, is then the conscious entity, the thing which the dreamer feels to be himself, and is mingling with the souls of the departed on something like the terms which shall hereafter be constant. I think very few of those who have lost their beloved have failed to receive some sign or message from them in dreams, and often it is of deep and abiding consolation. It may be that this is our anguish, compelling the echo of love out of the darkness where nothing is, but it may be that there is something there which answers to our throe with pity and with longing like our own. Again, no one knows, but in a matter impossible of definite solution I will not refuse the comfort which belief can give. Unbelief can be no gain, and belief no loss. But those dreams are so dear, so sacred, so interwoven with the finest and tenderest tissues of our being, that one cannot speak of them freely, or indeed more than most vaguely. It is enough to say that one has had them, and to know that almost every one else has had them too. They seem to be among the universal dreams, and a strange quality of them is that, though they deal with a fact of universal doubt, they are, to my experience at least, not nearly so fantastic or capricious as the dreams that deal with the facts of everyday life and with the affairs of people still in this world. I do not know whether it is common to dream of faces or figures strange to our waking knowledge, but occasionally I have done this. I suppose it is much the same kind of invention that causes the person we dream of to say or do a thing unexpected to us. But this is rather common, and the creation of a novel aspect, the physiognomy of a stranger, in the person we dream of, is rather rare. In all my dreams I can recall but one presence of the kind. I have never dreamed of any sort of monster foreign to my knowledge, or even of any grotesque thing made up of elements familiar to it. The grotesqueness has always been in the motive or circumstance of the dream. I have very seldom dreamed of animals, though once, when I was a boy, for a time after I had passed a cornfield where there were some bundles of snakes, writhen and knotted together in the cold of an early spring day, I had dreams infested by like images of those loathsome reptiles. I suppose that every one has had dreams of finding his way through unnamable filth, and of feeding upon hideous carnage. These are clearly the punishment of gluttony, and are the fumes of a rebellious stomach. I have heard people say they have sometimes dreamed of a thing, and awakened from their dream, and then fallen asleep and dreamed of the same thing. But I believe that this is all one continuous dream, that they did not really awaken, but only dreamed that they awakened. I have never had any such dream, but at one time I had a recurrent dream, which was so singular that I thought no one else had ever had a recurrent dream, till I proved that it was rather common, by starting the inquiry in the Contributors' Club in the Atlantic Monthly, when I found that great numbers of people have recurrent dreams. My own recurrent dreams began to come during the first year of my consulate in Venice, where I had hoped to find the same kind of poetic dimness on the phases of American life, which I wished to treat in literature, as the distance in time would have given. I should not wish any such dimness now, but those were my romantic days, and I was sorely baffled by its absence. The disappointment began to haunt my nights as well as my days, and a dream repeated itself from week to week for a matter of 8 or 10 months to one effect. I dreamed that I had gone home to America, and that people met me and said, "Why, you have given up your place," and I always answered, "Certainly not. I haven't done at all what I mean to do there yet. I am only here on my 10 days' leave." I meant the 10 days which a consul might take each quarter without applying to the Department of State. And then I would reflect how impossible it was that I should make the visit in that time. I saw that I should be found out and dismissed from my office and publicly disgraced. Then suddenly I was not consul at Venice, and had not been, but a consul at Delhi in India, and the distress I felt would all end in a splendid oriental phantasmagory of elephants and native princes, with their retinues in procession, which I suppose was mostly out of my reading of De Quincey. This dream, with no variation that I can recall, persisted till I broke it up by saying, in the morning after it had recurred, that I had dreamed that dream again, and so it began to fade away, coming less and less frequently, and at last ceasing altogether. I am rather proud of that dream. It is really my battle horse among dreams, and I think I will ride away on it. From Impressions and Experiences, by W. D. Howells, copyright 1896 by W. D. Howells. An Idyll of the Honey Bee, by John Burroughs. There is no creature with which man has surrounded himself that seems so much like a product of civilization, so much like the result of development on special lines and in special fields, as the honey bee. Indeed, a colony of bees, with their neatness and love of order, their division of labor, their public spiritedness, their thrift, their complex economies, and their inordinate love of gain, seems as far removed from a condition of rude nature as does a walled city or a cathedral town. Our native bee, on the other hand, the burly, dozing, humble bee, affects one more like the rude, untutored savage. He has learned nothing from experience. He lives from hand to mouth. He luxuriates in time of plenty, and he starves in times of scarcity. He lives in a rude nest or in a hole in the ground, and in small communities. He builds a few deep cells or sacks in which he stores a little honey and bee bread for his young, but as a worker in wax he is of the most primitive and awkward. The Indian regarded the honey bee as an ill omen. She was the white man's fly. In fact, she was the epitome of the white man himself. She has the white man's craftiness, his industry, his architectural skill, his neatness and love of system, his foresight, and above all, his eager miserly habits. The honey bee's great ambition is to be rich, to lay up great stores, to possess the sweet of every flower that blooms. She is more than provident. Enough will not satisfy her. She must have all she can get by hook or by crook. She comes from the oldest country, Asia, and thrives best in the most fertile and long-settled lands. Yet the fact remains that the honey bee is essentially a wild creature, and never has been and cannot be thoroughly domesticated. Its proper home is the woods, and thither every new swarm counts on going, and thither many do go in spite of the care and watchfulness of the beekeeper. If the woods in any given locality are deficient in trees with suitable cavities, the bees resort to all sorts of makeshifts. They go into chimneys, into barns and outhouses, under stones, into rocks, and so forth. Several chimneys in my locality with disused flues are taken possession of by colonies of bees nearly every season. One day while bee hunting I developed a line that went toward a farmhouse where I had reason to believe no bees were kept. I followed it up and questioned the farmer about his bees. He said he kept no bees, but that a swarm had taken possession of his chimney, and another had gone under the clapboards in the gable end of his house. He had taken a large lot of money out of both places the year before. Another farmer told me that one day his family had seen a number of bees examining a knot-hole in the side of his house. The next day, as they were sitting down to dinner, their attention was attracted by a loud humming noise, when they discovered a swarm of bees settling upon the side of the house and pouring into the knot-hole. In subsequent years other swarms came to the same place. Apparently every swarm of bees, before it leaves the parent hive, sends out exploring parties to look up the future home. The woods and groves are searched through and through, and no doubt the privacy of many a squirrel and many a wood mouse is intruded upon. What cosy nooks and retreats they do spy out! So much more attractive than the painted hive in the garden, so much cooler in summer and so much warmer in winter. The bee is in the main an honest citizen. She prefers legitimate to illegitimate business. She is never an outlaw until her proper sources of supply fail. She will not touch honey as long as honey-yielding flowers can be found. She always prefers to go to the fountainhead, and dislikes to take her sweets at second hand. But in the fall, after the flowers have failed, she can be tempted. The bee hunter takes advantage of this fact. He betrays her with a little honey. He wants to steal her stores, and he first encourages her to steal his, then follows the thief home with her booty. This is the whole trick of the bee hunter. The bees never suspect his game, else by taking a circuitous route they could easily baffle him. But the honey bee has absolutely no wit or cunning outside of her special gifts as a gatherer and storer of honey. She is a simple-minded creature, and can be imposed upon by any novice. Yet it is not every novice that can find a bee-tree. The sportsman may track his game to its retreat by the aid of his dog, but in hunting the honey bee one must be his own dog, and track his game through an element in which it leaves no trail. It is a task for a sharp, quick eye, and may test the resources of the best woodcraft. One autumn, when I devoted much time to this pursuit, as the best means of getting at nature and the open-air exhilaration, my eye became so trained that bees were nearly as easy to it as birds. I saw and heard bees wherever I went. One day, standing on a street corner in a great city, I saw above the trucks and the traffic a line of bees carrying off sweets from some grocery or confectionery shop. One looks upon the woods with a new interest when he suspects they hold a colony of bees. What a pleasing secret it is! A tree with a heart of comb honey, a decayed oak or maple with a bit of Sicily or Mount Hymettus stowed away in its trunk or branches. Secret chambers where lies hidden the wealth of 10,000 little freebooters, great nuggets and wedges of precious ore gathered with risk and labor from every field and wood about. But if you would know the delights of bee hunting, and how many sweets such a trip yields besides honey, come with me some bright, warm, late September or early October day. It is the golden season of the year, and any errand or pursuit that takes us abroad upon the hills or by the painted woods and along the amber-colored streams at such a time is enough. So, with haversacks filled with grapes and peaches and apples and a bottle of milk for we shall not be home to dinner, and armed with a compass, a hatchet, a pail, and a box with a piece of comb honey neatly fitted into it. Any box the size of your hand with a lid will do nearly as well as the elaborate and ingenious contrivance of the regular bee hunter. We sally forth. Our course at first lies along the highway under the great chestnut trees whose nuts are just dropping, then through an orchard and across a little creek, thence gently rising through a long series of cultivated fields towards some high uplying land behind which rises a rugged wooded ridge or mountain, the most sightly point in all this section. Behind this ridge for several miles the country is wild, wooded, and rocky, and is no doubt the home of many wild swarms of bees. What a gleeful uproar the robins, cedar birds, high holes, and cow blackbirds make amid the black cherry trees as we pass along. The raccoons, too, have been here after black cherries, and we see their marks at various points. Several crows are walking about a newly sowed wheat field we pass through, and we pause to note their graceful movements and glossy coats. I have seen no bird walk the ground with just the same air the crow does. It is not exactly pride, there is no strut or swagger in it, though perhaps just a little condescension. It is the contented, complacent, and self-possessed gait of a lord over his domains. All these acres are mine, he says, and all these crops. Men plough and sow for me, and I stay here or go there and find life sweet and good wherever I am. The hawk looks awkward and out of place on the ground. The game birds hurry and skulk, but the crow is at home and treads the earth as if there were none to molest or make him afraid. The crows we have always with us, but it is not every day or every season that one sees an eagle. Hence I must preserve the memory of one I saw the last day I went bee hunting. As I was laboring up the side of a mountain at the head of a valley, the noble bird sprang from the top of a dry tree above me and came sailing directly over my head. I saw him bend his eye down upon me, and I could hear the low hum of his plumage, as if the web of every quill in his great wings vibrated in his strong level flight. I watched him as long as my eye could hold him. When he was fairly clear of the mountain, he began that sweeping spiral movement in which he climbs the sky. Up and up he went, without once breaking his majestic poise, till he appeared to sight some far-off alien geography, when he bent his course thitherward, and gradually vanished in the blue depths. The eagle is a bird of large ideas. He embraces long distances. The continent is his home. I never look upon one without emotion. I follow him with my eye as long as I can. I think of Canada, of the Great Lakes, of the Rocky Mountains, of the wild and sounding sea-coast. The waters are his, and the woods and the inaccessible cliffs. He pierces behind the veil of the storm, and his joy is height and depth and vast spaces. We go out of our way to touch at a spring run in the edge of the woods, and are lucky to find a single scarlet lobelia lingering there. It seems almost to light up the gloom with its intense bit of color. Beside a ditch in a field beyond, we find the great blue lobelia, and near it, amid weeds and wild grasses and purple asters, the most beautiful of our fall flowers, the fringed gentian. What a rare and delicate, almost aristocratic look the gentian has amid its coarse, unkempt surroundings. It does not lure the bee, but it lures and holds every passing human eye. If we strike through the corner of yonder woods, where the ground is moistened by hidden springs, and where there is a little opening amid the trees, we shall find the closed gentian, a rare flower in this locality. I had walked this way many times before I chanced upon its retreat, and then I was following a line of bees. I lost the bees, but I got the gentians. How curious this flower looks, with its deep blue petals folded together so tightly, a bud and yet a blossom. It is the nun among our wild flowers, a form closely veiled and cloaked. The buccaneer bumblebee sometimes tries to rifle it of its sweets. I have seen the blossom with the bee entombed in it. He had forced his way into the virgin corolla as if determined to know its secret, but he had never returned with the knowledge he had gained. After a refreshing walk of a couple of miles we reach a point where we will make our first trial. A high stone wall that runs parallel with the wooded ridge referred to, and separated from it by a broad field. There are bees at work there on that goldenrod, and it requires but little manoeuvring to sweep one into our box. Almost any other creature rudely and suddenly arrested in its career, and clapped into a cage in this way, would show great confusion and alarm. The bee is alarmed for a moment, but the bee has a passion stronger than its love of life or fear of death, namely, desire for honey, not simply to eat, but to carry home as booty. Such rage of honey in their bosom beats, says Virgil. It is quick to catch the scent of honey in the box, and as quick to fall to filling itself. We now set the box down upon the wall and gently remove the cover. The bee is head and shoulders in one of the half-filled cells, and is oblivious to everything else about it. Come rack, come ruin, it will die at work. We step back a few paces and sit down upon the ground so as to bring the box against the blue sky as a background. In 2 or 3 minutes the bee is seen rising slowly and heavily from the box. It seems loath to leave so much honey behind, and it marks the place well. It mounts aloft in a rapidly increasing spiral, surveying the near and minute objects first, then the larger and more distant, till having circled above the spot 5 or 6 times, and taken all its bearings, it darts away from home. It is a good eye that holds fast to the bee till it is fairly off. Sometimes one's head will swim following it, and often one's eye are put out by the sun. This bee gradually drifts down the hill, then strikes away toward a farmhouse half a mile away where I know bees are kept. Then we try another, and the third bee, much to our satisfaction, goes straight towards the woods. We could see the brown speck against the darker background for many yards. The regular bee hunter professes to be able to tell a wild bee from a tame one by the color, the former, he says, being lighter, but there is no difference. They are both alike in color and in manner. Young bees are lighter than old, and that is all there is to it. If a bee lived many years in the woods, it would doubtless come to have some distinguishing marks, but the life of a bee is only a few months at the farthest, and no change is wrought in this brief time. Our bees are all soon back, and more with them, for we have touched the box here and there with the cork of a bottle of anise oil, and this fragrant and pungent oil will attract bees half a mile or more. When no flowers can be found, this is the quickest way to obtain a bee. It is a singular fact that when the bee first finds the hunter's box, its first feeling is one of anger. It is mad as a hornet. Its tone changes. It sounds its shrill war trumpet, and darts to and fro, and gives vent to its rage and indignation in no uncertain manner. It seems to scent foul play at once. It says, "Here is robbery, here is the spoil of some hive, may be my own," and its blood is up. but its ruling passion soon comes to the surface. Its avarice gets the better of its indignation, and it seems to say, well, I had better take possession of this and carry it home. So after many feints and approaches and dartings off with a loud angry hum, as if it would none of it, the bee settles down and fills itself. It does not entirely cool off and get soberly to work till it has made 2 or 3 trips home with its booty. When other bees come, even if all from the same swarm, they quarrel and dispute over the box, and clip and dart at each other like bantam cocks. Apparently the ill feeling which the sight of the honey awakens is not one of jealousy or rivalry, but wrath. A bee will usually make 3 or 4 trips from the hunter's box before it brings back a companion. I suspect the bee does not tell its fellows what it has found, but that they smell out the secret. It doubtless bears some evidence upon its feet or proboscis that it has been upon honeycomb and not upon flowers, and its companions take the hint and follow, arriving always many seconds behind. Then the quantity and quality of the booty would also betray it. No doubt also there are plenty of gossips about a hive that note and tell everything. "Oh, did you see that? Peggy Mell came in a few moments ago in great haste, and one of the upstairs packers says she was loaded till she groaned with apple blossom honey, which she deposited, and then rushed off again like mad. Apple blossom honey in October! Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell something. Let's after." In about half an hour we have 3 well-defined lines of bees established, 2 to farmhouses and 1 to the woods, and our box is being rapidly depleted of its honey. About every 4th bee goes to the woods, and now that they have learned the way thoroughly, they do not make the long preliminary whirl above the box, but start directly from it. The woods are rough and dense, and the hill steep, and we do not like to follow the line of bees until we have tried at least to settle the problem as to the distance they go into the woods, whether the tree is on this side of the ridge or into the depth of the forest on the other side. So we shut up the box when it is full of bees and carry it about 300 yards along the wall from which we are operating. When liberated, the bees, as they always will in such cases, go off in the same directions they have been going. They do not seem to know that they have been moved, but other bees have followed our scent, and it is not many minutes before a second line to the woods is established. This is called cross-lining the bees. The new line makes a sharp angle with the other line, and we know at once that the tree is only a few rods into the woods. The 2 lines we have established form 2 sides of a triangle, of which the wall is the base. At the apex of the triangle, or where the 2 lines meet in the woods, we are sure to find the tree. We quickly follow up these lines, and where they cross each other on the side of the hill we scan every tree closely. I pause at the foot of an oak and examine a hole near the root. Now the bees are in this tree, and their entrance is on the upper side near the ground, not 2 feet from the hole I peer into, and yet so quiet and secret is their going and coming that I fail to discover them and pass on up the hill. Failing in this direction, I return to the oak again, and then perceive the bees going out in a small crack in the tree. The bees do not know they are found out, and that the game is in our hands, and are as oblivious of our presence as if we were ants or crickets. The indications are that the swarm is a small one, and the store of honey trifling. In taking up a bee tree, it is usual first to kill or stupefy the bees with the fumes of burning sulphur or with tobacco smoke. But this course is impracticable on the present occasion, so we boldly and ruthlessly assault the tree with an axe we have procured. At the first blow the bees set up a loud buzzing, but we have no mercy, and the side of the cavity is soon cut away, and the interior, with its white yellow mass of comb honey, is exposed, and not a bee strikes a blow in defense of its all. This may seem singular, but it has always been my experience. When a swarm of bees are thus rudely assaulted with an axe, they evidently think the end of the world has come, and, like true misers as they are, each one seizes as much of the treasure as it can hold. In other words, they all fall to and gorge themselves with honey and calmly await the issue. While in this condition they make no defense and will not sting unless taken hold of. In fact, they are as harmless as flies. Bees are always to be managed with boldness and decision. Any half-way measures, any timid poking about, any feeble attempts to reach their honey are sure to be quickly resented. The popular notion that bees have a special antipathy toward certain persons and a liking for certain others has only this fact at the bottom of it: they will sting a person who is afraid of them and goes skulking and dodging about, and they will not sting a person who faces them boldly and has no dread of them. They are like dogs. The way to disarm a vicious dog is to show him you do not fear him. It is his turn to be afraid then. I never had any dread of bees, and am seldom stung by them. I have climbed up into a large chestnut that contained a swarm in one of its cavities, and chopped them out with an axe, being obliged at times to pause and brush the bewildered bees from my hands and face, and not been stung once. I have chopped a swarm out of an apple tree in June, and taken out the cards of honey, and arranged them in a hive, and then dipped out the bees with a dipper, and taken the whole home with me in pretty good condition, with scarcely any opposition on the part of the bees. In reaching your hand into the cavity to detach and remove the comb, you are pretty sure to get stung, for when you touch the business end of a bee, it will sting even though its head be off. But the bee carries the antidote to its own poison. The best remedy for bee sting is honey, and when your hands are besmeared with honey, as they are sure to be on such occasions, the wound is scarcely more painful than the prick of a pin. Assault your bee tree then boldly with your axe, and you will find that when the honey is exposed every bee has surrendered, and the whole swarm is cowering in helpless bewilderment and terror. Our tree yields only a few pounds of honey, not enough to have lasted the swarm till January, but no matter, we have the less burden to carry. In the afternoon we go nearly half a mile further along the ridge to a cornfield that lies immediately in front of the highest point of the mountain. The view is superb. The ripe autumn landscape rolls away to the east, cut through by the great placid river. In the extreme north the wall of the Catskills stands out clear and strong, while in the south the mountains of the Highlands bound the view. The day is warm, and the bees are very busy there, in that neglected corner of the field, rich in asters, fleabane, and goldenrod. The corn has been cut, and upon a stout but a few rods from the woods, which here drop quickly down from the precipitous heights, we set up our bee box, touched again with the pungent oil. In a few moments a bee has found it. She comes up to leeward, following the scent. On leaving the box she goes straight towards the woods. More bees quickly come, and it is not long before the line is well established. Now we have recourse to the same tactics we employed before, and move along the ridge to another field to get our cross line. but the bees still go in almost the same direction they did from the corn stout. The tree is then either on the top of the mountain or on the other or west side of it. We hesitate to make the plunge into the woods and seek to scale those precipices, for the eye can plainly see what is before us. As the afternoon sun gets lower, the bees are seen with wonderful distinctness. They fly towards and under the sun and are in a strong light, while the near woods, which form the background, are in deep shadow. They look like large luminous motes. Their swiftly vibrating transparent wings surround their bodies with a shining nimbus that makes them visible for a long distance. They seem magnified many times. We see them bridge the little gulf between us and the woods, then rise up over the tree tops with their burdens, swerving neither to the right hand nor to the left. It is almost pathetic to see them labor so, climbing the mountain and unwittingly guiding us to their treasures. When the sun gets down so that his direction corresponds exactly with the course of the bees, we make the plunge. It proves even harder climbing than we had anticipated. The mountain is faced by a broken and irregular wall of rock, up which we pull ourselves slowly and cautiously by main strength. In half an hour, the perspiration streaming from every pore, we reach the summit. The trees here are all small, a second growth, and we are soon convinced the bees are not here. Then down we go to the other side, clambering down the rocky stairways till we reach quite a broad plateau that forms something like the shoulder of the mountain. On the brink of this there are many large hemlocks, and we scan them closely and rap upon them with our axe, but not a bee is seen or heard. We do not seem as near the tree as we were in the fields below. Yet if some divinity would only whisper the fact to us, we are within a few rods of the coveted prize, which is not in one of the large hemlocks or oaks that absorb our attention, but in an old stub or stump not 6 feet high, and which we have seen and passed several times without giving it a thought. We go farther down the mountain and beat about to the right and left and get entangled in brush and arrested by precipices, and finally, as the day is nearly spent, give up the search and leave the woods quite baffled, but resolved to return on the morrow. The next day we come back and commence operations at an opening in the woods well down on the side of the mountain where we gave up the search. Our box is soon swarming with the eager bees, and they go back toward the summit we have passed. We follow back and establish a new line where the ground will permit. Then another and still another. Yet the riddle is not solved. One time we are south of them, then north, then the bees get up through the trees and we cannot tell where they go. But after much searching, and after the mystery seems rather to deepen than to clear up, we chance to pause beside the old stump. A bee comes out of a small opening like that made by ants in decayed wood, rubs its eyes and examines its antennae, as bees always do before leaving their hive, then takes flight. At the same instant several bees come by us loaded with our honey and settle home with that peculiar low, complacent buzz of the well-filled insect. Here then is our idyll, our bit of Virgil and Theocritus in a decayed stump of a hemlock tree. We could tear it open with our hands, and a bear would find it an easy prize, and a rich one too, for we take from it 50 pounds of excellent honey. The bees have been here many years, and have of course sent out swarm after swarm into the wilds. They have protected themselves against the weather, and strengthened their shaky habitation by copious use of wax. When a bee tree is thus taken up in the middle of the day, of course a good many bees are away from home and have not heard the news. When they return and find the ground flowing with honey, and piles of bleeding combs lying about, they apparently do not recognize the place, and their first instinct is to fall to and fill themselves. This done, their next thought is to carry it home. So they rise up slowly through the branches of the trees till they have attained an altitude that enables them to survey the scene, when they seem to say, "Why, this is home!" and down they come again. Beholding the wreck and ruins once more, they still think there is some mistake, and get up a second or third time, and then drop back pitifully as before. It is the most pathetic sight of all, the surviving and bewildered bees struggling to save a few drops of their wasted treasures. Presently, if there is another swarm in the woods, robber bees appear. You may know them by their saucy, chiding, devil-may-care hum. It is an ill wind that blows nobody good, and they make the most of the misfortune of their neighbors, and thereby pave the way for their own ruin. The hunter marks their course, and the next day looks them up. On this occasion the day was hot, and the honey very fragrant, and a line of bees was soon established, south-southwest. Though there was much refuse honey in the old stub, and though little golden rills trickled down the hill from it, and the near branches and saplings were besmeared with it, where we wiped our murderous hands, yet not a drop was wasted. It was a feast to which not only honey bees came, but bumble bees, wasps, hornets, flies, ants. The bumble bees, which at this season are hungry vagrants with no fixed place of abode, would gorge themselves, then creep beneath the bits of empty comb or fragments of bark and pass the night, and renew the feast next day. The bumble bee is an insect of which the bee hunter sees much. There are all sorts and sizes of them. They are dull and clumsy compared with the honey bee. Attracted in the fields by the bee hunter's box, they will come up and wind on the scent and blunder into it in the most stupid, lubberly fashion. The honey bees that licked up our leavings in the old stub belonged to a swarm, as it proved, about half a mile further down the ridge, and a few days afterward fate overtook them, and their stores in turn became the prey of another swarm in the vicinity, which also tempted Providence, and were overwhelmed. The first mentioned swarm I had lined from several points, and was following up the clew over rocks and through gullies, when I came to where a large hemlock had been felled a few years before, and a swarm taken from a cavity near the top of it. Fragments of the old comb were yet to be seen. A few yards away stood another short, squatty hemlock, and I said my bees ought to be there. As I paused near it, I noticed where the tree had been wounded with an axe a couple of feet from the ground many years before. The wound had partially grown over, but there was an opening there that I did not see at the first glance. I was about to pass on when a bee passed me, making that peculiar shrill, discordant hum that a bee makes when besmeared with honey. I saw it alight in the partially closed wound and crawl home. Then came others and others, little bands and squads of them, heavily freighted with honey from the box. The tree was about 20 inches through and hollow at the butt, or from the axe mark down. This space the bees had completely filled with honey. With an axe we cut away the outer ring of live wood and exposed the treasure. Despite the utmost care, we wounded the comb so that little rills of the golden liquid issued from the root of the tree and trickled down the hill. The other bee tree in the vicinity, to which I have referred, we found one warm November day, in less than half an hour after entering the woods. It also was a hemlock that stood in a niche in a wall of hoary moss-covered rocks 30 feet high. The tree hardly reached to the top of the precipice. The bees entered a small hole at the root, which was 7 or 8 feet from the ground. The position was a striking one. Never did apiary have a finer outlook or more rugged surroundings. A black wood-embraced lake lay at our feet. The long panorama of the Catskills filled the far distance, and the more broken outlines of the Shawangunk range filled the rear. On every hand were precipices and a wild confusion of rocks and trees. The cavity occupied by the bees was about 3 feet and a half long and 8 or 10 inches in diameter. With an axe we cut away one side of the tree and laid bare its curiously wrought heart of honey. It was a most pleasing sight. What winding and devious ways the bees had through their palace! What great masses and blocks of snow-white comb there were! Where it was sealed up, presenting that slightly dented, uneven surface, it looked like some precious ore. When we carried a large pail full of it out of the woods, it seemed still more like ore. Your native bee hunter predicates the distance of the tree by the time the bee occupies in making its first trip, but this is no certain guide. You are always safe in calculating that the tree is inside of a mile, and you need not as a rule look for your bee's return under 10 minutes. One day I picked up a bee in an opening in the woods and gave it honey, and it made 3 trips to my box with an interval of about 12 minutes between them. It returned alone each time. The tree, which I afterward found, was about half a mile distant. In lining bees through the woods, the tactics of the hunter are to pause every 20 or 30 rods, lop away the branches or cut down the trees, and set the bees to work again. If they still go forward, he goes forward also, and repeats his observations till the tree is found, or till the bees turn and come back upon the trail. Then he knows he has passed the tree, and he retraces his steps to a convenient distance, and tries again, and thus quickly reduces the space to be looked over till the swarm is traced home. On one occasion, in a wild rocky wood, where the surface alternated between deep gulfs and chasms filled with thick, heavy growths of timber and sharp, precipitous rocky ridges, like a tempest-tossed sea, I carried my bees directly under their tree and set them to work from a high exposed ledge of rocks not 30 feet distant. One would have expected them, under such circumstances, to have gone straight home, as there were but few branches intervening. But they did not. They labored up through the trees, and attained an altitude above the woods as if they had miles to travel, and thus baffled me for hours. Bees will always do this. They are acquainted with the woods only from the top side, and from the air above. They recognize home only by landmarks here, and in every instance they rise aloft to take their bearings. Think how familiar to them the topography of the farthest summits must be, an umbrageous sea or plain where every mark and point is known. Another curious fact is that generally you will get track of a bee tree sooner when you are half a mile from it than when you are only a few yards. Bees, like us human insects, have little faith in the near at hand. They expect to make their fortune in the distant field. They are lured by the remote and the difficult, and hence overlook the flower and the sweet at their very door. On several occasions I have unwittingly set my box within a few paces of a bee tree, and waited long for bees without getting them, when, on removing to a distant field or opening in the woods, I have got a clue at once. I have a theory that when bees leave the hive, Unless there is some special attraction in some other direction, they generally go against the wind. They would thus have the wind with them when they returned home heavily laden. And with these little navigators the difference is an important one. With a full cargo a stiff head wind is a great hindrance, but fresh and empty-handed they can face it with more ease. Virgil says bees bear gravel stones as ballast, but their only ballast is their honey bag. Hence, when I go bee hunting, I prefer to get to windward of the woods in which the swarm is supposed to have refuge. Bees, like the milkman, like to be near a spring. They do water their honey, especially in a dry time. The liquid is then, of course, thicker and sweeter, and will bear diluting. Hence, old bee hunters look for bee trees along creeks and near spring runs in the woods. I once found a tree a long distance from any water, and the honey had a peculiar bitter flavor imparted to it. I was convinced by rainwater sucked from the decayed and spongy hemlock tree in which the swarm was found. In cutting into the tree, the north side of it was found to be saturated with water like a spring, which ran out in big drops and had a bitter flavor. The bees had thus found a spring or cistern in their own house. Bees are exposed to many hardships and many dangers. Winds and storms prove as disastrous to them as to other navigators. Black spiders lie in wait for them, as do brigands for travelers. One day, as I was looking for a bee amid some goldenrod, I spied one partly concealed under a leaf. Its baskets were full of pollen, and it did not move. On lifting up the leaf, I discovered that a hairy spider was ambushed there, and had the bee by the throat. The vampire was evidently afraid of the bee's sting, and was holding it by the throat till quite sure of his death. Virgil speaks of the painted lizard, perhaps a species of salamander, as an enemy of the honey bee. We have no lizard that destroys the bee, but our tree toad, ambushed among the apple and cherry blossoms, snaps them up wholesale. Quick as lightning that subtle but clammy tongue darts forth, and the unsuspecting bee is gone. Virgil also accuses the titmouse and the woodpecker of preying upon the bees, and our kingbird has been charged with the like crime, but the latter devours only the drones. The workers are either too small and quick for it, or else it dreads their sting. Virgil, by the way, had little more than a child's knowledge of the honey bee. There is little fact and much fable in his fourth Georgic. If he had ever kept bees himself, or even visited an apiary, it is hard to see how he could have believed that the bee in its flight abroad carried a gravel stone for ballast. And as when empty barks on billows float, with sandy ballast sailors trim the boat, so bees bear gravel stones, whose poising weight steers through the whistling wings their steady flight. Or that when two colonies made war upon each other, they issued forth from their hives led by their kings, and fought in the air, strewing the ground with the dead and dying. Hard hailstones lie not thicker on the plain, nor shaken oaks such showers of acorns rain. It is quite certain he had never been bee hunting. If he had, we should have had a fifth Georgic. Yet he seems to have known that bees sometimes escaped to the woods. Nor bees are lodged in hives alone, but found in chambers of their own beneath the ground. Their vaulted roofs are hung in pumices and in the rotten trunks of hollow trees. Wild honey is as near like tame as wild bees are like their brothers in the hive. The only difference is that wild honey is flavored with your adventure, which makes it a little more delectable than the domestic article. From Pepacton, by John Burroughs, copyright 1881, 1895, and 1909, by John Burroughs. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Oxford Book of American Essays, compiled by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 15. Cut Off Coppleses, by Clarence King. One October day, as Kaweah and I traveled by ourselves over a lonely foothill trail, I came to consider myself the friend of woodpeckers. With rather more reserve as regards the blue jay, let me admit great interest in his worldly wisdom. As an instance of cooperative living, the partnership of these two birds is rather more hopeful than most mundane experiments. For many autumn and winter months, such food as their dainty taste chooses is so rare throughout the Sierras that in default of any climatic temptation to migrate, the birds get in harvests with annual regularity and surprising labor. Oak and pine mingle in open growth. Acorns from the one are their grain. The soft pine bark is granary, and this the process. Armies of woodpeckers drill small, round holes in the bark of standing pine trees, sometimes perforating it thickly up to 20 or 30 or even 40 feet above the ground. Then about equal number of woodpeckers and jays gather acorns, rejecting always the little cup, and insert the gland tightly in the pine bark with its tender base outwards and exposed to the air. A woodpecker, having drilled a hole, has its exact measure in mind, and after examining a number of acorns, makes his selection, and never fails of a perfect fit. Not so the jolly, careless jay, who picks up any sound acorn he finds, and if it is too large for a hole, drops it in the most off-hand way as if it were an affair of no consequence, utters one of his dry, chuckling squawks, and either tries another or loafs about, lazily watching the hard-working woodpeckers. Thus they live, amicably harvesting, and with this sequel: those acorns in which grubs form become the sole property of woodpeckers, while all sound ones fall to the jays. Ordinarily, chances are in favor of woodpeckers, and when there are absolutely no sound nuts, the jays sell short, so to speak, and go over to Nevada and speculate in juniper berries. The monotony of hill and glade failing to interest me, and in default of other diversion, I all day long watch the birds, recalling how many gay and successful jays I knew who lived, as these, on the wit and industry of less ostentatious woodpeckers, thinking too what naively dogmatic and richly worded political economy Mr. Ruskin would phrase from my feathered friends. Thus I came to Ruskin, wishing I might see the work of his idol, and after that longing for some equal artist who would arise and choose to paint our Sierras as they are with all their color glory, power of innumerable pine and countless pinnacle, gloom of tempest or splendor, where rushing light shatters itself upon granite crag or burns in dying rose upon far fields of snow. Had I rubbed Aladdin's lamp? A turn in the trail brought suddenly into view a man who sat under shadow of oaks, painting upon a large canvas. As I approached, the artist turned half round upon his stool, rested his palette and brushes upon one knee, and in familiar tone said, "Darn if you ain't just naturally ketched me at it. Get off and set down. You ain't goin' for no doctor, I know." My Artist was of short, good-natured, butcher-boy make-up, dressed in what had formerly been black broadcloth, with an enlivening show of red flannel shirt about the throat, wrists, and a considerable display of the same where his waistcoat might once have overlapped a strained but as yet coherent waistband. The cut of these garments, by length of coat tail and voluminous leg, proudly asserted a Bay origin. His small feet were squeezed into tight short boots with high raking heels. A round face, with small full mouth, non-committal nose, and black protruding eyes, showed no more sign of the ideal temperament than did the broad daub upon his square yard of canvas. "Going to Copples's?" inquired my friend. That was my destination, and I answered yes. "That's me," he ejaculated, "right over there, down below those two oaks." "Ever there?" "No. My studio's there now," giving impressive accent to the word. All the while these few words were passing he scrutinized me with unconcealed curiosity, puzzled, as well he might be, by my dress and equipment. Finally, after I had tied Kaweah to a tree and seated myself by the easel, and after he had absently rubbed some raw sienna into his little store of white, he softly ventured, "Was you looking out a ditch?" "No," I replied. He neatly rubbed up the white and sienna with his blender, unconsciously adding a dash of Veronese green, gazed at my leggings, then at the barometer, and again meeting my eye with a look as if he feared I might be a disguised duke, said in slow tone, with hyphens of silence between each two syllables, giving to his language all the dignity of an unabridged Webster, "I would take pleasure in stating that my name is Hank G. Smith, artist." And seeing me smile, he relaxed a little, and giving the blender another vigorous twist, added, "I would request yours." Mr. Smith, having learned my name, occupation, and that my home was on the Hudson, near New York, quickly assumed a familiar me and you old fell tone, and rattled on merrily about his winter in New York, spent in going through the Academy, a period of deep moment to one who before that painted only wagons for his livelihood. Storing away canvas, stool, and easel in a deserted cabin close by, he rejoined me, and leading Kaweah by his lariat, I walked beside Smith down the trail toward Copples's. He talked freely, and as if composing his own biography, beginning, California born and mountain raised, his nature soon drove him into a painter's career. Then he reverted fondly to New York and his experience there. "Oh no," he mused in pleasant irony, "he never spread his napkin over his legs and partook French victuals up to old Delmonico's. 'Twasn't H.G. which took her to the theatre. In a sort of stage aside to me," he added, "she was a model. Stood for them sculptors, you know. Perfectly virtuous and built from the ground up." Then, as if the words failed him, made an expressive gesture with both hands over his shirt bosom to indicate the topography of her figure, and sliding them down sharply against his waistband, he added, "Anatomical torso." Mr. Smith found relief in meeting one so near himself, as he conceived me to be, in habit and experience. The long pent-up emotions and ambitions of his life found ready utterance and a willing listener. I learned that his aim was to become a characteristically California painter, with special designs for making himself famous as the delineator of mule trains and ox wagons, to be, as he expressed it, the Pacific slope bonheur. "There," he said, "is old Eastman Johnson. He's made the rifle on Barnes, and that everlasting girl with the ears of corn. But it ain't life. It ain't got the real git-up. If you want to see the thing, just look at a Jerome. His Arab folks and Egyptian dancing girls, they ain't assuming a pleasant expression and looking at spots while their likenesses is took. H.G. will discount Eastman yet. He avowed his great admiration of Church, which, with a little leaning toward Mr. Gifford, seemed his only hearty approval. It's all Bierstadt and Bierstadt and Bierstadt nowadays. What has he done but twist and skew and distort and discolour and belittle and bepretty this whole doggone country? Why, his mountains are too high and too slim. They'd bow over in one of our fall winds. They'd blow over in one of our fall winds. I've herded colts 2 summers in Yosemite, and honest now, when I stood right up in front of his picture I didn't know it. He hasn't what old Ruskin calls for. By this time the station buildings were in sight, and far down the canyon, winding in even grade round spur after spur, outlined by a low clinging cloud of red dust, we could see the great Sierra mule train, that industrial Gulf Stream flowing from California plains over into arid Nevada, carrying thither materials for life and luxury, in a vast perpetual caravan of heavy wagons drawn by teams of from 8 to 14 mules. All the supplies of many cities and villages were hauled across the Sahara at an immense cost, and with such skill of driving and generalship of mules as the world has never seen before. Our trail descended toward the grade, quickly bringing us to the high bank immediately overlooking the trains a few rods below the group of station buildings. I had by this time learned that Copples, the former station proprietor, had suffered amputation of the leg 3 times, receiving from the roadmen, in consequence, the name of Cut Off, and that, while his doctors disagreed as to whether they had better try a 4th, the kindly hand of death had spared him that pain, and Mrs. Copples an added extortion in the bill. The dying Cut Off had made his wife promise she would stay by and carry on the station until all his debts, which were many and heavy, should be paid, and then do as she chose. The poor woman, a New Englander of some refinement, lingered, sadly fulfilling her task, though longing for liberty. When Smith came to speak of Sarah Jane, her niece, a new light kindled in my friend's eye. "You never saw Sarah Jane?" he inquired. I shook my head. He went on to tell me that he was living in hope of making her Mrs. H.G., but that the barkeeper also indulged a hope, and as this important functionary was a man of ready cash and of derringers and few words, it became a delicate matter to avow open rivalry. But it was evident my friend's star was ascendant, and learning that he considered himself to possess the dead wood and to have gated the barkeeper, I was more than amused, even comforted. It was pleasure to sit there leaning against a vigorous old oak while Smith opened his heart to me in easy confidence, and with quick eye watching the passing mules, penciled in a little sketch book, a leg, a head, or such portions of body and harness as seemed to him useful for future works. "These are notes," he said, "and I've pretty much made up my mind to paint my great picture on a gee pull. I'll scumble in a sunset effect, lighting up the dust and striking across the backs of team and driver, and I'll paint a come up there dinna you look on the old teamster's face, and the mules will be just a humpin' their little selves and layin' down to work like they'd expire. And the wagon, don't you see what fine colour material there is in the heavy load and canvas top with sunlight and shadow in the folds? And that's "What's the matter with H.G. Smith?" "Orders, sir." "Orders! That's what I'll get then, and I'll take my little old Sarah Jane and light out for New York, and you'll see Smith on a studio door plate, and folks'll say, 'Fine feelin' for nature has Smith.'" I let this singular man speak for himself in his own vernacular, pruning nothing of its idiom or slang, as you shall choose to call it. In this faithful transcript there are words I could have wished to expunge, but they are his, not mine, and illustrate his mental construction. The breath of most Californians is as unconsciously charged with slang as an Italian's of garlic, and the two, after all, have much the same function. You touch the bowl or your language, but should never let either be fairly recognized in salad or conversation. But Smith's English was the well undefiled, when compared with what I every moment heard from the current of teamsters, which set constantly by us in the direction of Copples's. Close in front came a huge wagon piled high with cases of freight, and drawn along by a team of 12 mules, whose heavy breathing and drenched skins showed them hard worked and well tired out. The driver looked anxiously ahead at a soft spot in the road, and on at the station, as if calculating whether his team had courage left to haul through. He called kindly to them, cracked his black snake whip, and altogether they strained bravely on. The great van rocked, settled a little on the near side, and stuck fast. With a look of despair the driver got off and laid the lash freely among his team. They jumped and jerked, frantically tangled themselves up, and at last all sulked and became stubbornly immovable. Meanwhile a mile of teams behind, unable to pass on the narrow grade, came to an unwilling halt. About 5 wagons back I noticed a tall pike, dressed in checked shirt and pantaloons tucked into jack boots. A soft felt hat, worn on the back of his head, displayed long locks of flaxen hair, which hung freely about a florid pink countenance, noticeable for its pair of violent light blue eyes, and facial angle rendered acute by a sharp long nose. This fellow watched the stoppage with impatience, and at last, when it was more than he could bear, walked up by the other teams with a look of wrath absolutely devilish. One would have expected him to blow up with rage, yet with all his gait and manner were cool and soft in the extreme. In a bland, almost tender voice, he said to the unfortunate driver, "My friend, perhaps I can help you," and his gentle way of disentangling and patting the leaders as he headed them round in the right direction would have given him a high office under Mr. Berg. He leisurely examined the embedded wheel and cast an eye along the road ahead. He then began in rather excited manner to swear, pouring it out louder and more profane, till he utterly eclipsed the most horrid blasphemies I ever heard, piling them up thicker and more fiendish, till it seemed as if the very earth must open and engulf him. I noticed one mule after another give a little squat, bringing their breasts hard against the collars and straining traces, till only one old mule, with ears back and dangling chain, still held out. The pike walked up and yelled one gigantic oath. Her ears sprang forward, she squatted in terror, and the iron links grated under her strain. He then stepped back and took the rein, every trembling mule looking out of the corner of its eye and listening at qui vive. With a peculiar air of deliberation and of childlike simplicity, he said in everyday tones, "Come up there, mules." One quick strain, a slight rumble, and the wagon rolled on to Copples's. Smith and I followed, and as we neared the house He punched me familiarly and said, as a brown petticoat disappeared in the station door, "There's Sarah Jane. When I see that girl I feel like I'd reach out and gather her in." Then, clasping her imaginary form, as if she was about to dance with him, he executed a couple of waltz turns, softly intimating, "That's what's the matter with H.G." Kaweah being stabled, we betook ourselves to the office, which was of course bar-room as well. As I entered, the unfortunate teamster was about paying his liquid compliment to the florid Pike. Their glasses were filled. "My respects," said the little driver. The whiskey became lost to view and went eroding its way through the dust these poor fellows had swallowed. He added, "Well, Billy, you can swear." "Swear?" repeated the Pike in a tone of incredulous questioning. "Me swear?" as if the compliment were greater than his modest desert. "No, I can't blaspheme worth a cuss. You'd just oughter hear Pete Green. He can exhort the impenitent mule. I've known a 10-mule team to renounce the flesh and haul 31,000 through a foot of clay mud under one of his outpourings." As a hotel, Copples's is on the Mongolian plan, which means that dining room and kitchen are given over to the mercies, never very tender, of Chinamen. Not such Chinamen as learned the art of pig roasting that they might be served up by Elia, but the average John, and a sadly low average that John is. I grant him a certain general air of thrift, admitting, too, that his lack of sobriety never makes itself apparent in loud Celtic brawl. But he is, when all is said, and in spite of timid and fawning obedience, a very poor servant. Now and then at one's friends' houses it has happened to me that I dined upon artistic Chinese cookery, and all they who came home from living in China smacked their lips over the relishing cuisine. I wish they had sat down that day at Copples's. No, on second thought I would spare them. John may go peacefully to North Adams and make shoes for us, but I shall not solve the awful domestic problem of bringing him into my kitchen, certainly so long as Howell's Mrs. Johnson lives, or even while I can get an Irish lady to torment me and offer the hospitality of my home to her cousins. After the warning bell, 50 or 60 teamsters inserted their dusty heads in buckets of water, turned their once white-necked handkerchiefs inside out, producing a sudden effect of clean linen, and made use of the 2 mournful wrecks of combs which hung on strings at either side of Copples's mirror. Many went to the bar and partook of a dust cutter. There was then such clearing of throats and such loud and prolonged blowing of noses as may not often be heard upon this globe. In the calm which ensued, conversation sprang up on lead harness, the Stockton wagon that had went off the grade, with here and there a sentiment called out by 2 framed lithographic bells, who in great richness of colour and scantiness of raiment flanked the bar mirror, a dazzling reflector chiefly destined to portray the barkeeper's back hair, which work of art involved much affectionate labour. A second bell and rolling away of doors revealed a long dining room with 3 parallel tables, cleanly set and watched over by Chinamen, whose fresh white clothes and bright olive buff skin made a contrast of colour which was always chief among my yearnings for the Nile. While I loitered in the background, every seat was taken, and I found myself with a few dilatory teamsters destined to await a second table. The dinner room communicated with the kitchen beyond by means of 2 square apertures cut in the partition wall. Through these portholes a glare of red light poured, except when the square framed a Chinese cook's head or discharged hundreds of little dishes. The teamsters sat down in patience. A few of the more elegant sort cleaned their nails with the 3-tine forks, others picked their teeth with them, and nearly all spread with their implement small specimens from the dishes before them, securing a pickle or a square inch of pie, or even that luxury, a dried apple. A few on tilted back chairs drummed upon the bottom of their plates the latest tune of the road. When fairly under way, the scene became active and animated beyond belief. Waiters, balancing upon their arms 20 or 30 plates, hurried along and shot them dexterously over the teamsters' heads with crash and spatter. Beans swimming in fat, meats slimed with pale ropy gravy, and over everything a faint Mongol odour, the flavour of moral degeneracy and of a disintegrating race. Sharks and wolves may no longer be figured as types of prandial haste. My friends the teamsters stuffed and swallowed with a rapidity which was alarming but for the dexterity they showed, and which could only have come of long practice. In 15 minutes the room was empty, and those fellows who were not feeding grain to their mules lighted cigars and lingered round the bar. Just then my artist rushed in, seized me by the arm, and said in my ear, "We'll have our supper over to Mrs. Copples's." "Oh no, I guess not. Sarah Jane, arms peeled, cooking up stuff, old woman gone into the milk room with a skimmer." He then added that if I wanted to see what I had been spared I might follow him. We went round an angle of the building and came upon a high bank where, through wide open windows, I could look into the Chinese kitchen. By this time the second table of teamsters were under way, and the waiters yelled their orders through to the 3 cooks. This large unpainted kitchen was lighted up by kerosene lamps. Through clouds of smoke and steam dodged and sprang the cooks, dripping with perspiration and grease, grabbing a steak in the hand and slapping it down on the gridiron, slipping and sliding around on the damp floor, dropping a card of biscuits and picking them up again in their fists, which were garnished by the whole bill of fare. The red papers with Chinese inscriptions and little joss sticks here and there pasted upon each wall, the spry devils themselves, and that faint sickening odour of China which pervaded the room, combined to produce a sense of deep, sober gratitude that I had not risked their fare. "Now," demanded Smith, "you see that there little white building yonder?" I did. He struck a contemplative position, leaned against the house, extending one hand after the manner of the minstrel sentimentalist, and softly chanted, "'Tis, oh 'tis the cottage of me love, and there's where they're getting up a nice little supper as can be found on this road or any other. Let's go over." So we strolled across an open space where were 2 giant pines towering sombre against the twilight, a little mountain brooklet, and a few quiet cows. "Stop," said Smith, leaning his back against a pine and encircling my neck affectionately with an arm. "I told you, as regards Sarah Jane, how my feelings stand. Well now, you just bet she's on the reciprocate. When I told old woman Copples I'd like to invite you over, Sarah Jane, she passed me in the doorway, and said she, 'Glad to see your friends.'" Then sotto voce, for we were very near, he sang again, "'Tis, oh 'tis the cottage of me love.' And C.K.," he continued familiarly, "you're a judge of women?" chucking his knuckles into my ribs, whereat I jumped, when he added, "There, I knew you was. Well, Sarah Jane is a darn magnificent female. Number 3 boot, just the height of me, Venus de Couples, I call her. and would make the most touching artist's wife in this planet. If I design to paint a head or foot or an arm, get my little old Sarah Jane to peel the particular charm, and just whack her in on the canvas." We passed in through low doors, turned from a small dark entry into the family sitting room, and were alone there in presence of a cheery log fire, which good-naturedly bade us welcome, crackling freely and tossing its sparks out upon floor of pine and coyote skin rug. A few old framed prints hung upon dark walls, their faces looking serenely down upon the scanty old-fashioned furniture and windows full of flowering plants. A low cushioned chair, not long since vacated, was drawn close by the centre table, whereon were a lamp and a large open Bible, with a pair of silver-bowed spectacles lying upon its lighted page. Smith made a gesture of silence toward the door, touched the Bible, and whispered, "Here's where old woman Copples lives, and it is a good thing. I read it aloud to her evenings, and I can just feel the high local lights of it. I'll fetch H.G. yet." At this juncture the door opened. A pale, thin, elderly woman entered, and with tired smile greeted me. While her hard, labor-stiffened, needle-roughened hand was in mine, I looked into her face and felt something, it may be, it must be but little, yet something, of the sorrow of her life, that of a woman large in sympathy, deep in faith, eternal in constancy, thrown away on a rough, worthless fellow. All things she hoped for had failed her, the tenderness which never came, the hopes years ago in ashes, the whole world of her yearnings long buried, leaving only the duty of living and the hope of heaven. As she sat down, took up her spectacles and knitting, and closed the Bible, she began pleasantly to talk to us of the warm bright autumn nights, of Smith's work, and then of my own profession and of her niece Sarah Jane. Her genuinely sweet spirit and natively gentle manner were very beautiful, and far overbalanced all traces of rustic birth and mountain life. Oh, that unquenchable Christian fire! How pure the gold of its result! It needs no practised elegance, no social greatness, for its success, only the warm human heart, and out of it shall come a sacred calm and gentleness such as no power, no wealth, no culture may ever hope to win. No words of mine would outline the beauty of that plain, weary old woman, the sad, sweet patience of those grey eyes, nor the spirit of overflowing goodness which cheered and enlivened the half hour we spent there. H.G. might perhaps be pardoned for showing an alacrity when the door again opened and Sarah Jane rolled, I might almost say trundled, in and was introduced to me. Sarah Jane was an essentially Californian product, as much so as one of those vast potatoes or massive pears. She had a suggestion of state fair in the fullness of her physique, yet withal was pretty and modest. If I could have rid myself of a fear that her buttons might sooner or later burst off and go singing by my ear, I think I might have felt as H.G. did, that she was a magnificent female, with her smooth, brilliant skin and ropes of soft brown hair. H.G., in presence of the ladies, lost something of his original flavor, and rose into studied elegance, greatly to the comfort of Sarah, whose glow of pride as his talk ran on came without show of restraint. The supper was delicious, but Sarah was quiet to H.G. and to me, until after tea, when the old lady said, "You young folks will have to excuse me this evening," and withdrew to her chamber. More logs were then piled on the sitting room hearth, and we three gathered in a semicircle. Presently H.G. took the poker and twisted it about among coals and ashes, prying up the oak sticks, as he announced in a measured, studied way. "An artist's wife, that is," he explained. "An academician's wife oughter. Well, she oughter sabe the beautiful and take her regular aesthetics. And then again," he continued in explanatory tone, "she oughter to know how to keep a hotel. Darn if she hadn't, for it's rough like first off, before a feller gets his name up. But then when he does, though, she's got a salubrious old time of it. It's touch a little bell." He pressed the andiron top to show us how the thing was done. "And Brooks, the morning paper. Open your regular Herald." Art Notes. Another of H.G. Smith's tender works, entitled Off the Grade, so full of outdoors and subtle feeling of nature, is now on exhibition at Goupil's. Look down a little further. Italian opera. Between the acts, all eyes turned to the distinguée Mrs. H.G. Smith, who looked, then turning to me and waving his hand at Sarah Jane, "I leave it to you if she don't." Sarah Jane assumed the pleasing colour of the sugar beet, without seeming inwardly unhappy. "It's only a question of time with H.G.," continued my friend. "Art is long, you know, darned long, and it may be a year before I paint my great picture, but after that Smith works in lead harness." He used the poker freely, and more his flow of hopes turned a shade of sentiment to Sarah Jane, who smiled broader and broader, showing teeth of healthy whiteness. At last I withdrew and sought my room, which was H.G.'s also, and his studio. I had gone with a candle round the walls, whereon were tacked studies and sketches, finding here and there a bit of real merit among the profusion of trash, when the door burst open and my friend entered, kicked off his boots and trousers, and walked up and down at a sort of quadrille step, singing, "Yes, it's the cottage of me love, you bet it's the cottage of me love." And what's more, H.G. has just had his genteel good-night kiss, and when and where is the good old barkeep? I checked his exuberance as best I might, knowing full well that the quiet and elegant dispenser of neat and mixed beverages, hearing this inquiry, would put in an appearance in person, and offer a few remarks designed to provoke ill feeling. So I at last got Smith in bed and the lamp out. All was quiet for a few moments, and when I had almost gotten asleep, I heard my room-mate in low tones say to himself, "Married, by the Reverend Gospel, our talented California artist, Mr. H.G. Smith, to Miss Sarah Jane Copples. No cards." A pause, and then with more gentle utterance, "And that's what's the matter with H.G." Slowly from this atmosphere of art I passed away into the tranquil land of dreams. From Mountaineering in the Sierra Nevada, by Clarence King. Copyright 1871 by James R. Osgood and Company. Copyright 1902 by Charles Scribner Sons. The Theatre Français by Henry James. Monsieur Francis Sarcey, the dramatic critic of the Paris Temps, and the gentleman who, of the whole journalistic fraternity, holds the fortune of a play in the hollow of his hand, has been publishing during the last year a series of biographical notices of the chief actors and actresses of the first theatre in the world. Comédiens et comédiennes, la Comédie Française. Such is the title of this publication, which appears in monthly numbers of Libraire des Bibliophiles, and is ornamented on each occasion with a very prettily etched portrait by M. Gaucherel of the artist to whom the number is devoted. By lovers of the stage in general, and of the Théâtre Français in particular, the series will be found most interesting, and I welcome a pretext for saying a few words about an institution which, if such language be not hyperbolical, I passionately admire. I must add that the portrait is incomplete, though for the present occasion it is more than sufficient. The list of M. Sancy's biographies is not yet filled up. 3 or 4, those of Madame Favart and of Mademoiselle Fabre and Delaunay, are still wanting. 9 numbers, however, have appeared, the first being entitled La Maison des Molières, and devoted to a general account of the great theatre, and the others treating of its principal sociétaires and pensionnaires in the following order: Regnier, Got, Sophie Croizet, Sarah Bernhardt, Coquelin, Madeleine Brohan, Bresson, Madame Plessy. This order, by the way, is purely accidental. It is not that of age or of merit. It is always entertaining to encounter M. Francis Sarcey, and the reader who, during a Paris winter, has been in the habit, of a Sunday evening, of unfolding his Temps, immediately after unfolding his napkin, and glancing down first of all to see what this sturdy feuilletoniste has found to his hand. Such a reader will find him in great force in the pages before us. It is true that, though I myself confess to being such a reader, there are moments when I grow rather weary of M. Sancy, who has in an eminent degree both the virtues and defects which attach to the great French characteristic, the habit of taking terribly au sérieux anything that you may set about doing, of this habit of abounding in one's own sense, of expatiating, elaborating, reiterating, refining, as if for the hour the fate of mankind were bound up with one's particular topic. M. Sarcey is a capital and at times an almost comical representative. He talks about the theatre once a week, as if, honestly, between himself and his reader, the theatre were the only thing in this frivolous world that is worth seriously talking about. He has a religious respect for his theme, and he holds that if a thing is to be done at all, it must be done in detail as well as in the gross. It is to this serious way of taking the matter, to his thoroughly businesslike and professional attitude, to his unwearying attention to detail, that the critic of the Temps owes his enviable influence and the weight of his words. Add to this that he is sternly incorruptible. He has his admirations, but they are honest and discriminating, and whom he loveth he very often chasteneth. He is not ashamed to commend Mademoiselle X, who has only had a curtsy to make, if her curtsy has been the ideal curtsy of the situation, and he is not afraid to overhaul Monsieur A, who has delivered the tirade of the play, if Monsieur A has failed to hit the mark. Of course his judgment is good. When I have had occasion to measure it, I have usually found it excellent. He has the scenic sense, the theatrical eye. He knows at a glance what will do and what will not do. He is shrewd and sagacious and almost tiresomely in earnest, and this is his principal brilliancy. He is homely, familiar, and colloquial. He leans his elbows on his desk and does up his weekly budget into a parcel the reverse of coquettish. You can fancy him a grocer retailing tapioca and hominy, full weight for the price. His style seems a sort of integument of brown paper. But the fact remains that if M. Sarcey praises a play, the play has a run, and that if M. Sarcey says it will not do, it does not do at all. If M. Sarcey devotes an encouraging line and a half to a young actress, Mademoiselle is immediately lancée. She has a career. If he bestows a quiet bravo on an obscure comedian, the gentleman may forthwith renew his engagement. When you make and unmake fortunes at this rate, what matters it whether you have a little elegance the more or the less? Elegance is for Monsieur Paul de la Saint-Victor, who does the theatres in the Moniteur, and who, though he writes a style only a trifle less pictorial than that of Théophile Gautier himself, has never, to the best of my belief, brought clouds or sunshine to any playhouse. I may add, to finish with M. Sarcey, that he contributes a daily political article, generally devoted to watching and showing up the game of the clerical party, to Edmond About's journal, the 19th Siècle, that he gives a weekly conference on current literature, that he confers also on those excellent Sunday morning performances now so common in the French theatres, during which examples of the classic repertory are presented, accompanied by a light lecture upon the history and character of the play. As the commentator on these occasions, M. Sarcey is in great demand, and he officiates sometimes in small provincial towns. Lastly, frequent playgoers in Paris observe that the very slenderest novelty is sufficient to ensure at a theatre the very considerable physical presence of the conscientious critic of the temps. If he were remarkable for nothing else, he would be remarkable for the fortitude with which he exposes himself to the pestiferous climate of the Parisian temples of the drama. For these agreeable notices M. Sarcey appears to have mended his pen and to have given a fillip to his fancy. They are gracefully and often lightly turned. Occasionally even the author grazes the epigrammatic. They deal, as is proper, with the artistic and not with the private physiognomy of the ladies and gentlemen whom they commemorate, and though they occasionally allude to what the French call intimate matters, they contain no satisfaction for the lovers of scandal. The Théâtre Français, in the face it presents to the world, is an austere and venerable establishment, and a frivolous tone about its affairs would be almost as much out of keeping as if applied to the Académie herself. M. Sarcey touches upon the organization of the theatre, and gives some account of the different phases through which it has passed during these latter years. Its chief functionary is a general administrator or director appointed by the state, which enjoys this right in virtue of the considerable subsidy which it pays to the house, a subsidy amounting, if I am not mistaken, M. Sarcey does not mention the sum, to 250,000 francs. The director, however, is not an absolute but a constitutional ruler, for he shares his powers with the society itself, which has always had a large deliberate voice. Whence, it may be asked, does the society derive its light and its inspiration? From the past, from precedent, from tradition, from the great unwritten body of laws which no one has in his keeping, but many have in their memory, and all in their respect. The principles on which the Théâtre Français rests are a good deal like the common law of England, a vaguely and inconveniently registered mass of regulations which time and occasion have welded together, and from which the recurring occasion can usually manage to extract the rightful precedent. Napoleon I, who had a finger in every pie in his dominion, found time during his brief and disastrous occupation of Moscow to send down a decree remodeling and regulating the constitution of the theatre. This document has long been a dead letter, and the society abides by its older traditions, the traditions of the Comédie Française. That is the sovereign word, and that is the charm of the place, the charm that one never ceases to feel, however often one may sit beneath the classic dusky dome. One feels this charm with peculiar intensity as a newly arrived foreigner. The Théâtre Français has had the good fortune to be able to allow its traditions to accumulate. They have been preserved, transmitted, respected, cherished, until at last they form the very atmosphere, the vital air of the establishment. A stranger feels their superior influence the first time he sees the great curtain go up. He feels that he is in a theatre that is not as other theatres are. It is not only better, it is different. It has a peculiar perfection, something consecrated, historical, academic. This impression is delicious, and he watches the performance in a sort of tranquil ecstasy. Never has he seen anything so smooth and harmonious, so artistic and complete. He has heard all his life of attention to detail, and now, for the first time, he sees something that deserves the name. He sees dramatic effort refined to a point with which the English stage is unacquainted. He sees that there are no limits to possible finish, and that so trivial an act as taking a letter from a servant or placing one's hat on a chair may be made a suggestive and interesting incident. He sees these things, and a great many more besides, but at first he does not analyze them. He gives himself up to sympathetic contemplation. He is in an ideal and exemplary world, a world that has managed to attain all the felicities that the world we live in misses. The people do the things we should like to do. They are gifted as we should like to be. They have mastered the accomplishments that we have had to give up. The women are not all beautiful, decidedly not indeed, but they are graceful, agreeable, sympathetic, ladylike. They have the best manners possible, and they are delightfully well dressed. They have charming musical voices, and they speak with irreproachable purity and sweetness. They walk with the most elegant grace, and when they sit it is a pleasure to see their attitudes. They go out and come in, they pass across the stage, they talk and laugh and cry, they deliver long tirades or remain statuesquely mute. They are tender or tragic, they are comic or conventional, and through it all you never observe an awkwardness, a roughness, an accident, a crude spot, a false note. As for the men, they are not handsome either. It must be confessed, indeed, that at the present hour manly beauty is but scantily represented in the Théâtre Français. Bresson, I believe, used to be thought handsome, but Bresson has retired, and among the gentlemen of the troupe I can think of no one but M. Mounet-Sully, who may be positively commended for his fine person. But M. Mounet-Sully is, from a scenic point of view, an Adonis of the first magnitude. To be handsome, however, is for an actor one of the last necessities, and these gentlemen are mostly handsome enough. They look perfectly what they are intended to look, and in cases where it is proposed that they shall seem handsome, they usually succeed. They are as well mannered and as well dressed as their fairer comrades, and their voices are no less agreeable and effective. They represent gentlemen, and they produce the illusion. In this endeavor they deserve even greater credit than the actresses, for in modern comedy, of which the repertory of the Théâtre Français is largely composed, they have nothing in the way of costume to help to carry it off. Half a dozen ugly men, in the periodic coat and trousers and stovepipe hat, with blue chins and false moustaches, strutting before the footlights and pretending to be interesting, romantic, pathetic, heroic, certainly play a perilous game. At every turn they suggest prosaic things, and the usual liability to awkwardness is meantime increased 1,000-fold. But the comedians of the Théâtre Français are never awkward, and when it is necessary they solve triumphantly the problem of being at once realistic to the eye and romantic to the imagination. I am speaking always of one's first impression of them. There are spots on the sun, and you discover after a while that there are little irregularities at the Théâtre Français. But The acting is so incomparably better than any that you have seen that criticism for a long time is content to lie dormant. I shall never forget how at first I was under the charm. I liked the very incommodities of the place. I am not sure that I did not find a certain mystic salubrity in the bad ventilation. The Théâtre Français, it is known, gives you a good deal for your money. The performance, which rarely ends before midnight, and sometimes transgresses it, frequently begins by 7 o'clock. The first hour or two is occupied by secondary performers, but not for the world at this time would I have missed the first rising of the curtain. No dinner could be too hastily swallowed to enable me to see, for instance, Madame Nathalie in Octave Fouet's charming little comedy of Le Village. Madame Nathalie was a plain, stout old woman who did the mothers and aunts and elderly wives. I use the past tense because she retired from the stage a year ago, leaving a most conspicuous vacancy. She was an admirable actress and a perfect mistress of laughter and tears. In Le Village she played an old provincial bourgeoisie whose husband takes it into his head, one winter night, to start on the tour of Europe with a roving bachelor friend who has dropped down on him at supper time, after the lapse of years, and has gossiped him into momentary discontent with his fireside existence. My pleasure was in Madame Nathalie's figure when she came in dressed to go out to vespers across the place. The two foolish old cronies are over their wine, talking of the beauty of the women on the Ionian coast. You hear the church bell in the distance. It was the quiet felicity of the old lady's dress that used to charm me. The Comédie Française was in every fold of it. She wore a large black silk mantilla of a peculiar cut, which looked as if she had just taken it tenderly out of some old wardrobe where it lay folded in lavender, and a large dark bonnet adorned with handsome black silk loops and bows. Her big pale face had a softly frightened look, and in her hand she carried her neatly kept breviary. The extreme suggestiveness, and yet the taste and temperance of this costume seemed to me inimitable. The bonnet alone, with its handsome, decent, virtuous bows, was worth coming to see. It expressed all the rest, and you saw the excellent, pious woman go pick her steps churchward among the puddles, while Jeanette the cook, in a high white cap, marched before her in sabot with a lantern. Such matters are trifles, but they are representative trifles, and they are not the only ones that I remember. It used to please me, when I had squeezed into my stall (the stalls at the Français are extremely uncomfortable), to remember of how great a history the large dim cellier around me could boast. How many great things had happened there, how the air was thick with associations. Even if I had never seen Rachel, it was something of a consolation to think that those very footlights had illumined her finest moments, and that the echoes of her mighty voice were sleeping in that dingy dome. From this to musing upon the traditions of the place of which I spoke just now was of course but a step. How were they kept? By whom? Where? Who trims the undying lamp and guards the accumulated treasure? I never found out. By sitting in the stalls, and very soon I ceased to care to know. One may be very fond of the stage and yet care little for the green room, just as one may be very fond of pictures and books and yet be no frequenter of studios and authors' dens. They might pass on the torch as they would behind the scenes, so long as during my time they did not let it drop. I made up my mind to be satisfied. And that one could depend upon their not letting it drop became a part of the customary comfort of Parisian life. It became certain that the traditions were not mere catchwords, but a most beneficent reality. Going to the other Parisian theatres helps you to believe in them. Unless you are a voracious theatre-goer, you give the others up. You find they do not pay. The Français does for you all that they do and so much more besides. There are two possible exceptions, the Gymnase and the Palais Royal. The Gymnase, since the death of Mademoiselle Desclée, has been under a heavy cloud, but occasionally, when a month's sunshine rests upon it, there is a savor of excellence in the performance. But you feel that you are still within the realm of accident. The delightful security of the Rue de Richelieu is wanting. The young lover is liable to be common, and the beautifully dressed heroine to have an unpleasant voice. The Palais Royal has always been in its way very perfect, but its way admits of great imperfection. The actresses are classically bad, though usually pretty, and the actors are much addicted to taking liberties. In broad comedy, nevertheless, 2 or 3 of the latter are not to be surpassed, and, counting out the women, there is usually something masterly in a Palais Royal performance. In its own line it has what is called style, and it therefore walks at a distance in the footsteps of the Français. The Odéon has never seemed to me in any degree a rival of the Théâtre Français, though it is a smaller copy of that establishment. It receives a subsidy from the State, and is obliged, by its contract, to play the classic repertory 1 night in the week. It is on these nights, listening to Molière or Marivaux, that you may best measure the superiority of the greater theatre. I have seen actors at the Odéon, in the classic repertory, imperfect in their texts. A monstrously insupposable case at the Comédie Française. The function of the Odéon is to operate as a pépinière or nursery for its elder, to try young talents, shape them, make them flexible, and then hand them over to the upper house. The more especial nursery of the Français, however, is the Conservatoire Dramatique, an institution dependent upon the State through the Ministry of the Fine Arts, whose budget is charged with the remuneration of its professors. Pupils graduating from the Conservatoire with a prize have ipso facto the right to débuter at the Théâtre Français, which retains them or lets them go according to its discretion. Most of the first subjects of the Français have done their 2 years' work at the Conservatoire, and M. Sarcey holds that an actor who has not had that fundamental training which is only to be acquired there never obtains a complete mastery of the resources. Nevertheless, some of the best actors of the day have owed nothing to the Conservatoire. Bresson, for instance, and Aimé Desclée, the latter of whom, indeed, never arrived at the Français. Molière and Balzac were not of the Academy, and so Mademoiselle Desclée, the first actress after Rachel, died without acquiring the privilege which M. Sarcey says is the daydream of all young theatrical women, that of printing on their visiting cards after their name, "De la Comédie Française." End of section 15. Section 16 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16. The Théâtre Français has, moreover, the right to do as Molière did, to claim its property wherever it finds it. It may stretch out its long arm and break the engagement of a promising actor at any of the other theatres, of course after a certain amount of notice given. So last winter it notified to the Gymnase its design of appropriating Worms, the admirable jeune premier, who, returning from a long sojourn in Russia and taking the town by surprise, had begun to retrieve the shrunken fortunes of that establishment. On the whole, it may be said that the great talents find their way, sooner or later, to the Théâtre Français. This is, of course, not a rule that works unvaryingly, for there are a great many influences to interfere with it. Interest as well as merit, especially in the case of the actresses, weighs in the scale, and the ire that may exist in celestial minds has been known to manifest itself in the councils of the Comédie. Moreover, a brilliant actress may prefer to reign supreme at one of the smaller theatres. At the Français, inevitably, she shares her dominion. The honor is less, but the comfort is greater. Nevertheless, at the Français, in a general way, there is in each case a tolerably obvious artistic reason for membership. And if you see a clever actor remain outside for years, you may be pretty sure that, though private reasons count, there are artistic reasons as well. The first half-dozen times I saw Mademoiselle Farguier, who for years ruled the roost, as the vulgar saying is, at the vaudeville, I wondered that so consummate and accomplished an actress should not have a place at the first French stage. But I presently grew wiser, and perceived that, clever as Mademoiselle Farguier is, she is not for the Rue de Richelieu, but for the Boulevard. Her peculiar, intensely Parisienne intonation would sound out of place in the Maison de la Mere. Of course, if Mademoiselle Farguier has ever received overtures from the Français, my sagacity is at fault. I am looking through a millstone, but I suspect she has not. Frédéric Lemaitre, who died last winter, and who was a very great actor, had been tried at the Français and found wanting for those particular conditions. But it may probably be said that if Frédéric was wanting, the theatre was too, in this case. Frédéric's great force was his extravagance, his fantasticality, and the stage of the Rue de Richelieu was a trifle too academic. I have even wondered whether Desclée, if she had lived, would have trod that stage by right, and whether it would have seemed her proper element. The negative is not impossible. It is very possible that in that classic atmosphere her great charm, her intensely modern quality, her super-subtle realism would have appeared an anomaly. I can imagine even that her strange, touching, nervous voice would not have seemed the voice of the house. At the Français you must know how to acquit yourself of a tirade. That has always been the touchstone of capacity. It would probably have proved Desclées' stumbling block, though she could utter speeches of 6 words, as no one else surely has ever done. It is true that Mademoiselle Croizette, and in a certain sense Mademoiselle Sarah Bernhardt, are rather weak at their tirades. But then old theatre-goers will tell you that these young ladies, in spite of 100 attractions, have no business at the Français. In the course of time the susceptible foreigner passes from that superstitious state of attention which I just now sketched to that greater enlightenment which enables him to understand such a judgment as this of the old theatre-goers. It is borne in upon him that, as the good Homer sometimes nods, the Théâtre Français sometimes lapses from its high standard. He makes various reflections. He thinks that Mademoiselle Favart rants. He thinks Monsieur Mounet-Sully, in spite of his delicious voice, insupportable. He thinks that Monsieur Paradis' 5-act tragedy, Rome Vaincue, presented in the early part of the present winter, was better done certainly than it would have been done upon any English stage, but by no means so much better done as might have been expected. Here, if I had space, I would open a long parenthesis in which I should aspire to demonstrate that the incontestable superiority of average French acting to English is by no means so strongly marked in tragedy as in comedy, is indeed sometimes not strongly marked at all. The reason of this is in a great measure, I think, that we have had Shakespeare to exercise ourselves upon, and that an inferior dramatic instinct exercised upon Shakespeare may become more flexible than a superior one exercised upon Corneille and Racine. When it comes to ranting even in a modified and comparatively reasonable sense, we do, I suspect, quite as well as the French, if not rather better. Mr. G.H. Lewes, in his entertaining little book upon actors and the art of acting, mentions M. Talbot of the Français as a surprisingly incompetent performer. My memory assents to his judgment at the same time that it proposes an amendment. This actor's special line is the buffeted, bemuddled, besotted old fathers, uncles, and guardians of classic comedy, and he plays them with his face much more than with his tongue. Nature has endowed him with a visage so admirably adapted, once for all, to his rôle, that he has only to sit in a chair, with his hands folded on his stomach, to look like a monument of bewildered senility. After that, it does not matter what he says or how he says it. The Comédie Française sometimes does weaker things than in keeping M. Talbot. Last autumn, 1876, for instance, it was really depressing to see Mademoiselle Dudley, brought all the way from Brussels, and with not a little flourish either, to create the guilty Vestal in Rome Vacune. As far as the interests of art are concerned, Mademoiselle Dudley had much better have remained in the Flemish capital, of whose language she is apparently a perfect mistress. It is hard to forgive M. Perrin. M. Perrin is the present director of the Théâtre Français, for bringing out L'Ami Frit of M. Ekmont Chatrin. The two gentlemen who write under this name have a double claim to kindness. In the first place, they have produced some delightful little novels. Everyone knows and admires Le Conscrit de 1813. Everyone admires, indeed, the charming tale on which the play in question is founded. In the second place, they were, before the production of their piece, the objects of a scurrilous attack by the Figaro newspaper, which held the authors up to reprobation for having insulted the army, and did its best to lay the train for a hostile manifestation on the first night. It may be added that the good sense of the public outbalanced the impudence of the newspaper, and the play was simply advertised into success. But neither the novels nor the persecutions of M. Ekmont Chatrin avail to render L'Ami Frit, in its would-be dramatic form, worthy of the first French stage. It is played as well as possible, and upholstered even better, but it is, according to the vulgar phrase, too thin for the locality. Upholstery has never played such a part at the Théâtre Français as during the reign of M. Perrin, who came into power, if I mistake not, after the late war. He proved very early that he was a radical, and he has introduced 100 novelties. His administration, however, has been brilliant, and in his hands the Théâtre Français has made money. This it had rarely done before, and this, in the conservative view, is quite beneath its dignity. To the conservative view I should humbly incline. An institution so closely protected by a rich and powerful state ought to be able to cultivate art for art. The first of M. Sarcey's biographies, to which I have been too long in coming, is devoted to Regnier, a veteran actor who left the stage 4 or 5 years since, and who now fills the office of oracle to his younger comrades. It is the indispensable thing, says M. Sarcey, for a young aspirant to be able to say that he has had lessons of M. Regnier, or that M. Regnier has advised him, or that he has talked such and such a point over with M. Regnier. His comrades always speak of him as Monsieur Regnier, never as simple Regnier. I have had the fortune to see him but once. It was the first time I ever went to the Théâtre Français. He played Don Annibal in Émile Augier's romantic comedy of L'Aventurière, and I have not forgotten the exquisite humor of the performance. The part is that of a sort of 17th century Captain Costigan, only the Miss Fotheringay in the case is the gentleman's sister and not his daughter. This lady is moreover an ambitious and designing person, who leads her threadbare braggart of a brother quite by the nose. She has entrapped a worthy gentleman of Padua, of mature years, and he is on the eve of making her his wife, when his son, a clever young soldier, beguiles Don Annibal into supporting with him, and makes him drink so deep that the prating adventurer at last lets the cat out of the bag and confides to his companion that the fair Chlorinde is not the virtuous gentlewoman she appears, but a poor strolling actress who has had a lover at every stage of her journey. The scene was played by Bresson and Regnier, and it has always remained in my mind as one of the most perfect things I have seen on the stage. The gradual action of the wine upon Don Annibal, the delicacy with which his deepening tipsiness was indicated, its intellectual rather than physical manifestation, and in the midst of it, the fantastic conceit which made him think that he was winding his fellow drinker round his fingers. All this was exquisitely rendered. Drunkenness on the stage is usually both dreary and disgusting, and I can remember besides this but two really interesting pictures of intoxication, excepting always indeed the immortal tipsiness of Cassio in Othello, which a clever actor can always make touching. One is the beautiful befuddlement of Rip Van Winkle, as Mr. Joseph Jefferson renders it, and the other, a memory of the Théâtre Français, the scene in the Duc Job, in which Got succumbs to mild inebriation and dozes in his chair just boozily enough for the young girl who loves him to make it out. It is to this admirable Émile Got that M. Sarcey's second notice is devoted. Got is at the present hour unquestionably the first actor at the Théâtre Français, and I have personally no hesitation in accepting him as the first of living actors. His younger comrade, Coquelin, has, I think, as much talent and as much art. As the older man, Got has the longer and fuller record, and may therefore be spoken of as the master. If I were obliged to rank the half-dozen premiers souliers of the last few years at the Théâtre Français in their absolute order of talent, thank heaven I am not so obliged, I think I should make up some such little list as this: Got, Coquelin, Madame Plessy, Sarah Bernhardt, Mademoiselle Favart, Delaunay. I confess that I have no sooner written it than I feel as if I ought to amend it, and wonder whether it is not a great folly to put Delaunay after Mademoiselle Favart, but this is idle. As for Got, he is a singularly interesting actor. I have often wondered whether the best definition of him would not be to say that he is really a philosophique actor. He is an immense humorist, and his comicality is sometimes colossal. But his most striking quality is the one on which M. Sarcey dwells: his sobriety and profundity, his underlying element of manliness and melancholy, the impression he gives you of having a general conception of human life, and of seeing the relativity, as one may say, of the character he represents. Of all the comic actors I have seen, he is the least trivial, at the same time that for richness of detail his comic manner is unsurpassed. His repertory is very large and various, but it may be divided into two equal halves: the parts that belong to reality and the parts that belong to fantasy. There is, of course, a great deal of fantasy in his realistic parts, and a great deal of reality in his fantastic ones, But the general division is just, and at times, indeed, the two faces of his talent seems to have little in common. The Duke Job, to which I just now alluded, is one of the things he does most perfectly. The part, which is that of a young man, is a serious and tender one. It is amazing that the actor who plays it should also be able to carry off triumphantly the frantic buffoonery of Maître Pathelin, or should represent the Sanguinelle of the Médecin Malgré Lui with such an unctuous breath of humour. The two characters, perhaps, which have given me the liveliest idea of Got's power and fertility are the Maître Pathelin and Monsieur Poirier, who figures in the title to the comedy which Émile Augier and Jules Sandeau wrote together. Monsieur Poirier, the retired shopkeeper, who marries his daughter to a marquis and makes acquaintance with the incommodities incidental to such a piece of luck, is perhaps the actor's most elaborate creation. It is difficult to see how the portrayal of a type and an individual can have a larger sweep and a more minute completeness. The bonhomme Poirier in Got's hands is really great, and half a dozen of the actor's modern parts that I could mention are hardly less brilliant. But when I think of him, I instinctively think first of some rôle in which he wears the cap and gown of a period as regards which humorous invention may fairly take the bit in its teeth. This is what Got lets it do in Maître Pathelin, and he leads the spectator's exhilarated fancy, a dance to which the latter's aching sides on the morrow sufficiently testify. The piece is a réchauffé of a mediaeval farce which has the credit of being the first play, not a mystery or a miracle piece in the records of the French drama. The plot is extremely bald and primitive. It sets forth how a cunning lawyer undertook to purchase a dozen ells of cloth for nothing. In the first scene we see him in the marketplace bargaining and haggling with the draper, and then marching off with the roll of cloth, with the understanding that the shopman shall call at his house in the course of an hour for the money. In the next act we have Maître Pathelin in his fireside with his wife, to whom he relates his trick and its projected sequel, and who greets them with Homeric laughter. He gets into bed, and the innocent draper arrives. Then follows a scene of which the liveliest description must be ineffective. Pathelin pretends to be out of his head, to be overtaken by a mysterious malady which has made him delirious, not to know the draper from Adam, never to have heard of the dozen ells of cloth, and to be altogether an impossible person to collect a debt from. To carry out this character he indulges in a series of indescribable antics, out Bedlam's Bedlam, frolics over the room dressed out in the bedclothes and chatting the wildest gibberish, bewilders the poor draper to within an inch of his own sanity, and finally puts him utterly to rout. The spectacle could only be portentously flat or heroically successful, and in Got's hands this latter was its fortune. His Sanguinelle in the Médecin Malgré Lui, and half a dozen of his characters from Molière besides, such a part too as his Tibia in Alfred de Musset's charming bit of romanticism, the Caprice de Marianne, have a certain generic resemblance with his treatment of the figure I have sketched. In all these things the comicality is of the exuberant and tremendous order, and yet in spite of its richness and flexibility it suggests little connection with high animal spirits. It seems a matter of invention, of reflection and irony. You cannot imagine Got representing a fool pure and simple, or at least a passive and unsuspecting fool. There must always be an element of shrewdness and even of contempt. He must be the man who knows and judges, or at least who pretends. It is a compliment, I take it, to an actor to say that he prompts you to wonder about his private personality, and an observant spectator of M. Got is at liberty to guess that he is both obstinate and proud. In Coquelin there is perhaps greater spontaneity, and there is not inferior mastery of his art. He is a wonderfully brilliant, elastic actor. He is but 35 years old, and yet his record is most glorious. He too has his actual and his classical repertory, and here also it is hard to choose. As the young valet de comédie in Molière and Regnard and Marivaux, he is incomparable. I shall never forget the really infernal brilliancy of his Mascarille in L'Étourdi. His volubility, his rapidity, his impudence and gaiety, his ringing, penetrating voice, and the shrill trumpet note of his laughter make him the ideal of the classic serving man, of the classic young lover, half rascal and half good fellow. Coquelin has lately had 2 or 3 immense successes in the comedies of the day. His Duc de la Septemont, in the famous Entr'acte of Alexandre Dumas last winter, was the capital creation of the piece, and in the revival this winter of Augier's Paul Fustier, his Adolphe de Beaubourg, the young man about town, consciously tainted with commonness, and trying to shake off the incubus, seemed, while one watched it and listened to it, the last word of delicately humorous art. Of Coquelin's eminence in the old comedies, M. Sarcey speaks with a certain pictorial force. No one is better cut out to represent those bold and magnificent rascals of the old repertory, with their boisterous gaiety, their brilliant fancy, and their superb extravagance, who give to their buffoonery je ne sais quoi d'épique. In these parts one may say of Coquelin that he is incomparable. I prefer him to Got in such cases, and even to Regnier, his master. I never saw Monrose, and I cannot speak of him, but good judges have assured me that there was much that was factitious in the manner of this eminent comedian, and that his vivacity was a trifle mechanical. There is nothing whatever of this in Coquelin's manner. The eye, the nose, and the voice above all, are his most powerful means of action. He launches his tirade all in one breath, with full lungs, without troubling himself too much over the shading of details in large masses, and he possesses himself only the more strongly of the public, which has a great sense of ensemble. The words that must be detached, the words that must decisively tell, glitter in this delivery with the sonorous ring of a brand new louis d'or. Crispin, Scapin, Figaro, Mascarille have never found a more valiant and joyous interpreter. I should say that this was enough about the men at the Théâtre Français, if I did not remember that I have not spoken of Delaunay. But Delaunay has plenty of people to speak for him. He has, in especial, the more eloquent half of humanity, the ladies. I suppose that of all the actors of the Comédie Française he is the most universally appreciated and admired. He is the popular favorite, and he has certainly earned this distinction, for there was never a more amiable and sympathetic genius. He plays the young lovers of the past and the present, and he acquits himself of his difficult and delicate task with extraordinary grace and propriety. The danger I spoke of a while since, the danger for the actor of a romantic and sentimental part of being compromised by the coat and trousers, the hat and umbrella of the current year, are reduced by Delaunay to their minimum. He reconciles in a marvelous fashion the love-sick gallant of the ideal world with the gentlemanly man of to-day, and his passion is as far removed from rant as his propriety is from stiffness. He has been accused of late years of falling into mannerism, and I think there is some truth in the charge. But the fault in Delaunay's situation is certainly venial. How can a man of 50, to whom, as regards face and figure, nature has been stingy, play an amorous swain of 20 without taking refuge in a mannerism? His mannerism is a legitimate device for diverting the spectator's attention from certain incongruities. Delaunay's juvenility, his ardor, his passion, his good taste and sense of fitness have always an irresistible charm. As he has grown older, he has increased his repertory by parts of greater weight and sobriety. He has played the husbands as well as the lovers. One of his most recent and brilliant creations of this kind is his Marquis de Pressé in the Legendre de la Monsieur Poirier, a piece of acting superb for its lightness and désinvolture. It cannot be better praised than by saying it was worthy of Got's inimitable rendering of the part opposed to it. But I think I shall remember Delaunay best in the picturesque and romantic comedies, as the Duc de Richelieu in Mademoiselle de Belle-Isle, as the joyous, gallant, exuberant young hero, his plumes and love knots fluttering in the breath of his gushing improvisation of Corneille's Menteur, or, most of all, as the melodious swains of those charmingly poetic, faintly, naturally Shakespearean little comedies of Alfred de Musset. To speak of Delaunay ought to bring us properly to Mademoiselle Favart, who for so many years invariably represented the object of his tender invocations. Mademoiselle Favart, at the present time, rather lacks what the French call actuality. She has recently made an attempt to recover something of that large measure of it which she once possessed, but I doubt whether it has been completely successful. M. Sarcey has not yet put forth his notice of her, and when he does so it will be interesting to see how he treats her. She is not one of his high admirations. She is a great talent that has passed into eclipse. I call her a great talent, although I remember the words in which M. Sarcey somewhere speaks of her. Mademoiselle Favart, who to happy natural gifts, soutenue par un travail acharné, owed a distinguished place, etc. Her talent is great, but the impression that she gives of a travail acharné and of an insatiable ambition is perhaps even greater. For many years she reigned supreme, and I believe she is accused of not having always reigned generously. However that may be, there came a day when Mademoiselles Croisette and Sarah Bernhardt passed to the front, and the elder actress receded, if not into the background, at least into what painters call the middle distance. The private history of these events has, I believe, been rich in heart-burnings, but it is only with the public history that we are concerned. Mademoiselle Favart has always seemed to me a powerful, rather than an interesting actress. There is usually something mechanical and overdone in her manner. In some of her parts there is a kind of audible creaking of the machinery. If Delaunay is open to the reproach of having let a mannerism get the better of him, this accusation is much more fatally true of Mademoiselle Favart. On the other hand, she knows her trade as no one does, no one at least, save Madame Plessy. When she is bad, she is extremely bad, and sometimes she is uninterruptedly bad for a whole evening. In the revival of Scribe's clever comedy of Une Chaîne this winter, which, by the way, though the cast included both Got and Coquelin, was the nearest approach to mediocrity I have ever seen at the Théâtre Français, Mademoiselle Favart was, to my sense, startlingly bad. The part had originally been played by Madame Plessy, and I remember how M. Sarcey in his Feuilleton treated its actual representative. Mademoiselle Favart does Louise. Who does not recall the exquisite delicacy and temperance with which Mademoiselle Plessy rendered that difficult scene in the second act, etc., and nothing more. When, however, Mademoiselle Favart is at her best, she is remarkably strong. She rises to great occasions. I doubt whether such parts as the desperate heroine of the Supplice d'une Femme, or as Julie in Octave Feuillet's lugubrious drama of that name, could be more effectively played than she plays them. She can carry a great weight without flinching. She has what the French call authority. And in declamation she sometimes rolls her fine voice, as it were, in long harmonious waves and cadences, the sustained power of which her younger rivals must often envy her. I am drawing to the close of these rather desultory observations without having spoken of the four ladies commemorated by M. Sarcey in the publication which lies before me, and I do not know that I can justify my tardiness otherwise than by saying that writing and reading about artists of so extreme a personal brilliancy is poor work, and that the best a critic can do is to wish his reader may see them from a quiet fauteuil as speedily and as often as possible. Of Madeleine Brohan, indeed, there is little to say. She is a delightful person to listen to, and she is still delightful to look at, in spite of that redundancy of contour which time has contributed to her charms. But she has never been ambitious, and her talent has had no particularly original quality. It is a long time since she created an important part, but in the old repertory her rich, dense voice, her charming smile, her mellow, tranquil gaiety always gives extreme pleasure. To hear her sit and talk simply and laugh and play with her fan, along with Madame Plessy in Molière's Critique d'École des Femmes, is an entertainment to be remembered. For Madame Plessy I should have to mend my pen and begin a new chapter, and for Mademoiselle Sarah Bernhardt no less ceremony would suffice. I saw Madame Plessy for the first time in Émile Augier's Aventures, when, as I mentioned, I first saw Regnier. This is considered by many persons her best part, and she certainly carries it off with a high hand. But I like her better in characters which afford more scope to her talents for comedy. These characters are very numerous, for her activity and versatility have been extraordinary. Her comedy, of course, is high, it is of the highest conceivable kind, and she has often been accused of being too mincing and too artificial. I should never make this charge, for to me Madame Plessy's minauderies, her grand airs and her arch refinements, have never been anything but the odorous swayings and queenly tossings of some splendid garden flower. Never had an actress grander manners. When Madame Plessy represents a duchess, you have no allowances to make. Her limitations are on the side of the pathetic. If she is brilliant, she is cold, and I cannot imagine her touching the source of tears. But she is in the highest degree accomplished. She gives an impression of intelligence and intellect which is produced by none of her companions, except always the extremely exceptional Sarah Bernhardt. Madame Plessy's intellect has sometimes misled her, as for instance when it whispered to her a few years since that she could play Agrippine in Racine's Britannicus, on that tragedy being presented for the début of Mounet-Sully. I was verdant enough to think her Agrippine very fine, but M. Sarcey reminds his readers of what he said of it the Monday after the first performance. I will not say, he quotes himself, that Madame Plessy is indifferent. With her intelligence, her natural gifts, her great situation, her immense authority over the public, one cannot be indifferent in anything. She is therefore not indifferently bad. She is bad to the point that cannot be expressed, and that would be distressing for dramatic art, if it were not that in this great shipwreck there rise to the surface a few floating fragments of the finest qualities that nature has ever bestowed upon an artist. Madame Plessy retired from the stage 6 months ago, and it may be said that the void produced by this event is irreparable. There is not only no prospect, but there is no hope of filling it up. The present conditions of artistic production are directly hostile to the formation of actresses as consummate and as complete as Madame Plessy. One may not expect to see her like, any more than one may expect to see a new manufacture of old lace and old brocade. She carried off with her something that the younger generation of actresses will consistently lack, a certain largeness of style and robustness of art. These qualities are in a modified degree those of Mademoiselle Favart. But if the younger actresses have the success of Mademoiselle Crozet and Sarah Bernhardt, will they greatly care whether they are not robust? These young ladies are children of a later and eminently contemporary type, according to which an actress undertakes not to interest but to fascinate. They are charming, awfully charming, strange, eccentric, imaginative. It would be needless to speak specifically of Mademoiselle Croizette, for although she has very great attractions, I think she may, by the cold impartiality of science, be classified as a secondary, a less inspired, and, to use the great word of the day, a more brutal Sarah Bernhardt. Mademoiselle Croizette, brutality, is her great card. As for Mademoiselle Sarah Bernhardt, she is simply, at present in Paris, one of the great figures of the day. It would be hard to imagine a more brilliant embodiment of feminine success. She deserves a chapter for herself. December 1876. Theocritus on Cape Cod. Hamilton Wright Mabie. Cape Cod lies at the other end of the world from Sicily, not only in distance, but in the look of it, the lay of it, the way of it. It is so far off that it offers a base from which one may get a fresh view of Theocritus. There are very pleasant villages on the Cape, in the wide shade of ancient elms, set deep in the old-time New England quiet. For there was a time before the arrival of the Syrians, the Armenians, and the automobile, when New England was in a meditative mood. But Cape Cod is really a ridge of sand, with a backbone of soil, rashly thrust into the Atlantic, and as fluent and volatile, so to speak, as one of those far western rivers that are shifting currents sublimely indifferent to private ownership. The Cape does not lack stability, but it shifts its lines with easy disregard of charts and boundaries, and remains stable only at its center. It is always fraying at the edges. It lies, too, on the western edge of the ocean stream, where the forces of land and sea are often at war, and the palette of colors is limited. The sirocco does not sift fine sand through every crevice and fill the heart of man with murderous impulses, but the east wind diffuses a kind of elemental depression. Sicily, on the other hand, is high built on rocky foundations, and is the wide spreading reach of a great volcano, sloping broadly and leisurely to the sea. It is often shaken at its center, but the sea does not take from nor add to its substance at will. It lies in the very heart of a sea of such ravishing color that by sheer fecundity of beauty it has given birth to a vast fellowship of gods and divinely fashioned creatures. Its slopes are white with billowy masses of almond blossoms in that earlier spring which is late winter in Cape Cod, while gray-green, gnarled, and twisted olive trees bear witness to the passionate moods of the Mediterranean, mother of poetry, comedy, and tragedy, often asleep in a dream of beauty in which the shadowy figures of the oldest time move, often as violent as the North Atlantic when March torments it with furious moods. For the Mediterranean is as seductive, beguiling, and uncertain of temper as Cleopatra, as radiant as Hera, as voluptuous as Aphrodite. But in terms of color, it is as different from the sea around Cape Cod as a picture by Sorolla is different from a picture by Mauve. Theocritus is interested in the magic of the island rather than in the mystery of the many-sounding sea, and to him the familiar look of things is never edged like a photograph. It is as solid and real as a report of the Department of Agriculture, but a mist of poetry is spread over it, in which, as in a Whistler nocturne, many details harmonize in a landscape at once actual and visionary. There is no example in literature of the unison of sight and vision more subtly and elusively harmonious than the report of Sicily in the Idylls. In its occupations, the island was as prosaic as Cape Cod, and lacked the far-reaching consciousness of the great world, which is the possession of every populated sandbar in the Western world. But it was enveloped in an atmosphere in which the edges of things were lost in a sense of their rootage in poetic relations, and of interrelations so elusive and immaterial that a delicate but persistent charm exhaled from them. Sicily was a solid and stubborn reality thousands of years before Theocritus struck his pastoral lyre, but its most obvious quality was atmospheric. It was compacted of facts, but they were seen not as a camera sees, but as an artist sees, not in sharp outline and hard actuality, but softened by a flood of light which melts all hard lines in a landscape vibrant and shimmering. Our landscape painters are now reporting nature as Theocritus saw her in Sicily. The value of the overtone matching the value of the undertone, to quote an artist's phrase, apply these tones in right proportions, writes Mr. Harrison, and you will find that the sky painted with a perfectly matched tone will fly away indefinitely, will be bathed in a perfect atmosphere. We who have for a time lost the poetic mood and strayed from the poet's standpoint paint the undertones with entire fidelity, but we do not paint in the overtones, and the landscape loses the luminous and vibrant quality which comes into it when the sky rains light upon it. We see with the accuracy of the camera. We do not see with the vision of the poet, in which reality is not sacrificed but subdued to larger uses. We insist on the scientific fact. The poet is intent on the visual fact. The one gives the bare structure of the landscape, the other gives us its color, atmosphere, charm. Here perhaps is the real difference between Cape Cod and Sicily. It is not so much a contrast between encircling seas and the sand ridge and rock ridge as between the two ways of seeing, the scientific and the poetic. The difference of soils must also be taken into account. The soil of history on Cape Cod is almost as thin as the physical soil, which is so light and detached that it is blown about by all the winds of heaven. In Sicily, on the other hand, the soil is so much a part of the substance of the island that the sirocco must bring from the shores of Africa the fine particles with which it tortures men. On Cape Cod there are a few colonial traditions, many heroic memories of brave deeds in awful seas, some records of prosperous daring in fishing ships, and then the advent of the summer colonists. A creditable history, but of so recent date that it has not developed the fructifying power of a rich soil, out of which atmosphere rises like an exhalation. In Sicily, on the other hand, the soil of history is so deep that the spade of the archaeologist has not touched bottom, and even the much toiling Freeman found 4-octavo volumes so cramped to tell the whole story, and mercifully stopped at the death of Agathocles. Since the beginning of history, which means only the brief time since we began to remember events, everybody has gone to Sicily, and most people have stayed there until they were driven on or driven out by later comers. And almost everybody has been determined to keep the island for himself, and set about it with an ingenuity and energy of slaughter which make the movement toward universal peace seem pallid and nerveless. It is safe to say that on no bit of ground of equal area has more history been enacted than in Sicily. And when Theocritus was young, Sicily was already venerable with years and experience. Now history, using the word as signifying things which have happened, although enacted on the ground, gets into the air, and one often feels it before he knows it. In this volatile and pervasive form it is diffused over the landscape and becomes atmospheric. And atmosphere, it must be remembered, bears the same relation to air that the countenance bears to the face. It reveals and expresses what is behind the physical features. There is hardly a half-mile of Sicily below the upper ridges of Etna that has not been fought over, and the localities are few which cannot show the prints of the feet of the gods or of the heroes who were their children. It was a very charming picture on which the curtain was rolled up when history began. But the island was not a theatre in which men sat at ease and looked at Persephone in the arms of Pluto. It was an arena in which race followed close upon race, like the waves of the sea, each rising a little higher and gaining a little wider sweep, and each leaving behind not only wreckage, but layers of soil potent in vitality. The island was as full of strange music, of haunting presences, of far-off memories of tragedy, as the island of the Tempest. It bred its Calibans, but it bred also its Prosperos. For the imagination is nourished by rich association as an artist is fed by a beautiful landscape. And in Sicily, men grew up in an invisible world of memories that spread a heroic glamour over desolate places and kept Olympus within view of the mountain pastures where rude shepherds cut their pipes. A pipe discoursing through 9 months I made full fair to view. The wax is white thereon, the line of this and that edge true. The soil of history may be so rich that it nourishes all manner of noxious things side by side with flowers of glorious beauty. This is the price we pay for fertility. A thin soil, on the other hand, sends a few flowers of delicate structure and haunting fragrance into the air, like the arbutus and the witchiana, which express the clean, dry sod of Cape Cod, and are symbolic of the poverty and purity of its history. Thoreau reports that in one place he saw advertised "fine sand for sale here," and he ventures the suggestion that some of the street had been sifted, and possibly with a little tinge of malice after his long fight with winds and shore drifts. He reports that in some pictures of Provincetown the persons of the inhabitants are not drawn below the ankles, so much being supposed to be buried in the sand. Nevertheless, he continues, natives of Provincetown assured me that they could walk in the middle of the road without trouble, even in slippers, for they had learned how to put their feet down and lift them up without taking in any sand. On a soil so light and porous there is a plentiful harvesting of health and substantial comfort, but not much chance of poetry. In the country of Theocritus there was great chance for poetry, not because anybody was taught anything, but because everybody was born in an atmosphere that was diffused poetry. If this had not been true, the poet could not have spread a soft mist of poesy over the whole island. No man works that kind of magic unaided. He compounds his portion out of simples culled from the fields round him. Theocritus does not disguise the rudeness of the life he describes. Goatherds and he-goats are not the conventional properties of the poetic stage. The poet was without a touch of the drawing-room consciousness of crude things, though he knew well softness and charm of life in Syracuse under a tyrant who did not patronize the arts, but was instructed by them. To him, the distinction between poetic and unpoetic things was not in the appearance, but in the root. He was not ashamed of nature as he found her, and he never apologized for her coarseness by avoiding things not fit for refined eyes. His shepherds and goatherds are often gross and unmannerly, and as stuffed with noisy abuse as Shakespeare's people in Richard III. Lacon and Comatus, rival poets of the field, are having a controversy, and this is the manner of their argument. Lacon: when learned I from thy practice or thy preaching aught that's right, thou puppet, thou misshapen lump of ugliness and spite? Comatus: when? When I beat thee, wailing sore. Your goats looked on with glee, and bleated, and were dealt with even as I had dealt with thee. And then without a pause the landscape shines through the noisy talk. Nay, here are oaks and galingale, the hum of housing bees makes the place pleasant, and the birds are piping in the trees, and here are 2 cold streamlets. Here deeper shadows fall than yon place owns, and look what cones drop from the pine tree tall. Thoreau, to press the analogy from painting a little further, lays the undertones on with a firm hand. It is a wild, rank place, and there is no flattery in it, strewn with crabs, horseshoes, and razor clams, and whatever the sea casts up, a vast morgue, where famished dogs may reign in packs, and cows come daily to glean the pittance which the tide leaves them. The carcasses of men and beasts together lie stately up upon its shelf, rotting and bleaching in the sun and waves, and each tide turns them in their beds and tucks fresh sand under them. There is naked nature, inhumanly sincere, wasting no thought on man, nibbling at the cliffy shore where gulls wheel amid the spray. It certainly is naked nature with a vengeance, and it was hardly fair to take her portrait in that condition. Theocritus would have shown us Actaeon surprising Artemis, not naked but nude, and there is all the difference between nakedness and nudity that yawns between a Greek statue and a Pompeian fresco indiscreetly preserved in the museum at Naples. Theocritus shows nature nude, but not naked, and it is worth noting that the difference between the two lies in the presence or absence of consciousness. In Greek mythology, nudity passes without note or comment. The moment it begins to be noted and commented upon, it becomes nakedness. Theocritus sees nature nude, as did all the Greek poets, but he does not surprise her when she is naked. He paints the undertones faithfully, but he always lays on the overtones, and so spreads the effulgence of the sky stream over the undertones, and the picture becomes vibrant and luminous. The fact is never slurred or ignored. It gets full value, but not as a solitary and detached thing, untouched by light, unmodified by the landscape. Is there a more charming impression of a landscape bathed in atmosphere, exhaling poetry, breathing in the very presence of divinity, than this in Calverley's translation? I ceased. He, smiling sweetly as before, gave me the staff, the Muses' parting gift, and leftward sloped toward Pyxa. We the while bent us to Phrasydenes, Eucritus and I, and baby-faced Amyntas. There we lay half buried in a couch of fragrant reed and fresh-cut vine leaves. Who so glad as we? A wealth of elm and poplar shook o'erhead. Hard by, a sacred spring flowed gurgling on from the nymph's grot, and in the sombre boughs the sweet cicada chirped laboriously. Hidden in the thick thorn bushes far away, the tree frog's note was heard. The crested lark sang with the goldfinch. Turtles made their moan, and o'er the fountain hung the gilded bee. All of rich summer smacked of autumn all. Pears at our feet and apples at our side rolled in luxuriance. Branches on the ground sprawled, overweighted with damsons, while we brushed from the cask's head the crust of 4 long years. Say ye, who dwell upon Parnassian peaks, nymphs of Castelia, did old Chiron ever set before Heracles a cup so brave in Pholus's cavern? Did as nectarous draughts cause that Anapian shepherd, in whose hand rocks were as pebbles, Polypheme the strong, featly to foot it o'er the cottage lawns? As ladies we bid flow that day for us all but Demeter's shrine at harvest home, beside whose corn stalks may I oft again plant my broad fan, while she stands by and smiles, poppies and corn sheaves on each laden arm. Here is the landscape seen with a poet's eye, and the color and shining quality of a landscape, it must be remembered, are in the exquisitely sensitive eye that sees, not in the structure and substance upon which it rests. The painter and poet create nature as really as they create art. For in every clear sight of the world we are not passive receivers of impressions, but partners in that creative work which makes nature as contemporaneous as the morning newspaper. It is true, Sicily was poetic in its very structure, while Cape Cod is poetic only in oases, bits of old New England shade and tracery of elms, the peace of ancient sincerity and content honestly housed, the changing color of marshes, in whose channels the tides are singing or mute. But the Sicily of Theocritus was seen by the poetic eye. In every complete vision of a landscape, what is behind the eye is as important as what lies before it. And behind the eyes that look at Sicily in the 3rd century B.C., there were not only the memories of many generations, but there was also a faith in visible and invisible creatures which peopled the world with divinities. The text of Theocritus is starred with the names of gods and goddesses, of heroes and poets. It is like a rich tapestry, on the surface of which history has been woven in beautiful colors. The flat surface dissolves in a vast distance, and the dull warp and woof glows with moving life. The idols are saturated with religion, and as devoid of piety as a Bernard Shaw play. Gods and men differ only in their power, not at all in their character. What we call morals were as conspicuously absent from Olympus as from Sicily. In both places life and the world are taken in their obvious intention. There was no attempt, apart from the philosophers, who are always an inquisitive folk, to discover either the mind or the heart of things. In the Greek Bible, which Homer composed and recited to crowds of people on festive occasions, the fear of the gods and their vengeance are set forth in a text of unsurpassed force and vitality of imagination. But no god in his most dissolute mood betrays any moral consciousness, and no man repents of sins. That things often go wrong was as obvious then as now, but there was no sense of sin. There were Greeks who prayed, but none who put dust on their head, and beat his breast, and cried, "Woe unto me, a sinner!" There were disasters by land and sea, but no newspaper spread them out in shrieking type, and by skilful omission and selection of topics bore the semblance of an official report of a madhouse. There were diseases and deaths, but patent medicine advertisements had not saturated the common mind with ominous symptoms. Old age was present with its monitions of change and decay. Age o'ertakes us all, our tempers first, then our cheek and chin. Slowly and surely creep the frosts of time, up and go somewhere ere thy limbs are sere. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17. Theocritus came late in the classical age, and the shadows had deepened since Homer's time. The torches on the tombs were inverted. The imagery of immortality was faint and dim, but the natural world was still naturally seen, and if age was coming down the road, the brave man went bravely forward to meet the shadow. It was different on Cape Cod. Even Thoreau, who had escaped from the morasses of theology into the woods, and accomplished the reversion to paganism in the shortest possible manner, never lost the habit of moralizing, which is a survival of the deep-going consciousness of sin. Describing the operations of a sloop dragging for anchors and chains, he gave his text those neat, hard touches of fancy which he had at command, even in his most uncompromising semi-scientific moments. To hunt today in pleasant weather for anchors which had been lost, the sunken faith and the hope of mariners, to which they trusted in vain. Now perchance it is the rusty one of some old pirate ship or Norman fisherman, whose cable parted here 200 years ago, and now the best bower anchor of a Canton or California ship which has gone about her business. And then he drops into the depths of the moral subconsciousness, from which the clear, clean waters of Walden Pond could not wash him. If the roadsteads of the spiritual ocean could be thus dragged, what rusty flukes of hope, deceived and parted chain cables of faith, might again be windlassed aboard, enough to sink the finder's craft, or stock new navies to the end of time. The bottom of the sea is strewn with anchors, some deeper and some shallower, and alternately covered and uncovered by the sand, perchance with a small length of iron cable still attached, to which where is the other end? So if we have diving bells adapted to the spiritual deeps, we should see anchors with their cables attached, as thick as eels in vinegar, all wriggling vainly toward their holding ground. But that is not treasure for us which another man has lost. Rather, it is for us to seek what no other man has found or can find. The tone is light, almost trifling, when one takes into account the imagery and the idea, and the subconsciousness is wearing thin. But it is still there. Thoreau's individual consciousness was a very faint reflection of an ancestral consciousness of the presence of sin and of moral obligations of an intensity almost inconceivable in these degenerate days. There was a time in a Cape Cod community when corporal punishment was inflicted on all residents who denied the Scriptures, and all persons who stood outside the meeting house during the time of divine service were set in the stocks. The way of righteousness was not a straight and narrow path, but a macadamized thoroughfare, and woe to the man who ventured on a bypath. One is not surprised to learn that hysteric fits were very common, and that congregations were often thrown into the utmost confusion. For the preaching was far from quieting. "Some think sinning ends with this life," said a well-known preacher, But it is a mistake. The creature is held under an everlasting law. The damned increase in sin in hell. Possibly the mention of this may please thee, but remember, there shall be no pleasant sins there, no eating, drinking, singing, dancing, wanton dalliance, and drinking stolen waters. But damned sins, bitter, hellish sins, sins exasperated by torments, cursing God, spite, rage, and blasphemy. The guilt of all thy sins shall be laid upon thy soul, and be made so many heaps of fuel. He damns sinners heaps upon heaps. It is not surprising to learn that as a result of such preaching the hearers were several times greatly alarmed, and on one occasion a comparatively innocent young man was frightened nearly out of his wits. One wonders in what precise sense the word comparatively was used. It is certain that those who had this sense of the sinfulness of things driven into them were too thoroughly frightened to see the world with the poet's eye. In Sicily nobody was concerned for the safety of his soul. Nobody was aware that he had a soul to be saved. Thoughtful people knew that certain things gave offense to the gods, that you must not flaunt your prosperity after the fashion of some American millionaires who have discovered in recent years that there is a basis of fact for the Greek feeling that it is wise to hold great possessions modestly, that certain family and state relations are sacred, and that the fate of Oedipus was a warning. But nobody was making observations of his own frame of mind. There were no thermometers to take the spiritual temperature. In his representative capacity as poet, Theocritus, speaking for his people, might have said with Gautier, "I am a man for whom the visible world exists." It is as impossible to cut the visible world loose from the invisible as to see the solid stretch of earth without seeing the light that streams upon it and makes the landscape. But Gautier came as near doing the impossible as any man could, and the goatherds and the pipe players of Theocritus measurably approached this unstable position. On Cape Cod, it is true they looked up and not down, but it is also true that they looked in and not out. In Sicily, they looked neither up nor down, but straight ahead. The inevitable shadows fell across the fields whence the distracted Demeter sought Persephone and Enceladus, uneasily bearing the weight of Etna, poured out the vials of his wrath on thriving vineyards and on almond orchards white as with sea foam. But the haunting sense of disaster in some other world beyond the dip of the sea was absent. If the hope of living with the gods was faint and far, and the forms of vanished heroes were vague and dim, the fear of retribution beyond the gate of death was a mere blurring of the landscape by a mist that came and went. The two workmen whose talk Theocritus overhears and reports in the 10th Idyll are not discussing the welfare of their souls. They are not even awake to the hard conditions of labor, and take no thought about shorter hours and higher wages. They are interested chiefly in Bombyca, lean dusk, a gypsy. Twinkling dice thy feet, poppies thy lips, thy ways none knows how sweet. And they lighten the hard task of the reaper of the stubborn corn in this fashion: O rich in fruit and corn blade be this field, tilled well, Demeter, and fair fruitage yield. Bind the sheaves, reaper, lest one passing say, a fig for these, they're never worth their pay. Let the mown swaths look northward, ye who mow, or westward, for the ears grow fattest so. Avoid a noontide nap, ye threshing men, the chaff flies thickest from the corn ears then. Wake when the lark wakes, and when he slumbers, close your work, ye reapers, and at noontide doze. Boys, the frog's life for me, they need not him who fills the flagon, for in drink they swim. Better boil herbs, thou toiler after gain, than, splitting cumin, split thy hand in twain. In Sicily no reckoning of the waste of life had been kept, and armies and fleets had been spent as freely in the tumultuous centuries of conquest as if, in the overabundance of life, these losses need not be entered in the book of account. Theocritus distills this sense of fertility from the air, and the leaves of the Idylls are fairly astir with it. The central myth of the island has a meaning quite beyond the reach of accident. Poetic as it is, its symbolism seems almost scientific. Under skies so full of the light which, in a real sense, creates the landscape, encircled by a sea which was fecund of gods and goddesses, Sicily was the teeming mother of flower-strewn fields and trees heavy with fruit, trunks and boughs made firm by winds as the fruit grew mellow in the sun. Demeter moved through harvest fields, and across the grassy slopes where herds are fed, a smiling goddess. Poppies and corn sheaves on each laden arm. Forgetfulness of the ills of life, dreams of Olympian beauty and tempered energy in the fields, are not these the secrets of the fair world which survives in the Idylls? The corn and wine were food for the gods, who gave them as truly as for the men who plucked the ripened grain and pressed the fragrant grape. If there was a sense of awe in the presence of the gods, there was no sense of moral separation, no yawning chasm of unworthiness. The gods obeyed their impulses no less readily than the men and women they had created. Both had eaten of the fruit of the tree of life, but neither had eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Anybody might happen upon Pan in some deeply shadowed place, and the danger of surprising Diana at her bath was not wholly imaginary. Religion was largely the sense of being neighbor to the gods. They were more prosperous than men and had more power, but they were different only in degree, and one might be on easy terms with them. They were created by the poetic mind, and they repaid it 1,000-fold with the consciousness of a world haunted by near, familiar, and radiant divinity. The heresy which shattered the unity of life by dividing it between the religious and the secular had not come to confuse the souls of the good and put a full half of life in the hands of sinners. Religion was as natural as sunlight and as easy as breathing. There was little philosophy and less science in Sicily, as Theocritus reports it. The devastating passion for knowledge had not brought self-consciousness in like a tide, nor had the desire to know about things taken the place of knowledge of the things themselves. The beauty of the world was a matter of experience, not of formal observation, and was seen directly as artists see a landscape before they bring technical skill to reproduce it. So far as the men and women who work and sing and make love in the Idylls were concerned, the age was delightfully unintellectual and therefore normally poetic. The vocabulary of names for things was made up of descriptive rather than analytical words, and things were seen in wholes rather than in parts. From this point of view, religion was as universal and all-enfolding as air, and the gods were as concrete and tangible as trees and rocks and stars. They were companionable with all sorts and conditions of men, and if one wished to represent them, he used symbols and images of divinely fashioned men and women, not philosophical ideas or scientific formulae. In this respect, the Roman Catholic Church has been both a wise teacher and a tender guardian of lonely and sorrowful humanity. Homer was not a formal theologian, but the harvest of the seed of thought he sowed is not even now fully gathered. He peopled the whole world of imagination. Christianity is not only concrete but historic, and some day, when the way of abstraction has been abandoned for that way of vital knowledge which is the path of the prophets, the saints, and the artists, it will again set the imagination aflame. Meantime, Theocritus is a charming companion for those who hunger and thirst for beauty, and who long from time to time to hang up the trumpet of the reformer, and give themselves up to the song of the sea, and the simple music of the shepherd's pipe. Colonialism in the United States, by Henry Cabot Lodge. Footnote: This essay appeared originally in the Atlantic Monthly for May of 1883. During the 30 years which have elapsed since it was written, the manifestations of the colonial spirit then apparent in the United States have not only altered in character, but, I am glad to say, have weakened, diminished, and become less noticeable. Since 1883, also, there has been much achieved by Americans in art and literature, in painting, in sculpture, in music, and particularly in architecture. Success in all these fields has, with few exceptions, been won by men working in the spirit which is not colonial, but which it was the purpose of this essay to inculcate as the true one to which alone we could look for fine and enduring achievement. I have called attention to the date at which the essay was written in order that those who read it may remember that it applies in certain points to the conditions of 30 years ago, and not to those of the present day. End of footnote. Nothing is more interesting than to trace through many years and almost endless wanderings and changes the fortunes of an idea or habit of thought. The subject is a much neglected one, even in these days of sweeping and minute investigation. Because the inherent difficulties are so great, and the necessary data so multifarious, confused, and sometimes contradictory, that absolute proof and smooth presentation seem well nigh impossible. Yet the ideas, the opinions, even the prejudices of men, impalpable and indefinite as they are, have at times a wonderful vitality and force, and are not without meaning and importance when looked at with considerate eyes. The conditions under which they have been developed may change, or pass utterly away, while they, mere shadowy creations of the mind, will endure for generations. Long after the world to which it belongs has vanished, a habit of thought will live on, indelibly imprinted upon the race or nation, like the footprint of some extinct beast or bird upon a piece of stone. The solemn bigotry of the Spaniard is the fossil trace of the fierce struggle of 800 years with the Moors. The theory of the Lord's Day peculiar to the English race all over the world is the deeply branded sign of the brief reign of Puritanism. A certain fashion of thought prevailed half a century ago. Another is popular today. There is every resemblance between the two. The existence of both is recognized, and both, without much consideration, are set down as sporadic and independent, which is by no means a safe conclusion. We have all heard of those rivers which are suddenly lost to sight in the bowels of the earth, and coming as suddenly again to the surface, flow onward to the sea as before. Or the wandering stream may turn aside into fresh fields, and with new shapes and colors seem to have no connection with the waters of its source, or with those which finally mingle with the ocean. Yet, despite the disappearances and the changes, it is always the same river. It is exactly so with some kinds of ideas and modes of thought, those that are wholly distinct from the countless host of opinions which perish utterly, and are forgotten in a few years, or which are still oftener the creatures of a day or an hour, and die by myriads, like the short-lived insects whose course is run between sunrise and sunset. The purpose of this essay is to discuss briefly certain opinions which belong to the more enduring class. They are sufficiently well known. When they are mentioned, everyone will recognize them, and will admit their existence at the particular period to which they belong. The point which is overlooked is their connection and relationship. They all have the same pedigree, a marked resemblance to each other, and they derive their descent from a common ancestor, My intention is merely to trace the pedigree and narrate the history of this numerous and interesting family of ideas and habits of thought. I have entitled them collectively Colonialism in the United States, a description which is perhaps more comprehensive than satisfactory or exact. In the year of grace 1776 we published to the world our Declaration of Independence. 6 years later England assented to the separation. These are tolerably familiar facts. That we have been striving ever since to make that independence real and complete, and that the work is not yet entirely finished, are not perhaps equally obvious truisms. The hard fighting by which we severed our connection with the mother country was in many ways the least difficult part of the work of building up a great and independent nation. The decision of the sword may be rude, but it is pretty sure to be speedy. Armed revolution is quick. A South American, in the exercise of his constitutional privileges, will rush into the street and declare a revolution in 5 minutes. A Frenchman will pull down one government today and set up another tomorrow, besides giving new names to all the principal streets of Paris during the intervening night. We English-speaking people do not move quite so fast. We come more slowly to the boiling point. We are not fond of violent changes, and when we make them we consume a considerable time in the operation. Still, at the best, a revolution by force of arms is an affair of a few years. We broke with England in 1776, we had won our victory in 1782, and by the year 1789 we had a new national government fairly started. But if we are slower than other people in the conduct of revolutions, owing largely to our love of dogged fighting and inability to recognize defeat, we are infinitely more deliberate than our neighbors in altering or even modifying our ideas and modes of thought. The slow mind and ingrained conservatism of the English race are the chief causes of their marvelous political and material success. After much obstinate fighting in the field, they have carried through the few revolutions which they have seen fit to engage in. But when they have undertaken to extend these revolutions to the domain of thought, there has arisen a spirit of stubborn and elusive resistance, which has seemed to set every effort, and even time itself, at defiance. By the Treaty of Paris our independence was acknowledged, and in name and theory was complete. We then entered upon the second stage in the conflict, that of ideas and opinions. True to our race and to our instincts, and with a wisdom which is one of the glories of our history, we carefully preserved the principles and forms of government and law which traced an unbroken descent and growth from the days of the Saxon invasion. But while we kept so much that was of inestimable worth, we also retained, inevitably of course, something which it would have been well for us to have shaken off together with the rule of George III and the British Parliament. This was the colonial spirit in our modes of thought. The word colonial is preferable to the more obvious word provincial, because the former is absolute, while the latter by usage has become in a great measure relative. We are very apt to call an opinion, a custom, or a neighbor provincial, because we do not like the person or thing in question, and in this way the true value of the word has of late been frittered away. Colonialism, moreover, has in this connection historical point and value, while provincialism is general and meaningless. Colonialism is also susceptible of accurate definition. A colony is an offshoot from a parent stock, and its chief characteristic is dependence. In exact proportion as dependence lessens, the colony changes its nature and advances toward a national existence. For 150 years we were English colonies. Just before the Revolution, in everything but the affairs of practical government, the precise point at which the break came, we were still colonies in the fullest sense of the term. Except in matters of food and drink and of the wealth which we won from the soil and the ocean, we were in a state of complete material and intellectual dependence. Every luxury and almost every manufactured article came to us across the water. Our politics, except those which were purely local, were the politics of England, and so also were our foreign relations. Our books, our art, our authors, our commerce were all English. And this was true of our colleges, our professions, our learning, our fashions, and our manners. There is no need here to go into the details which show the absolute supremacy of the colonial spirit and our entire intellectual dependence. When we sought to originate, we simply imitated. The conditions of our life could not be overcome. The universal prevalence of the colonial spirit at that period is shown most strongly by one great exception, just as the flash of lightning makes us realize the intense darkness of a thunderstorm at night. In the midst of the provincial and barren waste of our intellectual existence in the 18th century, there stands out in sharp relief the luminous genius of Franklin. It is true that Franklin was cosmopolitan in thought, that his name and fame and achievements in science and literature belonged to mankind. But he was all this because he was genuinely and intensely American. His audacity, his fertility, his adaptability are all characteristic of America, and not of an English colony. He moved with an easy and assured step, with a poise and balance which nothing could shake, among the great men of the world. He stood before kings and princes and courtiers unmoved and unawed. He was strongly averse to breaking with England. But when the war came, he was the one man who could go forth and represent to Europe the new nationality without a touch of the colonist about him. He met them all, great ministers and great sovereigns, on a common ground, as if the colonies of yesterday had been an independent nation for generations. His autobiography is the cornerstone, the first great work of American literature. The plain, direct style, almost worthy of Swift, the homely, forcible language, the humor, the observation, the knowledge of men, the worldly philosophy of that remarkable book, are familiar to all. But its best, and considering its date, its most extraordinary quality, is its perfect originality. It is American in feeling, without any taint of English colonialism. Look at Franklin in the midst of that excellent Pennsylvania community. Compare him and his genius with his surroundings, and you get a better idea of what the colonial spirit was in America in those days, and how thoroughly men were saturated with it, than in any other way. In general terms, it may be said that, outside of politics and the still latent democratic tendencies, the entire intellectual life of the colonists was drawn from England, and that to the mother country they looked for everything pertaining to the domain of thought. The colonists in the 18th century had, in a word, a thoroughly and deeply rooted habit of mental dependence. The manner in which we have gradually shaken off this dependence, retaining of the past only that which is good, constitutes the history of the decline of the colonial spirit in the United States. As this spirit existed everywhere at the outset, and brooded over the whole realm of intellect, we can in most cases trace its history best in the recurring and successful revolts against it, which, breaking out now here, now there, have at last brought it so near to final extinction. In 1789, after the 7 years of disorder and demoralization which followed the close of the war, the United States government was established. Every visible political tie which bound us to England had been severed, and we were apparently entirely independent. But the shackles of the colonial spirit, which had been forging and welding for a century and a half, were still heavy upon us and fettered all our mental action. The work of making our independence real and genuine was but half done. And the first struggle of the new national spirit with that of the colonial past was in the field of politics, and consumed 25 years before victory was finally obtained. We still felt that our fortunes were inextricably interwoven with those of Europe. We could not realize that what affected us nearly when we were a part of the British Empire no longer touched us as an independent nation. We can best understand how strong this feeling was by the effect which was produced here by the French Revolution. That tremendous convulsion, it may be said, was necessarily felt everywhere, but one much greater might take place in Europe today without producing here anything at all resembling the excitement of 1790. We had already achieved far more than the French Revolution ever accomplished. We had gone much farther on the democratic road than any other nation. Yet worthy men in the United States put on cockades and liberty caps, erected trees of liberty, called each other Citizen Brown and Citizen Smith, drank confusion to tyrants, and sang the wild songs of Paris. All this was done in a country where every privilege and artificial distinction had been swept away, and where the government was the creation of the people themselves. These ravings and symbols had a terrific reality in Paris and in Europe, and so, like colonists, we felt that they must have a meaning to us, and that the fate and fortunes of our ally were our fate and fortunes. A part of the people engaged in an imitation that became here the shallowest nonsense, while the other portion of the community, which was hostile to French ideas, took up and propagated the notion that the welfare of civilized society lay with England and with English opinions. Thus we had two great parties in the United States working themselves up to white heat over the politics of England and France. The first heavy blow to the influence of foreign politics was Washington's proclamation of neutrality. It seemed a very simple and obvious thing now, this policy of non-interference in the affairs of Europe, which that proclamation inaugurated, and yet at the time men marveled at the step and thought it very strange. Parties divided over it. People could not conceive how we could keep clear of the great stream of European events. One side disliked the proclamation as hostile to France, while the other approved it for the same reason. Even the Secretary of State, Thomas Jefferson, one of the most representative men of American democracy, resisted the neutrality policy in the genuine spirit of the colonist. Yet Washington's proclamation was simply the sequel to the Declaration of Independence. It merely amounted to saying, we have created a new nation, and England not only cannot govern us, but English and European politics are none of our business, and we propose to be independent of them and not meddle in them. The neutrality policy of Washington's administration was a great advance toward independence and a severe blow to colonialism in politics. Washington himself exerted a powerful influence against the colonial spirit. The principle of nationality, then just entering upon its long struggle with states' rights, was in its very nature hostile to everything colonial. And Washington, despite his Virginian traditions, was thoroughly imbued with a national spirit. He believed himself, and insensibly impressed his belief upon the people, that true nationality could only be obtained by keeping ourselves aloof from the conflicts and politics of the Old World. Then, too, his splendid personal dignity, which still holds us silent and respectful after the lapse of 100 years, communicated itself to his office, and thence to the nation of which he was the representative. The colonial spirit withered away in the presence of Washington. The only thoroughgoing nationalist among the leaders of that time was Alexander Hamilton. He was not born in the States, and was therefore free of all local influences, and he was by nature imperious in temper and imperial in his views. The guiding principle of that great man's public career was the advancement of American nationality. He was called British Hamilton by the very men who wished to throw us into the arms of the French Republic, because he was wedded to the principles and the forms of constitutional English government, and sought to preserve them here adapted to new conditions. He desired to put our political inheritance to its proper use, but this was as far as removed from the colonial spirit as possible. Instead of being British, Hamilton's intense eagerness for a strong national government made him the deadliest foe of the colonial spirit, which he did more to strangle and crush out than any other man of his time. The objects at which he aimed were continental supremacy and complete independence in business, politics, and industry. In all these departments he saw the belittling effects of dependence, and so he assailed it by his reports and by his whole policy, foreign and domestic. So much of his work as he carried through had a far-reaching effect, and did a great deal to weaken the colonial spirit. But the strength of that spirit was best shown in the hostility or indifference which was displayed toward his projects. The great cause of opposition to Hamilton's financial policy proceeded undoubtedly from state jealousy of the central government, but the resistance to his foreign policy arose from the colonial ignorance which could not understand the real purpose of neutrality, and which thought that Hamilton was simply and stupidly endeavoring to force us toward England as against France. Washington, Hamilton, and John Adams, notwithstanding his New England prejudices, all did much while they were in power, as the heads of the Federalist party, to cherish and increase national self-respect, and thereby eradicate colonialism from our politics. The lull in Europe after the fall of the Federalists led to a truce in the contests over foreign affairs in the United States, but with the renewal of war the old conflict broke out. The years from 1806 to 1812 are among the least creditable in our history. The Federalists ceased to be a national party, and the fierce reaction against the French Revolution drove them into an unreasoning admiration of England. They looked to England for the salvation of civilized society. Their chief interest centered in English politics, and the resources of England formed the subject of their thoughts and studies, and furnished the theme of conversation at their dinner tables. It was just as bad on the other side. The Republicans still clung to their affection for France, notwithstanding the despotism of the empire. They regarded Napoleon with reverential awe, and shivered at the idea of plunging into hostilities with anyone. The foreign policy of Jefferson was that of a thorough colonist. He shrank with horror from war. He would have had us confine ourselves to agriculture and to our flocks and herds, because our commerce, the commerce of a nation, was something with which other powers were likely to interfere. He wished us to exist in a state of complete commercial and industrial dependence, and allow England to carry for us and manufacture for us, as she did when we were colonies weighed down by the clauses of the Navigation Acts. His plans for resistance did not extend beyond the old colonial scheme of non-importation and non-intercourse agreements. Read the bitter debates in Congress of those years, and you find them filled with nothing but the politics of other nations. All the talk is saturated with colonial feeling. Even the names of opprobrium which the hostile parties applied to each other were borrowed. The Republicans called the Federalists Tories and a British faction, while the Federalists retorted by stigmatizing their opponents as Jacobins. During these sorry years, however, the last in which our politics bore the colonial character, a new party was growing up, which may be called the National Party, not as distinguished from the party of states' rights, but as the opposition to colonial ideas. This new movement was headed and rendered illustrious by such men as Henry Clay, John Quincy Adams, the brilliant group from South Carolina, comprising Calhoun, Langdon Cheves, and William Lowndes, and at a later period by Daniel Webster. Clay and the South Carolinians were the first to push forward the resistance to colonialism. Their policy was crude and ill-defined. They struck out blindly against the evil influence which, as they felt, was choking the current of national life, for they were convinced that, to be truly independent, the United States must fight somebody. Who that somebody should be was a secondary question. Of all the nations which had been kicking and cuffing us, England was, on the whole, the most arrogant and offensive, and so the young nationalists dragged the country into the War of 1812. We were wonderfully successful at sea and at New Orleans, but in other respects this war was neither very prosperous nor very creditable, and the Treaty of Ghent was absolutely silent as to the objects for which we had expressly declared war. Nevertheless, the real purpose of the war was gained, despite the silent and almost meaningless treaty which concluded it. We had proved to the world and to ourselves that we existed as a nation. We had demonstrated the fact that we had ceased to be colonies. We had torn up colonialism in our public affairs by the roots, and we had crushed out the colonial spirit in our politics. After the War of 1812, our politics might be good, bad, or indifferent, but they were our own politics, and not those of Europe. The wretched colonial spirit which had belittled and warped them for 25 years had perished utterly, and with the Treaty of Ghent it was buried so deeply that not even its ghost has since then crossed our political pathway. Besides being the field where the first battle with the colonial spirit was fought out, politics then offered almost the only intellectual interest of the country outside of commerce, which was still largely dependent in character and very different in its scope from the great mercantile combinations of to-day. Religious controversy was of the past, and except in New England, where the liberal revolt against Calvinism was in progress, there was no great interest in theological questions. When the Constitution went into operation, the professions of law and medicine were in their infancy. There was no literature, no art, no science, none of the multifarious interests which now divide and absorb the intellectual energies of the community. In the quarter of a century which closed with the Treaty of Ghent, we can trace the development of the legal and medical professions and their advance toward independence and originality. But in the literary effort of the time, we see the colonial spirit displayed more strongly than anywhere else, and in apparently undiminished vigor. Our first literature was political, and sprang from the discussions incident to the adoption of the Constitution. It was, however, devoted to our own affairs, and aimed at the foundation of a nation, and was therefore fresh, vigorous, often learned, and thoroughly American in tone. Its masterpiece was the Federalist, which marks an era in the history of constitutional discussion, and which was the conception of the thoroughly national mind of Hamilton. After the new government was established, our political writings, like our politics, drifted back to provincialism of thought and were absorbed in the affairs of Europe. But the first advance on the road to literary independence was made by the early literature of the Constitution. It is to this period also, which covers the years from 1789 to 1815, that Washington Irving, the first of our great writers, belongs. This is not the place to enter into an analysis of Irving's genius, but it may be fairly said that while in feeling he was a thorough American, in literature he was a cosmopolitan. His easy style, the tinge of romance, and the mingling of the storyteller and the antiquarian remind us of his great contemporary, Walter Scott. In his quiet humor and gentle satire we taste the flavor of Addison. In the charming legends with which he has consecrated the beauties of the Hudson River Valley, and thrown over that beautiful region the warm light of his imagination, we find the genuine love of country and of home. In like manner we perceive his historical taste and his patriotism in the last work of his life, the biography of his great namesake. But he wrought as well with the romance of Spain and of England. He was too great to be colonial. He did not find enough food for his imagination in the America of that day to be thoroughly American. He stands apart, a notable gift from America to English literature, but not a type of American literature itself. He had imitators and friends whom it has been the fashion to call a school, but he founded no school, and he died as he lived, alone. He broke through the narrow trammels of colonialism himself, but the colonial spirit hung just as heavily upon the feeble literature about him. In those years also came the first poem of William Cullen Bryant, the first American poem with the quality of life and which was native and not of imported origin. In that same period, too, there flourished another literary man, who was far removed in every way from the brilliant editor of Diedrich Knickerbocker, but who illustrated by his struggle with colonialism the strength of that influence far better than Irving, who soared so easily above it. Noah Webster, poor, sturdy, independent, with a rude but surprising knowledge of philology, revolted in every nerve and fiber of his being against the enervating influence of the colonial past. The spirit of nationality had entered into his soul. He felt that the nation which he saw growing up about him was too great to take its orthography or its pronunciation blindly and obediently from the motherland. It was a new country and a new nation, and Webster determined that so far as in him lay it should have linguistic independence. It was an odd idea, but it came from his heart, and his national feeling found natural expression in the study of language, to which he devoted his life. He went into open rebellion against British tradition. He was snubbed, laughed at, and abused. He was regarded as little better than a madman to dare to set himself up against Johnson and his successors. But the hard-headed New Englander pressed on, and finally brought out his dictionary, a great work which has fitly preserved his name. His knowledge was crude, his general theory mistaken. His system of changes has not stood the test of time, and was in itself contradictory. But the stubborn battle which he fought for literary independence, and the hard blows he struck, should never be forgotten, while the odds against which he contended and the opposition he aroused are admirable illustrations of the overpowering influence of the colonial spirit in our early literature. What the state of our literature was, what the feelings of our few literary men apart from these few exceptions, and what the spirit with which Webster did battle, all come out in a few lines written by an English poet. We can see everything as by a sudden flash of light, and we do not need to look farther to understand the condition of American literature in the early years of the century. In the waste of barbarism called the United States, the only oasis discovered by the delicate sensibilities of Mr. Thomas Moore was in the society of Mr. Joseph Denny, a clever editor and essayist, and his little circle of friends in Philadelphia. The lines commonly quoted in this connection are those in the Epistle to Spencer, beginning, Yet forgive me, O ye sacred few, whom late by Delaware's green banks I knew, which describe the poet's feelings toward America and his delight in the society of Mr. Denny and his friends. But the feelings and opinions of Moore are of no moment. The really important passage describes not the author, but what Denny and his companions said and thought, and has in this way historical, if not poetic, value. The lines occur among those addressed to the Boston frigate when the author was leaving Halifax. Farewell to the few I have left with regret. May they sometimes recall what I cannot forget. The delight of those evenings, too brief a delight, when in converse and song we have stolen on the night, when they've asked me the manners, the mind, or the main of some bard I had known, or some chief I had seen, whose glory, though distant, they long had adored, whose name had oft hallowed the wine cup they poured, and still as, with sympathy humble but true, I have told of each bright son of fame all I knew. They have listened and sighed that the powerful stream of America's empire should pass like a dream, without leaving one relic of genius, to say how sublime was the tide which had vanished away. The evils apprehended by these excellent gentlemen are much more strongly set forth in the previous epistle, but here we catch sight of the men themselves. There they sit, adoring Englishmen, and eagerly inquiring about them of the gracious Mr. Moore, while they are dolefully sighing that the empire of America is to pass away and leave no relic of genius. In their small way they were doing what they could toward such a consummation. It may be said that this frame of mind was perfectly natural under the circumstances, but it is not to the purpose to inquire into causes and motives. It is enough to state the fact. Here was a set of men of more than average talents and education, not men of real talent and quality like Irving, but clever men, forming one of the 2 or 3 small groups of literary persons in the United States. They come before us as true provincials, steeped to the eyes in colonialism, and they fairly represent the condition of American literature at that time. They were slaves to the colonial spirit, which bowed before England and Europe. They have not left a name or a line which is remembered or read, except to serve as a historical illustration. They will ultimately find their fit resting place in the footnotes of the historian. With the close of the English war, the United States entered upon the second stage of their development. The new era, which began in 1815, lasted until 1861. It was a period of growth, not simply in the direction of a vast material prosperity and a rapidly increasing population, but in national sentiment, which made itself felt everywhere. Wherever we turn during those years, we discover a steady decline of the colonial influence. Politics had become wholly national and independent. The law was illustrated by great names, which take high rank in the annals of English jurisprudence. Medicine began to have its schools, and to show practitioners who no longer looked across the sea for inspiration. The Monroe Doctrine bore witness to the strong foreign policy of an independent people. The tariff gave evidence of the eager desire for industrial independence, which found practical expression in the fast-growing native manufactures. Internal improvements were a sign of the general faith and interest in the development of the national resources. The rapid multiplication of inventions resulted from the natural genius of America in that important field, where it took almost at once a leading place. Science began to have a home at our seats of learning, and in the land of Franklin found a congenial soil. But the colonial spirit, cast out from our politics and fast disappearing from business and the professions, still clung closely to literature, which must always be the best and last expression of a national mode of thought. In the admirable Life of Cooper, recently published by Professor Lounsbury, the condition of our literature in 1820 is described so vividly and so exactly that it cannot be improved. It is as follows: The intellectual dependence of America upon England at that period is something that is now hard to understand. Political supremacy had been cast off, but the supremacy of opinion remained absolutely unshaken. Of creative literature there was then very little of any value produced, and to that Little a foreign stamp was necessary to give currency outside of the petty circle in which it originated. There was slight encouragement for the author to write. There was still less for the publisher to print. It was indeed a positive injury ordinarily to the commercial credit of a bookseller to bring out a volume of poetry or of prose fiction which had been written by an American, for it was almost certain to fail to pay expenses. A sort of critical literature was struggling, or rather gasping, for a life that was hardly worth living, for its most marked characteristic was its servile deference to English judgment and the dread of English censure. It requires a painful and penitential examination of the reviews of the period to comprehend the utter abasement of mind with which the men of that day accepted the foreign estimate upon works written here, which had been read by themselves, but which it was clear had not been read by the critics whose opinions they echoed. Even the meekness with which they submitted to the most depreciatory estimate of themselves was outdone by the anxiety with which they hurried to assure the world that they, the most cultivated of the American race, did not presume to have so high an opinion of the writings of some of their countrymen as had been expressed by enthusiasts, whose patriotism had proved too much for their discernment. Never was any class so eager to free itself from charges that imputed to it the presumption of holding independent views of its own. Out of the intellectual character of many of those who at that day pretended to be the representatives of the highest education in the country, it almost seemed that the element of manliness had been wholly eliminated, and that, along with its sturdy democracy, whom no obstacles thwarted and no dangers daunted, the New World was also to give birth to a race of literary cowards and parasites. The case is vigorously stated, but is not at all overcharged. Far stronger indeed was Professor Lounsbury's statement in the commentary furnished by Cooper's first book. This novel, now utterly forgotten, was entitled Precaution. Its scene was laid wholly in England. Its characters were drawn from English society, chiefly from the aristocracy of that favored land. Its conventional phrases were all English. Worst and most extraordinary of all, it professed to be by an English author, and was received on that theory without suspicion. In such a guise did the most popular of American novelists and one of the most eminent among modern writers of fiction first appear before his countrymen and the world. If this were not so pitiable, it would be utterly ludicrous, and yet the most melancholy feature of the case is that Cooper was not in the least to blame, and no one found fault with him, for his action was regarded by every one as a matter of course. In other words, the first step of an American entering upon a literary career was to pretend to be an Englishman, in order that he might win the approval, not of Englishmen, but of his own countrymen. If this preposterous state of public opinion had been a mere passing fashion, it would hardly be worth recording. But it represented a fixed and settled habit of mind, and is only one example of a long series of similar phenomena. We look back to the years preceding the Revolution, and there we find this mental condition flourishing and strong. At that time it hardly calls for comment, because it was so perfectly natural. It is when we find such opinions existing in the year 1820 that we are conscious of their significance. They belong to colonists, and yet they are uttered by the citizens of a great and independent state. The sorriest part of it is that these views were chiefly held by the best educated portion of the community. The great body of the American people, who had cast out the colonial spirit from their politics and their business, and were fast destroying it in the professions, was sound and true. The parasitic literature of that day makes the boastful and rhetorical patriotism then, in the exuberance of youth, seem actually noble and fine, because, with all its faults, it was honest, genuine, and inspired by a real love of country. Yet it was during this period, between the years 1815 and 1861, that we began to have a literature of our own, and one in which any people could take a just pride. Cooper himself was the pioneer. In his second novel, The Spy, he threw off the wretched spirit of the colonist, and the story, which at once gained a popularity that broke down all barriers, was read everywhere with delight and approbation. The chief cause of the difference between the fate of this novel and that of its predecessor lies in the fact that The Spy was of genuine native origin. Cooper knew and loved American scenery and life. He understood certain phases of American character on the prairie and the ocean, and his genius was no longer smothered by the dead colonialism of the past. The Spy and those of Cooper's novels, which belong to the same class, have lived and will live, and certain American characters which he drew will likewise endure. He might have struggled all his life in the limbo of intellectual servitude to which Moore's friends consigned themselves, and no one would have cared for him then or remembered him now. But with all his foibles, Cooper was inspired by an intense patriotism, and he had a bold, vigorous, aggressive nature. He freed his talents at a stroke, and giving them full play, attained at once a world-wide reputation, which no man of colonial mind could ever have dreamed of reaching. Yet his countrymen, long before his days of strife and unpopularity, seem to have taken singularly little patriotic pride in his achievements, and the well-bred and well-educated shuddered to hear him called the American Scott, not because they thought this truly colonial description inappropriate and misapplied, but because it was a piece of irreverent audacity toward a great light of English literature. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18. Cooper was the first, after the close of the War of 1812, to cast off the colonial spirit and take up his position as a representative of genuine American literature. But he soon had companions who carried still higher the standard which he had raised. To this period, which closed with our Civil War, belong many of the names which are today among those most cherished by English-speaking people everywhere. We see the national spirit in Longfellow, turning from the themes of the Old World to those of the New. In the beautiful creations of the sensitive and delicate imagination of Hawthorne, there was a new tone and a rich originality, and the same influence may be detected in the remarkable poems and wild fancies of Poe. We find a like native strength in the sparkling verses of Holmes, in the pure and gentle poetry of Whittier, and in the firm, vigorous work of Lowell. A new leader of independent thought arises in Emerson, destined to achieve a world-wide reputation. A new school of historians appears, adorned by the talents of Prescott, Bancroft, and Motley. Many of these distinguished men were far removed in point of time from the beginning of the new era, but they all belonged to and were the result of the national movement, which began its onward march as soon as we had shaken ourselves clear from the influence of the colonial spirit upon our public affairs, by the struggle which culminated in Madison's War, as the Federalists loved to call it. These successes in various departments of intellectual activity were all due to an instinctive revolt against colonialism, But nevertheless, the old and time-worn spirit which made Cooper pretend to be an Englishman in 1820 was very strong, and continued to impede our progress toward intellectual independence. We find it clinging to the lesser and weaker forms of literature. We see it in fashion and society, and in habits of thought. But we find the best proof of its vitality in our sensitiveness to foreign opinion. This was a universal failing. The body of the people showed it by bitter resentment, the cultivated and highly educated by abject submission and deprecation, or by cries of pain. As was natural in a very young nation, just awakened to its future destiny, just conscious of its still undeveloped strength, there was at this time a vast amount of exuberant self-satisfaction, of cheap rhetoric, and of noisy self-glorification. There was a corresponding readiness to take offense at the unfavorable opinion of outsiders, and at the same time an eager and insatiable curiosity to hear foreign opinions of any kind. We were, of course, very open to satire and attack. We were young, undeveloped, with a crude, almost raw civilization, and a great inclination to be boastful and conceited. Our English cousins, who had failed to conquer us, bore us no good will, and were quite ready to take all the revenge which books of travel and criticism could afford. It is to these years that Marryat, Trollope, Hamilton, Dickens, and a host of others belong. Most of their productions are quite forgotten now. The only ones which are still read, probably, are the American Notes and Martin Chuzzlewit, the former preserved by the fame of the author, the latter by its own merit as a novel. There was abundant truth in what Dickens said, to take the great novelist as the type of this group of foreign critics. It was an age in which Elijah Pogram and Jefferson Brick flourished rankly. It is also true that all that Dickens wrote was poisoned by his utter ingratitude, and that to describe the United States as populated by nothing but Bricks and Pograms was one-sided and malicious, and not true to facts. But the truth or the falsehood, the value or the worthlessness of these criticisms are not of importance now. The striking fact, and the one we are in search of, is the manner in which we bore these censures when they appeared. We can appreciate contemporary feeling at that time only by delving in much forgotten literature, and even then we can hardly comprehend fully what we find, so completely has our habit of mind altered since those days. We received these strictures with a howl of anguish and a scream of mortified vanity. We winced and writhed, and were almost ready to go to war, because English travelers and writers abused us. It is usual now to refer these ebullitions of feeling to our youth, probably from analogy with the youth of an individual. But the analogy is misleading. Sensitiveness to foreign opinion is not especially characteristic of a youthful nation, or at least we have no cases to prove it, and in the absence of proof the theory falls. On the other hand, this excessive and almost morbid sensibility to a characteristic of provincial, colonial, or dependent states, especially in regard to the mother country. We raged and cried out against adverse English criticism, whether it was true or false, just or unjust, and we paid it this unnatural attention because the spirit of the colonist still lurked in our hearts and affected our mode of thought. We were advancing fast on the road to intellectual and moral independence, but we were still far from the goal. This second period in our history closed, as has been said, with the struggle generated by a great moral question which finally absorbed all the thoughts and passions of the people, and culminated in a terrible civil war. We fought to preserve the integrity of the Union. We fought for our national life, and nationality prevailed. The magnitude of the conflict, the dreadful suffering which it caused for the sake of principle, the uprising of a great people, elevated and ennobled the whole country. The floodgates were opened, and the tremendous tide of national feeling swept away every meaner emotion. We came out of the battle, after an experience which brought a sudden maturity with it, stronger than ever, but much graver and soberer than before. We came out self-poised and self-reliant, with a true sense of dignity and of our national greatness, which years of peaceful development could not have given us. The sensitiveness to foreign opinion, which had been the marked feature of our mental condition before the war, had disappeared. It had vanished in the smoke of battle, as the colonial spirit disappeared from our politics in the War of 1812. Englishmen and Frenchmen have come and gone, and written their impressions of us, and made little splashes in the current of everyday topics, and have been forgotten. Just now it is the fashion of every Englishman who visits this country, particularly if he is a man of any note, to go home and tell the world what he thinks of us. Some of these writers do this without taking the trouble to come here first. Sometimes we read what they have to say out of curiosity. We accept what is true, whether unpalatable or not, philosophically, and smile at what is false. The general feeling is one of wholesome indifference. We no longer see salvation and happiness in favorable foreign opinion, or misery in the reverse. The colonial spirit in this direction also is practically extinct. But while this is true of the mass of the American people, whose mental health is good, it is also true of the great body of sound public opinion in the United States. It has some marked exceptions, and these exceptions constitute the lingering remains of the colonial spirit, which survives and shows itself here and there, even at the present day, with a strange vitality. In the years which followed the close of the war, it seemed as if colonialism had been utterly extinguished, but unfortunately this was not the case. The multiplication of great fortunes, the growth of a class rich by inheritance, and the improvement in methods of travel and communication all tended to carry large numbers of Americans to Europe. The luxurious fancies which were born of increased wealth, and the intellectual tastes which were developed by the advance of the higher education, and to which an old civilization offers peculiar advantages and attractions, combined to breed in many persons a love of foreign life and foreign manners. These tendencies and opportunities have revived the dying spirit of colonialism. We see it most strongly in the leisure class, which is gradually increasing in this country. During the miserable ascendancy of the Second Empire, a band of these persons formed what was known as the American colony in Paris. Perhaps they still exist. If so, their existence is now less flagrant and more decent. When they were notorious, they presented the melancholy spectacle of Americans admiring and aping the manners, habits, and vices of another nation, when that nation was bent and corrupted by the cheap, meretricious, and rotten system of the third Napoleon. They furnished a very offensive example of peculiarly mean colonialism. This particular phase has departed, but the same sort of Americans are unfortunately still common in Europe. I do not mean, of course, those persons who go abroad to buy social consideration, nor the women who trade on their beauty or their wits to gain a brief and dishonoring notoriety. These last are merely adventurers and adventuresses who are common to all nations. The people referred to here form that large class, comprising many excellent men and women, no doubt, who pass their lives in Europe, mourning over the inferiority of their own country, and who become thoroughly denationalized. They do not change into Frenchmen or Englishmen, but are simply disfigured and deformed Americans. We find the same wretched habit of thought in certain groups among the rich and idle people of our great Eastern cities, especially in New York, because it is the metropolis. These groups are for the most part made up of young men who despise everything American and admire everything English. They talk and dress and walk and ride in certain ways because they imagine that the English do these things after that fashion. They hold their own country in contempt and lament the hard fate of their birth. They try to think that they form an aristocracy, and become at once ludicrous and despicable. The virtues which have made the upper classes in England what they are, and which take them into public affairs, into literature and politics, are forgotten, for Anglo-Americans imitate the vices or the follies of their models and stop there. If all this were merely a fleeting fashion, an attack of Anglomania or of Gallomania, of which there have been instances enough everywhere, it would be of no consequence. But it is a recurrence of the old and deep-seated malady of colonialism. It is a lineal descendant of the old colonial family. The features are somewhat dim now, and the vitality is low, but there is no mistaking the hereditary traits. The people who thus despise their own land and ape English manners flatter themselves with being cosmopolitans, when in truth they are genuine colonists, petty and provincial to the last degree. We see a like tendency in the same limited but marked way in our literature. Some of our cleverest fiction is largely devoted to studying the character of our countrymen abroad, that is, either denationalized Americans or Americans with a foreign background. At times this species of literature resolves itself into an agonized effort to show how foreigners regard us, and to point out the defects which jar upon foreign susceptibilities, even while it satirizes the denationalized American. The endeavor to turn ourselves inside out in order to appreciate the trivialities of life which impress foreigners unpleasantly is very unprofitable exertion, and the Europeanized American is not worth either study or satire. Writings of this kind, again, are intended to be cosmopolitan in tone and to evince a knowledge of the world, and yet they are in reality steeped in colonialism. We cannot but regret the influence of a spirit which wastes fine powers of mind and keen perceptions in a fruitless striving and a morbid craving to know how we appear to foreigners, and to show what they think of us. We see also men and women of talent going abroad to study art and remaining there. The atmosphere of Europe is more congenial to such pursuits, and the struggle as nothing to what must be encountered here. But when it leads to an abandonment of America, the result is wholly vain. Sometimes these people become tolerably successful French artists, but their nationality and individuality have departed, and with them originality and force. The admirable school of etching which has arisen in New York, the beautiful work of American wood engraving, the Chelsea tiles of Lowe, which have won the highest prizes at English exhibitions, the silver of Tiffany, specimens of which were bought by the Japanese commissioners at the Paris Exposition, are all strong, genuine work, and are doing more for American art and for all art than a wilderness of over-educated and denationalized Americans who are painting pictures and carving statues and writing music in Europe or in the United States in the spirit of colonists, and bowed down by a wretched dependence. There is abundance of splendid material all about us here for the poet, the artist, or the novelist. The conditions are not the same as in Europe, but they are not on that account inferior. They are certainly as good, they may be better. Our business is not to grumble because they are different, for that is colonial. We must adapt ourselves to them, for we alone can use properly our own resources, and no work in art or literature ever has been or ever will be of any real or lasting value which is not true, original, and independent. If these remnants of the colonial spirit and influence were, as they look at first sight, merely trivial accidents, they would not be worth mentioning. But the range of their influence, although limited, affects an important class. It appears almost wholly among the rich or the highly educated in art and literature, that is, to a large extent, among men and women of talent and refined sensibilities. The follies of those who imitate English habits belong really to but a small portion of even their own class. But as these follies are contemptible, the wholesome prejudice which they excite is naturally, but thoughtlessly, extended to all who have anything in common with those who are guilty of them. In this busy country of ours, the men of leisure and education, although increasing in number, are still few, and they have heavier duties and responsibilities than anywhere else. Public charities, public affairs, politics, literature, all demand the energies of such men. To the country which has given them wealth and leisure and education, they owe the duty of faithful service, because they, and they alone, can afford to do that work which must be done without pay. The few who are imbued with the colonial spirit not only fail in their duty and become contemptible and absurd, but they injure the influence and thwart the activity of the great majority of those who are similarly situated and who are also patriotic and public spirited. In art and literature, the vain struggle to be somebody or something other than an American, the senseless admiration of everything foreign, and the morbid anxiety about our appearance before foreigners have the same deadening effect. Such qualities were bad enough in 1820. They are 1,000 times meaner and more foolish now. They retard the march of true progress, which here as elsewhere must be in the direction of nationality and independence. This does not mean that we are to expect or to seek for something utterly different, something new and strange in art, literature, or society. Originality is thinking for one's self. Simply to think differently from other people is eccentricity. Some of our English cousins, for instance, have undertaken to hold Walt Whitman up as the herald of the coming literature of American democracy, not because he was a genius, not for his merits alone, but largely because he departed from all received forms and indulged in barbarous eccentricities. They mistake difference for originality. Whitman was a true and a great poet, but it was his power and imagination which made him so, not his eccentricities. When Whitman did best, he was as a rule nearest to the old and well-proved forms. We, like our contemporaries everywhere, are the heirs of the ages, and we must study the past and learn from it, and advance from what has been already tried and found good. That is the only way to success anywhere or in anything. But we cannot enter upon that or any other road until we are truly national and independent intellectually, and are ready to think for ourselves and not look to foreigners in order to find out what they think. To those who grumble and sigh over the inferiority of America, we may commend the opinion of a distinguished Englishman, as they prefer such authority. Mr. Herbert Spencer said recently, "I think that whatever difficulties they may have to surmount, and whatever tribulations they may have to pass through, the Americans may reasonably look forward to a time when they will have produced a civilization grander than any the world has known." Even the Englishmen whom our provincials of today adore, even those who are most hostile, pay a serious attention to America. That keen respect for success and anxious deference to power, so characteristic of Great Britain, find expression every day, more and more, in the English interest in the United States, now that we do not care in the least about it. And be it said in passing, no people despises more heartily than the English a man who does not love his country. To be despised abroad, and regarded with contempt and pity at home, is not a very lofty result of so much effort on the part of our lovers of the British, but it is the national and fit reward of colonialism. Members of a great nation instinctively patronize colonists. It is interesting to examine the sources of the colonial spirit, and to trace its influence upon our history and its gradual decline. The study of a habit of mind, with its tenacity of life, is an instructive and entertaining branch of history. But if we lay history and philosophy aside, the colonial spirit, as it survives today, although curious enough, is a mean and noxious thing, which cannot be too quickly or too thoroughly stamped out. It is the dying spirit of dependence, and wherever it still clings, it injures, weakens, and degrades. It should be exorcised rapidly and completely, so that it will never return. I cannot close more fitly than with the noble words of Emerson: "Let the passion for America cast out the passion for Europe. They who find America insipid, they for whom London and Paris have spoiled their own homes, can be spared to return to those cities. I not only see a career at home for more genius than we have, but for more than there is in the world." New York After Paris, by W. C. Brownell. No American, not a commercial or otherwise hardened traveler, can have a soul so dead as to be incapable of emotion when, on his return from a long trip abroad, he catches sight of the low-lying and insignificant Long Island coast. One's excitement begins, indeed, with the pilot boat. The pilot boat is the first concrete symbol of those native and normal relations with one's fellow men, which one has so long observed in infinitely varied manifestation abroad, but always as a spectator and a stranger, and which one is now on the eve of sharing himself. As she comes up swiftly, white and graceful, drops her pilot, crosses the steamer's bows, tacks, and picks up her boat in the foaming wake, she presents a spectacle beside which the most picturesque Mediterranean craft, with colored sails and lazy evolutions, appear mistily in the memory as elements of a feeble and conventional ideal. The ununiformed pilot clambers on board, makes his way to the bridge, and takes command with an equal lack of French manner and of English affectation distinctly palpable to the sense, sharpened by long absence into observing native characteristics as closely as foreign ones. If the season be right, the afternoon is bright, the range of vision apparently limitless, the sky nearly cloudless, and by contrast with the European firmament almost colorless, the July sun such as no Parisian or Londoner ever saw. The French reproach us for having no word for patrie as distinct from pays. We have the thing at all events, and cherish it, and it needs only the proximity of the foreigner, from whom in general we are so widely separated, to give our patriotism a tinge of the veriest chauvinism that exists in France itself. We fancy the feeling old-fashioned, and imagine ourselves to be the most cosmopolitan, the least prejudiced temperament in the world. It is reasonable that it should be. The extreme sensitiveness noticed in us by all foreign observers during the antebellum epoch, and ascribed by Tocqueville to our self-distrust, is naturally inconsistent with our position and circumstances today. A population greater than that of any of the great nations, isolated by the most enviable geographical felicity in the world from the narrowing influences of international jealousy apparent to every American who travels in Europe, is increasingly less concerned at criticism than a struggling provincial republic of half its size. And along with our self-confidence and our carelessness of abroad, it is only with the grosser element among us that national conceit has deepened. In general, we are apt to fancy we have become cosmopolitan in proportion as we have lost our provincialism. With us, surely, the individual has not withered, and if the world has become more and more to him, it is because it is the world at large, and not the pent-up confines of his own country's history and extent. La patrie in danger would be quickly enough rescued. There is no need to prove that over again, even to our own satisfaction. But in general, la patrie, not being in any danger, being on the contrary apparently on the very crest of the wave of the world, it is felt not to need much of one's active consideration, and passively indeed is viewed by many people, probably, as a comfortable and gigantic contrivance for securing a free field in which the individual may expand and develop. America, says Emerson, America is opportunity. After all, the average American of the present day says, a country stands or falls by the number of properly expanded and developed individuals it possesses. But the happening of any one of a dozen things unexpectedly betrays that all this cosmopolitanism is in great measure, and so far as sentiment is concerned, a veneer and a disguise. Such a happening is the very change from blue water to gray that announces to the returning American the nearness of that country which he sometimes thinks he prizes more for what it stands for than for itself. It is not, he then feels with a sudden flood of emotion, that America is home, but that home is America. America comes suddenly to mean what it never meant before. Unhappily for this exaltation, ordinary life is not composed of emotional crises. It is ordinary life with a vengeance, which one encounters in issuing from the steamer dock and facing again his native city. Paris never looked so lovely, so exquisite to the sense as it now appears in the memory. All that Parisian regularity, order, decorum, and beauty into which, although a stranger, your own activities fitted so perfectly that you were only half conscious of its existence, was not then merely normal, wholly a matter of course. Emerging into West Street, amid the solicitations of hackmen, the tinkling jog-trot of the most ignoble horse-cars you have seen since leaving home, the dry dust blowing into your eyes, the gaping black holes of broken pavements, the unspeakable filth, the line of red brick buildings prematurely decrepit, the sagging multitude of telegraph wires, the clumsy electric lights depending before the beer saloon and the groggery, the curious confusion of spruceness and squalor in the aspect of these latter, which also seem legion. Confronting all this for the first time in 3 years, say, you think with wonder of your disappointment at not finding the Tuileries garden a mass of flowers, and with a blush of the times you have told Frenchmen that New York was very much like Paris. New York is at this moment the most foreign-looking city you have ever seen. In going abroad, the American discounts the unexpected. Returning after the insensible orientation of Europe, the contrast with things recently familiar is prodigious, because one is so entirely unprepared for it. One thinks to be at home, and finds himself at the spectacle. New York is less like any European city than any European city is like any other. It is distinguished from them all, even from London, by the ignoble character of the res publicae, and the refuge of taste, care, wealth, pride, self-respect even, in private and personal regions. A splendid carriage, liveried servants without, and Paris dresses within, rattling over the scandalous paving, splashed by the neglected mud, catching the rusty drippings of the hideous elevated railway, wrenching its axle in the tram-track in avoiding a mountainous wagon-load of commerce on this hand and a garbage cart on that. caught in a jam of horse cars and a blockade of trucks, finally depositing its dainty freight to pick its way across a sidewalk, eloquent of official neglect and private contumely, to a shop door or a resident's stoop. Such a contrast as this sets us off from Europe very definitely and in a very marked degree. There is no palpable New York in the sense in which there is a Paris, a Vienna, a Milan. You can touch it at no point. It is not even ocular. There is instead a Fifth Avenue, a Broadway, a Central Park, a Chatham Square. How they have dwindled, by the way. Fifth Avenue might be any one of a dozen London streets in the first impression it makes on the retina and leaves on the mind. The opposite side of Madison Avenue is but a step away. The spacious hall of the Fifth Avenue Hotel has shrunk to stifling proportions. 34th Street is a lane, and City Hall a bandbox, and Central Park a narrow strip of elegant landscape, whose lateral limitations are constantly forced upon the sense by the Lenox Library on one side and a monster apartment house on the other. The American fondness for size, for pure bigness, needs explanation, it appears. We care for size, but inartistically. We care nothing for proportion, which is what makes size count. Everything is on the same scale. There is no play, no movement. An exception should be made in favor of the big business building and the apartment house, which have arisen within a few years, and which have greatly accentuated the grotesqueness of the city's skyline as seen from either the New Jersey or the Long Island shore. They are perhaps rather high than big. Many of them were built before the authorities noticed them, and followed unequally in the steps of other civilized municipal governments, from that of ancient Rome down, in prohibiting the passing of a fixed limit. But bigness has also evidently been one of their architectonic motives, and it is to be remarked that they are so far out of scale with the surrounding buildings as to avoid the usual commonplace only by creating a positively disagreeable effect. The aspect of 57th Street between Broadway and 7th Avenue, for example, is certainly that of the world upside down. A Gothic church utterly concealed, not to say crushed, by contiguous flats, and confronted by the overwhelming Osborne, which towers above anything in the neighborhood, and perhaps makes the most powerful impression that the returned traveler receives during his first week or two of strange sensations. Yet the Osborne's dimensions are not very different from those of the Arc de Toilette. It is true it does not face an avenue of majestic buildings a mile and a half long and 230 feet wide, but the association of these two structures, one a private enterprise and the other a public monument, together with the obvious suggestions of each, furnish a not misleading illustration of both the spectacular and the moral contrast between New York and Paris, as it appears, unduly magnified, no doubt, to the sense surprised to notice it at all. Still another reason for the foreign aspect of the New Yorker's native city is the gradual withdrawing of the American element into certain quarters, its transformation or essential modification in others, and in the rest the presence of the lees of Europe. At every step you are forced to realize that New York is the second Irish and the third or fourth German city in the world. However great our success in drilling this foreign contingent of our social army into order and reason and self-respect, and it is not to be doubted that this success gives us a distinction wholly new in history, nevertheless our effect upon its members has been in the direction of development rather than of assimilation. We have given them our opportunity, permitted them the expansion denied them in their own several feudalities, made men of serfs, demonstrated the utility of self-government under the most trying conditions, proved the efficacy of our elastic institutions on a scale truly grandiose, but evidently so far as New York is concerned, we have done this at the sacrifice of a distinct and obvious nationality. To an observant sense, New York is nearly as little national as Port Said. It contrasts absolutely in this respect with Paris, whose assimilating power is prodigious. Every foreigner in Paris eagerly seeks Parisianization. Ocularly, therefore, the note of New York seems that of characterless individualism. The monotony of the chaotic composition and movement is, paradoxically, its most abiding impression. And as the whole is destitute of definiteness, of distinction, the parts are, correspondingly, individually insignificant. Where in the world are all the types? One asks oneself. In renewing his old walks and desultory wanderings, where is the New York counterpart of that astonishing variety of types which makes Paris what it is morally and pictorially? The Paris of Balzac, as well as the Paris of M. Jean Béraud. Of a sudden, the lack of nationality in our familiar literature and art becomes luminously explicable. One perceives why Mr. Howells is so successful in confining himself to the simplest, broadest, most representative representatives, why Mr. James goes abroad invariably for his mise en scène, and often for his characters, why Mr. Reinhardt lives in Paris and Mr. Abbey in London. New York is this and that. It is incontestably unlike any other great city, but compared with Paris, its most impressive trait is its lack of that organic quality which results from variety of types. Thus compared, it seems to have only the variety of individuals which results in monotony. It is the difference between noise and music. Pictorially, the general aspect of New York is such that the mind speedily takes refuge in insensitiveness. Its expansiveness seeks exercise in other directions: business, dissipation, study, aestheticism, politics. The life of the senses is no longer possible. This is why one's sense of art is so stimulated by going abroad, and one's sense for art in its freest, frankest, most universal and least special, intense and enervated development is especially exhilarated by going to Paris. It is why, too, on one's return one can note the gradual decline of his sensitiveness, his severity, the progressive atrophy of a sense no longer called into exercise. "I had no conception before," said a Chicago broker to me one day in Paris with intelligent eloquence, "of a finished city." Chicago undoubtedly presents a greater contrast to Paris than does New York, and so perhaps better prepares one to appreciate the Parisian quality, but the returned New Yorker cannot fail to be deeply impressed with the finish, the organic perfection, the elegance and reserve of the Paris mirrored in his memory. Is it possible that the uniformity, the monotony of Paris architecture, the prose note in Parisian taste, should once have weighed upon his spirit? Riding once on the top of a Paris tramway, betraying an understanding of English by reading an American newspaper, that subconsciousness of moral isolation which the foreigner feels in Paris as elsewhere, was suddenly and completely destroyed by my next neighbor, who remarked with contemptuous conviction and a Manhattan accent, "When you've seen one block of this infernal town, you've seen it all." He felt sure of sympathy in advance. Probably few New Yorkers would have differed with him. The universal light stone and brown paint, the wide sidewalks, the asphalt pavement, the indefinitely multiplied kiosks, the prevalence of a few marked kinds of vehicles, the uniformed workmen and workwomen, the infinite reduplication, in a word, of easily recognized types, is at first mistaken by the New Yorker for that dead level of uniformity which is, of all things in the world, the most tiresome to him in his own city. After a time, however, he begins to realize three important facts. In the first place, these phenomena, which so vividly force themselves on his notice that their reduplication strikes him more than their qualities, are nevertheless of a quality altogether unexampled in his experience for fitness and agreeableness. In the second place, they are details of a whole, members of an organism, and not they but the city which they compose, the finished city of the acute Chicagoan, is the spectacle. In the third place, they serve as a background for the finest group of monuments in the world. On his return, he perceives these things with a melancholy, a non lucendo luminousness. The dead level of Murray Hill uniformity he finds the most agreeable aspect in the city. And the reason is that Paris has habituated him to the exquisite, the rational pleasure to be derived from that organic spectacle, a finished city, far more than that Murray Hill is respectable and appropriate, and that almost any other prospect, except in spots of very limited area, which emphasize the surrounding ugliness, is acutely displeasing. The latter is certainly very true. We have long frankly reproached ourselves with having no art commensurate with our distinction in other activities, resignedly attributing the lack to our hitherto necessary material preoccupation. But what we are really accounting for in this way is our lack of Titians and Bramantes. We are, for the most part, quite unconscious of the character of the American aesthetic substratum, so to speak. As a matter of fact, we do far better in the production of striking artistic personalities than we do in the general medium of taste and culture. We figure well invariably at the salon. At home the artist is simply either driven in upon himself, or else awarded by the naive clientele an eminence so far out of perspective as to result, unfortunately, both for him and for the community. He pleases himself, follows his own bent, and prefers salience to conformability for his work, because his chief aim is to make an effect. This is especially true of those of our architects who have ideas. But these are the exceptions, of course, and the general aspect of the city is characterized by something far less agreeable than mere lack of symmetry. It is characterized mainly by an all-pervading bad taste in every detail into which the element of art enters or should enter, that is to say, nearly everything that meets the eye. However, on the other hand, Parisian uniformity may depress exuberance. It is the condition, and often the cause, of the omnipresent good taste. Not only is it true that, as Mr. Hamerton remarks, in the better quarters of the city a building hardly ever rises from the ground, unless it has been designed by some architect who knows what art is and endeavors to apply it to little things as well as great. But it is equally true that the national sense of form expresses itself in every appurtenance of life as well as in the masses and details of architecture. In New York, our noisy diversity not only prevents any effect of ensemble, and makes, as I say, the old commonplace brownstone regions the most reposeful and rational prospects of the city, but it precludes also in 1,000 activities and aspects the operation of the salutary constraint and conformity, without which the most acutely sensitive individuality inevitably declines to a lower level of form and taste. La mode, for example, seems scarcely to exist at all, or at any rate to have taken refuge in the chimney-pot hat and the tournure. The dude, it is true, has been developed within a few years, but his distinguishing trait of personal extinction has had much less success, and is destined to a much shorter life than his appellation, which has wholly lost its original significance in gaining its present popularity. Every woman one meets in the street has a different bonnet. Every streetcar contains a millinery museum, and the mass of them may be judged after the circumstance that one of the most fashionable Fifth Avenue modistes flaunts a sign of enduring brass announcing "English round hats and bonnets." The enormous establishments of ready-made men's clothing seem not yet to have made their destined impression in the direction of uniformity. The contrast in dress of the working classes with those of Paris is as conspicuously unfortunate aesthetically as politically and socially it may be significant. Ocularly, it is a substitution of a cheap, faded, and ragged imitation of bourgeois costume for the marvel of neatness and propriety which composes the uniform of the Parisian ouvrier and ouvrière. Broadway, below 10th Street, is a forest of signs which obscure the thoroughfare, conceal the buildings, overhang the sidewalks, and exhibit severally and collectively a taste in harmony with the Teutonic and Semitic enterprise, which almost exclusively they attest. The shop windows show, which is one of the great spectacles of Paris, is niggard and shabby. That of Philadelphia has considerably more interest, that of London nearly as much. Our clumsy coinage and countrified currency, our eccentric book bindings, that class of our furniture and interior decoration which may be described as American rococo, that multifariously horrible machinery devised for excluding flies from houses and preventing them from alighting on dishes, for substituting a draught of air for stifling heat, for relieving an entire population from that surplusage of old-fashioned breeding involved in shutting doors, for rolling and rattling change in shops, for enabling you to put only the exact fare in the box. The racket of pneumatic tubes, of telephones, of aerial trains, the practice of reticulating pretentious facades, with fire escapes in lieu of fireproof construction, the vast mass of our nickel-plated paraphernalia, our zinc cemetery monuments, our comic valentines and serious Christmas cards, and grocery labels and fancy job printing and theatre posters, our conspicuous cuspidors and our conspicuous need of more of them, the tone of many articles in our most popular journals, their references to each other, their illustrations, the Sunday panorama of shirt-sleeved ease, and the weekday fatigue costume of curl papers and Mother Hubbards general in some quarters, our sumptuous new bar-rooms, decorated perhaps on the principle that les mauvais goûts mènent au crime. All these phenomena, the list of which might be indefinitely extended, are so many witnesses of a general taste, public and private, which differs cardinally from that prevalent in Paris. In fine, the material spectacle of New York is such that at last, with some anxiety, one turns from the external vileness of every prospect to seek solace in the pleasure that man affords. But even after the wholesome American reaction has set in, and your appetite for the life of the senses is starved into indifference for what begins to seem to you an unworthy ideal, after you are patriotically readjusted and feel once more the elation of living in the future owing to the dearth of sustenance in the present, you are still at the mercy of perceptions too keenly sharpened by your Paris sojourn to permit blindness to the fact that Paris and New York contrast as strongly in moral atmosphere as in material aspect. You become contemplative and speculate pensively as to the character and quality of those native and normal conditions, those relations, which finally you have definitely resumed. What is it, that vague and pervasive moral contrast, which the American feels so potently on his return from abroad? How can we define that apparently undefinable difference, which is only the more sensible for being so elusive? Book after book has been written about Europe from the American standpoint. about America from the European standpoint. None of them has specified what everyone has experienced. The spectacular and the material contrasts are easily enough characterized, and it is only the unreflecting or the superficial who exaggerate the importance of them. We are by no means at the mercy of our appreciation of Parisian spectacle, of the French machinery of life. We miss or we do not miss the Salon Carré, the view of the south transept of Notre Dame. As one descends the Rue Saint-Jacques, the Théâtre Français, the concerts, the Luxembourg Gardens, the excursions to the score of charming suburban places, the library at the corner, the convenient cheap cab, the manners of the people, the quiet, the climate, the constant entertainment of the senses. We have in general too much work to do to waste much time in regretting these things. In general, work is by natural selection so invariable a concomitant of our unrivaled opportunity to work profitably that it absorbs our energies so far as this palpable sphere is concerned. But what is it that throughout the hours of busiest work and closest application, as well as in the preceding and following moments of leisure and the occasional intervals of relaxation, makes everyone vaguely perceive the vast moral difference between life here at home and life abroad, notably life in France? What is the subtle influence pervading the moral atmosphere in New York, which so markedly distinguishes what we call life here from life in Paris, or even in Penedipi? It is, I think, distinctly traceable to the intense individualism which prevails among us. Magnificent results have followed our devotion to this force. Incontestably, we have spared ourselves both the acute and the chronic misery for which the tyranny of society over its constituent parts is directly responsible. We have, moreover, in this way not only freed ourselves from the tyranny of despotism, such, for example, as is exerted socially in England and politically in Russia, but we have undoubtedly developed a larger number of self-reliant and potentially capable social units than even a democratic system like that of France, which sacrifices the unit to the organism, succeeds in producing. We may truly say that, material as we are accused of being, we turn out more men than any other nationality. And if some Frenchman points out that we attach an esoteric sense to the term man, and that at any rate our men are not better adapted than some others to a civilized environment which demands other qualities than honesty, energy, and intelligence, we may be quite content to leave him his objection, and to prefer what seems to us manliness to civilization itself. At the same time, we cannot pretend that individualism has done everything for us that could be desired. In giving us the man, it has robbed us of the milieu. Morally speaking, the milieu with us scarcely exists. Our difference from Europe does not consist in the difference between European milieu and ours. It consists in the fact that, comparatively speaking, of course, we have no milieu. If we are individually developed, we are also individually isolated to a degree elsewhere unknown. Politically, we have parties who, in Cicero's phrase, think the same things concerning the Republic, but concerning very little else are we agreed in any mass of any moment. The number of our sauces is growing, but there is no corresponding diminution in the number of our religions. We have no communities. Our villages even are apt rather to be aggregations. Politics aside, there is hardly an American view of any phenomenon or class of phenomena. Every one of us likes, reads, sees, does what he chooses. Often dissimilarity is affected as adding piquancy of paradox. The judgment of the ages, the consensus of mankind, exercise no tyranny over the individual will. Do you believe in this or that? Do you like this or that? Are questions which, concerning the most fundamental matters, nevertheless form the staple of conversation in many circles. We live all of us apparently in a divine state of flux. The question asked at dinner by a lady in a neighboring city of a literary stranger, "What do you think of Shakespeare?" is not exaggeratedly peculiar. We all think differently of Shakespeare, of Cromwell, of Titian, of Browning, of George Washington. Concerning matters as to which we must be fundamentally disinterested, we permit ourselves not only prejudice but passion. At the most, we have here and there groups of personal acquaintance only, whose members are in accord in regard to some one thing, and quickly crystallize and precipitate at the mention of something that is really a corollary of the force which unites them. The efforts that have been made in New York within the past 20 years to establish various special milieus, so to speak, have been pathetic in their number and resultlessness. Efforts of this sort are of course doomed to failure because the essential trait of a milieu is spontaneous existence. But their failure discloses the mutual repulsion which keeps the molecules of our society from uniting. How can it be otherwise when life is so speculative, so experimental, so wholly dependent on the personal force and idiosyncrasies of the individual? How shall we accept any general verdict pronounced by persons of no more authority than ourselves, and arrived at by processes in which we are equally expert? We have so little consensus as to anything because we dread the loss of personality involved in submitting to conventions, and because personality operates centrifugally alone. We make exceptions in favor of such matters as the Copernican system and the greatness of our own future. There are things which we take on the credit of the consensus of authorities, for which we may not have all the proofs at hand. But as to conventions of all sorts, our attitude is apt to be one of suspicion and uncertainty. Mark Twain, for example, first won his way to the popular American heart by exposing the humbugs of the Cinquecento. Specifically the most teachable of people, nervously eager for information, Americans are nevertheless wholly distrustful of generalizations made by anyone else, and little disposed to receive blindly formularies and classifications of phenomena as to which they have had no experience. And of experience we have necessarily had, except politically, less than any civilized people in the world. We are infinitely more at home amid universal mobility. We want to act, to exert ourselves, to be, as we imagine, nearer to nature. We have our tastes in painting as in confectionery. Some of us prefer Tintoretto to Rembrandt, as we do chocolate to cocoanut. In respect of taste, it would be impossible for the gloomiest skeptic to deny that this is an exceedingly free country. I don't know anything about the subject, whatever the subject may be, but I know what I like, is a remark which is heard on every hand, and which witnesses the sturdiness of our struggle against the tyranny of conventions and the indomitable nature of our independent spirit. In criticism, the individual spirit fairly runs amok. It takes its lack of concurrence as credentials of impartiality often. In constructive art everyone is occupied less with nature than with the point of view. Mr. Howells himself displays more delight in his naturalistic attitude than zest in his execution, which, compared with that of the French naturalists, it is in general faint-hearted enough. Everyone writes, paints, models exclusively the point of view. Fidelity in following out nature's suggestions, in depicting the emotions nature arouses, a sympathetic submission to nature's sentiment, absorption into nature's moods and subtle enfoldings, are extremely rare. The artist's eye is fixed on the treatment. He is creative by main strength. He is penetrated with a desire to get away from the same old thing, to take it in a new way, to draw attention to himself, to shine. One would say that every American nowadays who handles a brush or designs a building was stimulated by the secret ambition of founding a school. We have in art thus with a vengeance that personal element which is indeed its savor, but which it is fatal to make its substance. We have it still more conspicuously in life. "What do you think of him or her?" is the first question asked after every introduction. Of every new individual we meet, we form instantly some personal impression. The criticism of character is nearly the one disinterested activity in which we have become expert. We have for this a peculiar gift, apparently, which we share with the gypsies and money-lenders, and other people in whom the social instinct is chiefly latent. Our gossip takes on the character of personal judgments rather than of tittle-tattle. It concerns not what so and so has done, but what kind of a person so and so is. It would hardly be too much to say that so and so never leaves a group of which he is not an intimate without being immediately, impartially, but fundamentally discussed. To a degree not at all suspected by the author of the phrase, he leaves his character with them on quitting any assemblage of his acquaintance. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 19. The great difficulty with our individuality and independence is that differentiation begins so soon, and stops so far short of real importance. In no department of life has the law of the survival of the fittest, that principle in virtue of whose operation societies become distinguished and admirable, had time to work. Our social characteristics are inventions, discoveries, not survival. Nothing with us has passed into the stage of instinct, and for this reason some of our best people, some of the most thoughtful among us, have less of that quality best characterized as social maturity than a Parisian washerwoman or concierge. Centuries of sifting, ages of gravitation toward harmony and homogeneity, have resulted for the French in a delightful immunity from the necessity of proving all things, remorselessly laid on every individual of our society. Very many matters, at any rate, which to the French are matters of course, our self-respect pledges us to a personal examination of. The idea of sparing ourselves trouble in thinking occurs to us far more rarely than to other peoples. We have certainly an insufficient notion of the superior results reached by economy and system in this respect. In one of Mr. Henry James's cleverest sketches, Lady Barberina, the English heroine marries an American and comes to live in New York. She finds it dull. She is homesick without quite knowing why. Mr. James is at his best in exhibiting at once the intensity of her disgust and the intangibility of its provocation. We are not all like Lady Barb. We do not all like London, whose materialism is only more splendid, not less uncompromising, than our own. But we cannot help perceiving that what that unfortunate lady missed in New York was the milieu, an environment sufficiently developed to permit spontaneity and free play of thought and feeling, and a certain domination of shifting merit by relaxed relations which keeps one's mind off that disagreeable subject of contemplation, one's self. Everyone seems acutely self-conscious, and the self-consciousness of the unit is fatal, of course, to the composure of the ensemble. The number of people intently minding their P's and Q's, reforming their orthoepy, practicing new discoveries in etiquette, making over their names, and in general exhibiting that activity of the amateur known as going through the motions, to the end of bringing themselves up, as it were, is very noticeable, in contrast with French oblivion to this kind of personal exertion. Even our simplicity is apt to be simplesse. and the conscientiousness in educating others displayed by those who are so fortunate to have reached perfection nearly enough to permit relaxation in self-improvement, is only equaled by the avidity in acquisitiveness displayed by the learners themselves. Meantime the composure born of equality, as well as that springing from unconsciousness, suffers. Our society is a kind of Jacob's ladder, to maintain equilibrium upon which requires an amount of effort on the part of the personally estimable gymnasts perpetually ascending and descending, in the highest degree hostile to spontaneity, to serenity and stability. Naturally, thus, everyone is personally preoccupied to a degree unknown in France, and it is not necessary that this preoccupation should concern any side of that multifarious monster we know as business. It may relate strictly to the paradox of seeking employment for leisure. Even the latter is a terribly conscious proceeding. We go about it with a mental deliberateness singularly in contrast with our physical precipitancy. But it is mainly business, perhaps, that accentuates our individualism. The condition of désœuvrement is positively disreputable. It arouses the suspicion of acquaintance and the anxiety of friends. Occupation to the end of money-getting is our normal condition, any variation from which demands explanation, as little likely to be entirely honorable. Such occupation is, as I said, the inevitable sequence of the opportunity for it, and is the wiser and more dignified because of its necessity to the end of securing independence. What the Frenchman can secure merely by the exercise of economy is with us only the reward of energy and enterprise in acquisition. So comparatively speculative and hazardous is the condition of our business. And whereas with us money is far harder to keep, and is moreover something which is far harder to be without than is the case in France, the ends of self-respect, freedom from mortification, and getting the most out of life, demand that we should take constant advantage of the fact that it is easier to get. Consequently, everyone who is, as we say, worth anything, is with us adjusted to the prodigious dynamic condition which characterizes our existence, and such occupation is tremendously absorbing. Our opportunity is fatally handicapped by this remorseless necessity of embracing it. It yields us fruit after its kind, but it rigorously excludes us from tasting any other. Everyone is engaged in preparing the working drawing of his own fortune. There is no cooperation possible because competition is the life of enterprise. In the resultant manners the city illustrates Carlyle's Anarchy plus the Constable. Never was the struggle for existence more palpable, more naked, and more unpictorial. It is the art of mankind to polish the world, says Thoreau somewhere, and everyone who works is scrubbing in some part. Everyone certainly is here at work, yet was there ever such scrubbing with so little resultant polish? The disproportion would be tragic if it were not grotesque. Amid all the hurry and rush of life along the sidewalks, as the newspapers say, one might surely expect to find the unexpected. The spectacle ought certainly to have the interest of picturesqueness which is inherent in the fortuitous. Unhappily, though there is hurry and rush enough, it is the bustle of business, not the dynamics of what is properly to be called life. The elements of the picture lack dignity, so completely as to leave the ensemble quite without accent. More incidents in the drama of real life will happen before midnight to the individuals who compose the orderly boulevard procession in Paris than those of its chaotic Broadway counterpart will experience in a month. The latter are not really more impressive because they are apparently all running errands and includes no flaneurs. The flaneur would fare ill should anything draw him into the stream, everything being adjusted to the motive of looking out for one's self. Any of the sidewalk civility and mutual interest which obtain in Paris would throw the entire machine out of gear. Whoever is not in a hurry is in the way. A man running after an omnibus at the Madeleine would come into collision with fewer people and cause less disturbance than one who should stop on 14th Street to apologize for an inadvertent jostle, or to give a lady any surplusage of passing room. He would be less ridiculous. A friend recently returned from Paris told me that on several street occasions his involuntary "excuse me" had been mistaken for a salutation, and answered by a "how do you do?" and a stare of speculation. Apologies of this class sound to us, perhaps, like a subtle and deprecatory impeachment of our large tolerance and universal good nature. In this way our undoubted self-respect undoubtedly loses something of its bloom. We may prefer being jammed into streetcars and pressed against the platform rails of the elevated road to the tedious waiting at Paris bus stations, to mention one of the perennial and principal points of contrast which monopolize the thoughts of the average American sojourner in the French capital. But it is terribly vulgarizing. The contact and pressure are abominable. To a Parisienne, the daily experience in this respect of those of our women who have no carriages of their own would seem as singular as the latter would find the Oriental habit of regarding the face as more important than other portions of the female person to keep concealed. But neither men nor women can persist in blushing at the intimacy of rudeness to which our crowding subjects them in common. The only resource is in blunted sensibility, and the manners thus negatively produced we do not quite appreciate in their enormity, because the edge of our appreciation is thus necessarily dulled. The conductor scarcely ceases whistling to poke you for your fare. Other whistlers apparently go on forever. Loud talking follows naturally from the impossibility of personal seclusion in the presence of others. Our Sundays have lost secular decorum very much in proportion as they have lost Puritan observance. If we have nothing quite comparable with a London Bank holiday, or with the conduct of the popular cohorts of the Epsom army. If only in political picnics and the excursions of gangs of toughs we illustrate absolute barbarism, it is nevertheless true that from Central Park to Coney Island our people exhibit a conception of the fitting employment of periodical leisure which would seem indecorous to a crowd of Belleville ouvriers. If we have not the cad, we certainly possess in abundance the species hoodlum, which, though morally far more refreshing, is yet aesthetically intolerable. And the hoodlum is nearly as rare in Paris as the cad. Owing to his presence and to the atmosphere in which he thrives, we find ourselves, in spite of the most determined democratic convictions, shunning crowds whenever it is possible to shun them. The most robust of us easily get into the frame of mind of a Boston young woman to whom the Champs-Élysées looked like a railway station, and who wished the people would get up from the benches and go home. Our life becomes a life of the interior. Wherefore, in spite of a climate that permits walks abroad, we confine outdoor existence to Newport lawns and camps in the Adirondacks. And whence proceeds that carelessness of the exterior which subordinates architecture to household art, and makes our streets such mere thoroughfares lined with homes. The manners one encounters in street and shop in Paris are, it is well known, very different from our own, but no praise of them ever quite prepares an American for their agreeableness and simplicity. We are always agreeably surprised at the absence of elaborate manner, which eulogists of French manners in general omit to note. And indeed it is an extremely elusive quality. Nothing is further removed from that intrusion of the national Gemütlichkeit into so impersonal a matter as affairs, large or small, which to an occasional sense makes the occasional German manner enjoyable. Nothing is farther from the obsequiousness of the London shopman, which rather dazes the American than pleases him. Nothing, on the other hand, is farther from our own bald dispatch. With us every shopper expects, or at any rate is prepared for, obstruction rather than facilitation on the seller's side. The dry goods counter, especially when the attendant is of the gentler sex, is a kind of chevaux de frise. The retail atmosphere is charged with an affectation of unconsciousness. Not only is every transaction impersonal, it is mechanical. Ere long it must become automatic. In many cases there is to be encountered a certain defiant attitude to the last degree unhappy in its effects on the manners involved, a certain self-assertion which begs the question, else unmooted, of social equality, with the result for the time being of the most unsocial relation probably existing among men. Perfect personal equality for the time being invariably exists between customer and tradesman in France. The man or woman who serves you is first of all a fellow creature. A shop, to be sure, is not a conversation, but if you are in a loquacious or inquisitive mood, you will be deemed neither frivolous nor familiar, nor yet an inanimate obstacle to the flow of the most important as well as the most impetuous of the currents of life. Certainly in New York we are too vain of our bustle to realize how mannerless and motiveless it is. The essence of life is movement, but so is the essence of epilepsy. Moreover, the life of the New Yorker who chases street cars, eats at a lunch counter, drinks what will take hold quickly at a bar he can quit instantly, reads only the headlines of his newspaper, keeps abreast of the intellectual movement by inspecting the display of the elevated railway newsstands, while he fumes at having to wait 2 minutes for his train, hastily buys his tardy ticket of sidewalk speculators, and leaves the theater as if it were on fire. The life of such a man is, notwithstanding all its futile activity, varied by long spaces of absolute mental stagnation, of moral coma. Not only is our hurry not decorous, not decent, it is not real activity, it is as little as possible like the animated existence of Paris, where the moral nature is kept in constant operation, intense or not, as the case may be, in spite of the external and material tranquillity. Owing to this lack of a real, a rational activity, our individual civilization, which seems when successful a scramble, and when unlucky a sauve-qui-peut, is morally as well as spectacularly not ill described in so far as its external aspect is concerned by the epithet flat. Enervation seems to menace those whom hypersesthesia spares. We go to Europe to become Americanized, says Emerson, but France Americanizes us less in this sense than any other country of Europe, and perhaps Emerson was not thinking so much of her democratic development into social order and efficiency as of the less American and more feudal European influences, which do indeed, while we are subject to them, intensify our affection for our own institutions, our confidence in our own outlook. One must admit that in France, which nowadays follows our ideal of liberty perhaps as close as we do hers of equality and fraternity, and where consequently our political notions receive few shocks, not only is the life of the senses more agreeable than it is with us, but the mutual relations of men are more felicitous also. And alas, Americans who have savored these sweets cannot avail themselves of the implication contained in Emerson's further words which approach nearer to petulance than anything in his urbane and placid utterances. Those who prefer London or Paris to America may be spared to return to those capitals. Il faut vivre, combattre et finir avec les siens, says Doudan, and no law is more inexorable. The fruits of foreign gardens are, however delectable, enchanted for us. We may not touch them, and to pass our lives in covetous inspection of them is as barren a performance as may be imagined. For this reason, the question, should you like better to live here or abroad, is as little practical as it is frequent. The empty life of the foreign colonies in Paris is its sufficient answer. Not only do most of us have to stay at home, but for everyone except the inconsiderable few who can better do abroad the work they have to do, and except those essentially un-American waifs who can contrive no work for themselves, life abroad is not only less profitable but less pleasant. The American endeavoring to acclimatize himself in Paris hardly needs to have cited to him the words of Epictetus: "Man, thou hast forgotten thine object. Thy journey was not to this, but through this." He is sure before long to become dismally persuaded of their truth. More speedily than elsewhere, perhaps, he finds out in Paris the truth of Carlyle's assurance: it is, after all, the one unhappiness of a man, that he cannot work, that he cannot get his destiny as a man fulfilled. For the work which ensures the felicity of the French life of the senses and of French human relations he cannot share. And thus the question of the relative attractiveness of French and American life, of Paris and New York, becomes the idle and purely speculative question as to whether one would like to change his personal and national identity. And this an American may permit himself the chauvinism of believing a less rational contradiction of instinct in himself than it would be in the case of anyone else. And for this reason, that in those elements of life which tend to the development and perfection of the individual soul, in the work of fulfilling its mysterious destiny, American character and American conditions are especially rich. Bunyan's genius exhibits its characteristic felicity in giving the name of Hopeful to the successor of that Faithful who perished in the town of Vanity. It would be a mark of that loose complacency in which we are too often offenders to associate the scene of Faithful's martyrdom with the Europe from which definitively we set out afresh a century ago. But it is impossible not to recognize that on our forward journey to the celestial country of national and individual success, our conspicuous inspiration and constant comforter is that hope whose cheering ministrations the weary Titans of Europe enjoy in far narrower measure. Living in the future has an indisputably tonic effect upon the moral sinews, and contributes an exhilaration to the spirit which no sense of attainment and achieved success can give. We are, after all, the true idealists of the world. Material as are the details of our preoccupation, our subconsciousness is sustained by a general aspiration that is none the less heroic for being perhaps somewhat naive as well. The times and moods when one's energy is excited, when something occurs in the continuous drama of life to bring sharply into relief its vivid interest and one's own intimate share therein, when nature seems infinitely more real than the societies she includes, when the missionary, the pioneer, the constructive spirit is aroused, are far more frequent with us than with other peoples. Our intense individualism, happily modified by our equality, our constant, active, multiform struggle with the environment, do at least, as I said, produce men. And if we use the term in an esoteric sense, we at least know its significance. Of our riches in this respect, New York alone certainly gives no exaggerated idea. However it may otherwise epitomize and typify our national traits. A walk on Pennsylvania Avenue, a drive among the homes of Buffalo or Detroit, or a dozen other true centers of communal life which have a concrete impressiveness that for the most part only great capitals in Europe possess. A tour of college commencements in scores of spots consecrated to the exaltation of the permanent over the evanescent, contact in any wise with the prodigious amount of right feeling manifested in 100 ways throughout a country whose prosperity stimulates generous impulse, or with the number of good fellows of large, shrewd, humorous views of life. Critical perhaps rather than constructive, but at all events untouched by cynicism, perfectly competent and admirably confident, with a livelier interest in everything within their range of vision than can be felt by anyone mainly occupied with sensuous satisfaction, saved from boredom by a robust imperviousness, ready to begin life over again after every reverse with unenfeebled spirit, and finding in the working out of their own personal salvation according to the gospel of necessity and opportunity that joy which the pursuit of pleasure misses. Experiences of every kind, in fine, that familiarize us with what is especially American in our civilization, are agreeable as no foreign experiences can be, because they are above all others animating and sustaining. Life in America has for everyone, in proportion to his seriousness, the zest that accompanies the advance on chaos and the dark. Meantime, one's last word about the America, emphasized by contrast with the organic and solidaire society of France, is that, for ensuring order and efficiency in the lines of this advance, it would be difficult to conceive too gravely the utility of observing attentively the work in the modern world of the only other great nation that follows the democratic standard, and is perennially prepared to make sacrifices for ideas. From French Traits by W.C. Brownell, copyright 1888, 1889, by Charles Scribner's Sons. The Tyranny of Things by Edward Sanford Martin. A traveler, newly returned from the Pacific Ocean, tells pleasant stories of the Patagonians. As the steamer he was in was passing through Magellan's Strait, some natives came out to her in boats. They wore no clothes at all, though there was snow in the air. A baby that came along with them made some demonstration that displeased its mother, who took it by the foot as Thetis took Achilles, and soused it over the side of the boat into the cold sea water. When she pulled it in, it lay a moment whimpering in the bottom of the boat, and then curled up and went to sleep. The missionaries there have tried to teach the natives to wear clothes and to sleep in huts, but so far, the traveler says, with very limited success. The most shelter a Patagonian can endure is a little heap of rocks, or a log to the windward of him. As for clothes, he despises them, and he is indifferent to ornament. To many of us, groaning under the oppression of modern conveniences, it seems lamentably meddlesome to undermine the simplicity of such people, and enervate them with the luxuries of civilization. To be able to sleep out of doors and go naked and take sea baths on wintry days with impunity would seem a most alluring emancipation. No rent to pay, no tailor, no plumber, no newspaper to read on pain of getting behind the times, no regularity in anything, not even meals, nothing to do except to find food, and no expense for undertakers or physicians, even if we fail. What a fine, untrammeled life it would be! It takes occasional contact with such people as the Patagonians to keep us in mind that civilization is the mere cultivation of our wants, and that the higher it is, the more our necessities are multiplied, until, if we are rich enough, we get enervated by luxury, and the young men come in and carry us out. We want so many, many things, it seems a pity that those simple Patagonians could not send missionaries to us to show us how to do without. The comforts of life, at the rate they are increasing, bid fair to bury us soon, as Tarpeia was buried under the shields of her friends the Sabines. Mr. Hamerton, in speaking of the increase of comfort in England, groans at the trying strain of expense to which our extremely high standard of living subjects all except the rich. It makes each individual of us very costly to keep, and constantly tempts people to concentrate on the maintenance of fewer individuals means than would in simpler times be divided among many. My grandfather, said a modern the other day, left $200,000. He was considered a rich man in those days, but dear me, he supported 4 or 5 families, all his needy relations and all my grandmother's. Think of an income of $10,000 a year being equal to such a strain, and providing suitably for a rich man's large family in the bargain. It wouldn't go so far now, and yet most of the reasonable necessities of life cost less to-day than they did 2 generations ago. The difference is that we need so very many comforts that were not invented in our grandfather's time. There is a hospital in a city large enough to keep a large hospital busy that is in straits for money. Its income from contributions last year was larger by 1/3 than its income 10 years ago, but its expenses were nearly double its income. There were some satisfactory reasons for the discrepancy. The city had grown, the number of patients had increased, extraordinary repairs had been made, but at the bottom a very large expenditure seemed to be due to the struggle of the managers to keep the institution up to modern standards. The patients are better cared for than they used to be, the nurses are better taught and more skillful, conveniences have been greatly multiplied, the heating and cooking and laundry work is all done in the best manner, with the most approved apparatus. The plumbing is as safe as sanitary engineering can make it. The appliances for antiseptic surgery are fit for a fight for life. There are detached buildings for contagious diseases and an outpatient department, and the whole concern is administered with wisdom and economy. There is only one distressing circumstance about this excellent charity, and that is that its expenses exceed its income. And yet its managers have not been extravagant. They have only done what the enlightened experience of the day has considered to be necessary. If the hospital has to shut down, and the patients must be turned out, at least the receiver will find a well-appointed institution of which the managers have no reason to be ashamed. The trouble seems to be with very many of us, in contemporary private life as well as in institutions, that the enlightened experience of the day invents more necessaries than we can get the money to pay for. Our opulent friends are constantly demonstrating to us by example how indispensably convenient the modern necessaries are, and we keep having them until we either exceed our incomes or miss the higher concerns of life in the effort to maintain a complete outfit of its creature comforts. And the saddest part of all is that it is in such great measure an American development. We Americans keep inventing new necessaries, and the people of the effete monarchies gradually adopt such of them as they can afford. When we go abroad, we growl about the inconveniences of European life, the absence of gas in bedrooms, the scarcity and sluggishness of elevators, the primitive nature of the plumbing, and a long list of other things without which life seems to press unreasonably upon our endurance. Nevertheless, if the res angustae domi get straighter than usual, we are always liable to send our families across the water to spend a season in the practice of economy in some land where it costs less to live. Of course, it all belongs to progress, and no one is quite willing to have it stop, but it does a comfortable sufferer good to get his head out of his conveniences sometimes and complain. There was a story in the newspapers the other day about a Massachusetts minister who resigned his charge because someone had given his parish a fine house, and his parishioners wanted him to live in it. His salary was too small, he said, to admit of his living in a big house, and he would not do it. He was even deaf to the proposal that he should share the proposed tenement with the sewing societies and clubs of his church, and when the matter came to a serious issue, he relinquished his charge and sought a new field of usefulness. The situation was an amusing instance of the embarrassment of riches. Let no one to whom restricted quarters may have grown irksome, and who covets larger dimensions of shelter, be so hasty in deciding that the minister was wrong. Did you ever see the house that Hawthorne lived in at Lenox? Did you ever see Emerson's house at Concord? They are good houses for Americans to know and remember. They permitted thought. A big house is one of the greediest cormorants which can light upon a little income. Backs may go threadbare, and stomachs may worry along on indifferent filling, but a house will have things, though its occupants go without. It is rarely complete, and constantly tempts the imagination to flights in brick and dreams in lath and plaster. It develops annual thirsts for paint and wallpaper at least, if not for marble and wood carving. The plumbing must be kept in order, on pain of death. Whatever price is put on coal, it has to be heated in winter. And if it is rural or suburban, the grass about it must be cut even, though funerals in the family have to be put off for the mowing. If the tenants are not rich enough to hire people to keep their house clean, they must do it themselves, for there is no excuse that will pass among housekeepers for a dirty house. The master of the house, too big for him, may expect to spend the leisure which might be made intellectually or spiritually profitable in acquiring and putting into practice fag ends of the arts of the plumber, the bell hanger, the locksmith, the gas fitter, and the carpenter. Presently he will know how to do everything that can be done in the house, except enjoy himself. He will learn about taxes too, and water rates, and how such abominations as sewers or new pavements are always liable to accrue at his expense. As for the mistress, she will be a slave to carpets and curtains, wallpaper, painters, and women who come in by the day to clean. She will be lucky if she gets a chance to say her prayers, and thrice and four times happy when she can read a book or visit with her friends. To live in a big house may be a luxury, provided that one has a full set of money and an enthusiastic housekeeper in one's family. But to scrimp in a big house is a miserable business. Yet such is human folly that for a man to refuse to live in a house because it is too big for him is such an exceptional exhibition of sense that it becomes the favorite paragraph of a day in the newspapers. An ideal of earthly comfort so common that every reader must have seen it is to get a house so big that it is burdensome to maintain, and fill it up so full of gimcracks that it is a constant occupation to keep it in order. Then, when the expense of living in it is so great that you can't afford to go away and rest from the burden of it, the situation is complete, and boarding houses and cemeteries begin to yawn for you. How many Americans do you suppose, out of the droves that flock annually to Europe, are running away from oppressive houses? When nature undertakes to provide a house, it fits the occupant. Animals which build by instinct build only what they need, but man's building instinct, if it gets a chance to spread itself at all, is boundless, just as all his instincts are. For it is man's peculiarity that nature has filled him with impulses to do things and left it to his discretion when to stop. She never tells him when he has finished, and perhaps we ought not to be surprised that in so many cases it happens that he doesn't know, but just goes ahead as long as the materials last. If another man tries to oppress him, he understands that and is ready to fight to death and sacrifice all he has rather than submit. But the tyranny of things is so subtle, so gradual in its approach, and comes so masked with seeming benefits, that it has him hopelessly bound before he suspects his fetters. He says from day to day, I will add thus to my house. I will have 1 or 2 more horses. I will make a little greenhouse in my garden. I will allow myself the luxury of another hired man. And so he goes on having things and imagining that he is richer for them. Presently he begins to realize that it is the things that own him. He has piled them up on his shoulders, and there they sit like Sinbad's old man, and drive him. And it becomes a daily question whether he can keep his trembling legs or not. All of which is not meant to prove that property has no real value, or to rebut Charles Lamb's scornful denial that enough is as good as a feast. It is not meant to apply to the rich, who can have things comfortably, if they are philosophical, but to us poor, who have constant need to remind ourselves that where the verbs to have and to be cannot both be completely inflected, the verb to be is the one that best repays concentration. Perhaps we would not be so prone to swamp ourselves with luxuries and vain possessions that we cannot afford, if it were not for our deep-lying propensity to associate with people who are better off than we are. It is usually the sight of their appliances that upsets our little stock of sense and lures us into an improvident competition. There is a proverb of Solomon's which prophesies financial wreck or ultimate misfortune of some sort to people who make gifts to the rich. Though not expressly stated, it is somehow implied that the proverb is intended not as a warning to the rich themselves, who may doubtless exchange presents with impunity, but for persons whose incomes ranks somewhere between moderate circumstances and destitution. That such persons should need to be warned not to spend their substance on the rich seems odd, but when Solomon was busied with precept, he could usually be trusted not to waste either words or wisdom. Poor people are constantly spending themselves upon the rich, not only because they like them, but often from an instinctive conviction that such expenditure is well invested. I wonder sometimes whether this is true. To associate with the rich seems pleasant and profitable. They are apt to be agreeable and well informed, and it is good to play with them and enjoy the usufruct of all their pleasant apparatus. But of course you can neither hope nor wish to get anything for nothing. Of the cost of the practice, the expenditure of time still seems to be the item that is most serious. It takes a great deal of time to cultivate the rich successfully. If they are working people, their time is so much more valuable than yours, that when you visit with them it is apt to be your time that is sacrificed. If they are not working people, it is worse yet. Their special outings, when they want your company, always come when you cannot get away from work except at some great sacrifice, which, under the stress of temptation, you are too apt to make. Their pleasuring is on so large a scale that you cannot make it fit your times or necessities. You can't go yachting for half a day, nor will $50 take you far on the way to shoot big game in Manitoba. You simply cannot play with them when they play because you cannot reach. And when they work you cannot play with them because their time then is worth so much a minute that you cannot bear to waste it. And you cannot play with them when you are working yourself and they are inactively at leisure, because cheap as your time is, you can't spare it. Charming and likable as they are, and good to know, it must be admitted that there is a superior convenience about associating most of the time with people who want to do about what we want to do at about the same time, and whose abilities to do what they wish approximate to ours. It is not so much a matter of persons as of times and means. You cannot make your opportunities concur with the opportunities of people whose incomes are 10 times greater than yours. When you play together, it is at a sacrifice, and one which you have to make. Solomon was right. To associate with very rich people involves sacrifices. You cannot even be rich yourself without expense, and you may just as well give over trying. Count it, then, among the costs of a considerable income that in enlarging the range of your sports it inevitably contracts the circle of those who will find it profitable to share them. From Windfalls of Observation, by Edward Sanford Martin, copyright 1893, by Charles Scribner's Sons. Free Trade versus Protection in Literature, by Samuel McCord Crothers. In the old-fashioned textbook, we used to be told that the branch of learning that was treated was at once an art and a science. Literature is much more than that. It is an art, a science, a profession, a trade, and an accident. The literature that is of lasting value is an accident. It is something that happens. After it has happened, the historical critics busy themselves in explaining it, but they are not able to predict the next stroke of genius. Shelley defines poetry as the record of the best and happiest moments of the best and happiest minds. When we are fortunate enough to happen in upon an author at one of these happy moments, then, as the country newspaper would say, a very enjoyable time was had. After we have said all that can be said about art and craftsmanship, we put our hopes upon a happy chance. Literature cannot be standardized. We never know how the most painstaking work may turn out. The most that can be said of the literary life is what Sancho Panza said of the profession of knight-errantry. There is something delightful in going about in expectation of accidents. After a meeting in behalf of social justice, an eager, distraught young man met me in the streets of Boston and asked, "You believe in the principle of equality?" "Yes." "Don't I then have just as much right to be a genius as Shakespeare had?" "Yes." "Then why ain't I?" I had to confess that I didn't know. It is with this chastened sense of our limitations that we meet for any organized attempt at the encouragement of literary productivity. Matthew Arnold's favorite bit of irreverence, in which he seemed to find endless enjoyment, was in twitting the unfortunate bishop who had said that something ought to be done for the Holy Trinity. It was a business-like proposition that involved a spiritual incongruity. A confusion of values is likely to take place when we try to do something for American literature. It is an object that appeals to the uplifter who is anxious to get results. But the difficulty is that if a piece of writing is literature, it does not need to be uplifted. If it is not literature, it is likely to be so heavy that you can't lift it. We have been told that a man by taking thought cannot add a cubit to his stature. It is certainly true that we cannot add many cubits to our literary stature. If we could, we should all be giants. When literary men discourse with one another about their art, they often seem to labor under a weight of responsibility which a friendly outsider would seek to lighten. They are under the impression that they have left undone many things which they ought to have done, and that the public blames them for their manifold transgressions. The great American novel ought to have been written long ago. There ought to be more local color and less imitation of European models. There ought to have been more plain speaking to demonstrate that we are not squeamish and are not tied to the apron strings of Mrs. Grundy. There ought to be a literary center, and those who are at it ought to live up to it. In all this it is assumed that contemporary writers can control the literary situation. Let me comfort the overstrained consciences of the members of the writing fraternity. Your responsibility is not nearly so great as you imagine. Literature differs from the other arts in the relation in which the producer stands to the consumer. Literature can never be made one of the protected industries. In the drama the living actor has a complete monopoly. One might express a preference for Garrick or Booth, but if he goes to the theatre he must take what is set before him. The monopoly of the singer is not quite so complete as it once was, but until canned music is improved, most people will prefer to get theirs fresh. In painting and in sculpture there is more or less competition with the work of other ages. Yet even here there is a measure of natural protection. The old masters may be admired, but they are expensive. The living artist can control a certain market of his own. There is also a great opportunity for the artist and his friends to exert pressure. When you go to an exhibition of new paintings, you are not a free agent. You are aware that the artist or his friends may be in the vicinity to observe how first citizen and second citizen enjoy the masterpiece. Conscious of this espionage, you endeavor to look pleased. You observe a picture which outrages your ideas of the possible. You mildly remark to a bystander that you have never seen anything like that before. "Probably not," he replies. "It is not a picture of any outward scene. It represents the artist's state of mind." "Oh," you reply, "I understand. He is making an exhibition of himself." It is all so personal that you do not feel like carrying the investigation further. You take what is set before you and ask no questions. But with a book the relation to the producer is altogether different. You go into your library and shut the door, and you have the same sense of intellectual freedom that you have when you go into the polling booth and mark your Australian ballot. You are a sovereign citizen. Nobody can know what you are reading unless you choose to tell. You snap your fingers at the critics. In the tumultuous privacy of print you enjoy what you find enjoyable and let the rest go. Your mind is a free port. There are no customs house officers to examine the cargoes that are unladen. The book which has just come from the press has no advantage over the book that is a century old. In the matter of legibility, the old volume may be preferable, and its price is less. Whatever choice you make is in the face of the free competition of all ages. Literature is the timeless art. Clever writers who start fashions in the literary world should take account of this secrecy of the reader's position. It is easy enough to start a fashion. The difficulty is to get people to follow it. Few people will follow a fashion except when other people are looking at them. When they are alone, they relapse into something which they enjoy and which they find comfortable. The ultimate consumer of literature is therefore inclined to take a philosophical view of the contentions among literary people about what seem to them the violent fluctuations of taste. These fashions come and go, but the quiet reader is undisturbed. There are enough good books already printed to last his lifetime. Aware of this, he is not alarmed by the cries of the calamity howlers who predict a famine. From a purely commercial viewpoint, this competition with writers of all generations is disconcerting, but I do not see that anything can be done to prevent it. The principle of protection fails. Trades unionism offers no remedy. What if all the living authors should join in a general strike? We tremble to think of the army of strike breakers that would rush in from all centuries. From the literary viewpoint, however, this free competition is very stimulating and very exciting. To hold our own under free trade conditions, we must not put all our thought on increasing the output. In order to meet the free competition to which we are exposed, we must improve the quality of our work. Perhaps that may be good for us. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 20. Dante and the Bowery by Theodore Roosevelt. It is the conventional thing to praise Dante because he of set purpose used the language of the marketplace, so as to be understanded of the common people. But we do not in practice either admire or understand a man who writes in the language of our own marketplace. It must be the Florentine marketplace of the 13th century, not Fulton Market of today. What infinite use Dante would have made of the Bowery! Of course, he could have done it, only because not merely he himself, the great poet, but his audience also, would have accepted it as natural. The 19th century was more apt than the 13th to boast of itself as being the greatest of the centuries, but save as regards purely material objects, ranging from locomotives to bank buildings, it did not wholly believe in its boasting. A 19th century poet, when trying to illustrate some point he was making, obviously felt uncomfortable in mentioning 19th century heroes if he also referred to those of classic times, lest he should be suspected of instituting comparisons between them. A 13th century poet was not in the least troubled by any such misgivings, and quite simply illustrated his point by allusions to any character in history or romance, ancient or contemporary, that happened to occur to him. Of all the poets of the 19th century, Walt Whitman was the only one who dared use the Bowery, that is, use anything that was striking and vividly typical of the humanity around him, as Dante used the ordinary humanity of his day. And even Whitman was not quite natural in doing so, for he always felt that he was defying the conventions and prejudices of his neighbors, and his self-consciousness made him a little defiant. Dante was not defiant of conventions. The The conventions of his day did not forbid him to use human nature just as he saw it, no less than human nature as he read about it. The Bowery is one of the great highways of humanity, a highway of seething life, of varied interest, of fun, of work, of sordid and terrible tragedy. And it is haunted by demons as evil as any that stalk through the pages of the Inferno. But no man of Dante's art and with Dante's soul would write of it nowadays, and he would hardly be understood if he did. Whitman wrote of homely things and everyday men and of their greatness, but his art was not equal to his power and his purpose. And even as it was, he, the poet, by set intention of the democracy, is not known to the people as widely as he should be known. And it is only the few, the men like Edward Fitzgerald, John Burroughs, and W.E. Henley, who prize him as he ought to be prized. Nowadays, at the outset of the 20th century, cultivated people would ridicule the poet who illustrated fundamental truths, as Dante did 600 years ago, by examples drawn alike from human nature as he saw it around him, and from human nature as he read of it. I suppose that this must be partly because we are so self-conscious as always to read a comparison into any illustration, forgetting the fact that no comparison is implied between two men, in the sense of estimating their relative greatness or importance, when the career of each of them is chosen merely to illustrate some given quality that both possess. It is also probably due to the fact that an age in which the critical faculty is greatly developed often tends to develop a certain querulous inability to understand the fundamental truths which less critical ages accept as a matter of course. To such critics it seems improper, and indeed ludicrous, to illustrate human nature by examples chosen alike from the Brooklyn Navy Yard or Castle Garden and the Piraeus, alike from Tammany and from the Roman mob organized by the foes or friends of Caesar. To Dante such feeling itself would have been inexplicable. Dante dealt with those tremendous qualities of the human soul which dwarf all differences in outward and visible form and station, and therefore he illustrated what he meant by any example that seemed to him apt. Only the great names of antiquity had been handed down, and so when he spoke of pride or violence or flattery, and wished to illustrate his thesis by an appeal to the past, he could speak only of great and prominent characters. But in the present of his day most of the men he knew or knew of were naturally people of no permanent importance, just as is the case in the present of our own day. Yet the passions of these men were the same as those of the heroes of old, godlike or demoniac, and so he unhesitatingly used his contemporaries or his immediate predecessors to illustrate his points, without regard to their prominence or lack of prominence. He was not concerned with the differences in their fortunes and careers, with their heroic proportions or lack of such proportions. He was a mystic whose imagination soared so high, and whose thoughts plumbed so deeply the far depths of our being, that he was also quite simply a realist. For the eternal mysteries were ever before his mind, and compared to them, the differences between the careers of the mighty masters of mankind and the careers of even very humble people seemed trivial. If we translate his comparisons into the terms of our day, we are apt to feel amused over this trait of his, until we go a little deeper and understand that we are ourselves to blame because we have lost the faculty simply and naturally to recognize that the essential traits of humanity are shown alike by big men and by little men, in the lives that are now being lived and in those that are long ended. Probably no two characters in Dante impress the ordinary reader more than Farinata and Capaneus. the man who raises himself waist high from out of his burning sepulchre, unshaken by torment, and the man who with scornful disdain refuses to brush from his body the falling flames, the great souls, magnanimous Dante calls them, whom no torture, no disaster, no failure of the most absolute kind could force to yield or to bow before the dread powers that had mastered them. Dante has created these men, has made them permanent additions to the great figures of the world. They are imaginary only in the sense that Achilles and Ulysses are imaginary. That is, they are now as real as the figures of any man that ever lived. One of them was a mythical hero in a mythical feat, the other a second-rate faction leader in a faction-ridden Italian city of the 13th century, whose deeds have not the slightest importance aside from what Dante's mention gives. Yet the two men are mentioned as naturally as Alexander and Caesar are mentioned. Evidently they are dwelt upon at length because Dante felt it his duty to express a peculiar horror for that fierce pride which could defy its overlord, while at the same time, and perhaps unwillingly, he could not conceal a certain shuddering admiration for the lofty courage on which this evil pride was based. The point I wish to make is the simplicity with which Dante illustrated one of the principles on which he lays most stress, by the example of a man who was of consequence only in the history of the parochial politics of Florence. Farinata will now live forever as a symbol of the soul. Yet as an historical figure he is dwarfed beside any one of hundreds of the leaders in our own Revolution and Civil War. Tom Benton of Missouri and Jefferson Davis of Mississippi were opposed to one another with a bitterness which surpassed that which rived asunder Guelph from Ghibellin, or black Guelph from white Guelph. They played many parts in a tragedy more tremendous than any which any medieval city ever witnessed or could have witnessed. Each possessed an iron will, an undaunted courage, physical and moral. Each led a life of varied interest and danger, and exercised a power not possible in the career of the Florentine. One, the champion of the Union, fought for his principles as unyieldingly as the other fought for what he deemed right in trying to break up the Union. Each was a colossal figure. Each, when the forces against which he fought overcame him, for in his latter years Benton saw the cause of disunion triumph in Missouri, just as Jefferson Davis lived to see the cause of union triumph in the nation, fronted an adverse fate with the frowning defiance, the high heart, and the stubborn will which Dante has commemorated for all time in his hero who held hell in great scorn. Yet a modern poet who endeavored to illustrate such a point by reference to Benton and Davis would be uncomfortably conscious that his audience would laugh at him. He would feel ill at ease, and therefore would convey the impression of being ill at ease, exactly as he would feel that he was posing, was forced and unnatural, if he referred to the deeds of the evil heroes of the Paris Commune, as he would without hesitation refer to the many similar but smaller leaders of riots in the Roman Forum. Dante speaks of a couple of French troubadours, or of a local Sicilian poet, just as he speaks of Euripides, and quite properly, for they illustrate as well what he has to teach. But we of to-day could not possibly speak of a couple of recent French poets or German novelists in the same connection without having an uncomfortable feeling that we ought to defend ourselves from possible misapprehension, and therefore we could not speak of them naturally. When Dante wishes to assail those guilty of crimes of violence, he in one stanza speaks of the torments inflicted by divine justice on Attila, coupling him with Pyrrhus and Sextus Pompey, a sufficiently odd conjunction in itself, by the way, and in the next stanza mentions the names of a couple of local highwaymen who had made travel unsafe in particular neighborhoods. The two highwaymen in question were by no means as important as Jesse James and Billy the Kid. Doubtless they were far less formidable fighting men, and their adventures were less striking and varied. Yet think of the way we should feel if a great poet should now arise who would incidentally illustrate the ferocity of the human heart by allusions both to the terrible Hunnish scourge of God and to the outlaws who in our own times defy justice in Missouri and New Mexico. When Dante wishes to illustrate the fierce passions of the human heart, he may speak of Lycurgus or of Saul, or he may speak of two local contemporary captains, victor or vanquished, in obscure struggles between Guelph and Ghibelline. Men like Jacopo del Cassero or Buonconte, whom he mentions as naturally as he does Cyrus or Rehoboam. He is entirely right. What one among our own writers, however, would be able simply and naturally to mention Ulrich Dahlgren, or Custer, or Morgan, or Raphael Semmes, or Marion, or Sumter, as illustrating the qualities shown by Hannibal, or Rameses, or William the Conqueror, or by Moses or Hercules. Yet the Guelph and Ghibelline captains of whom Dante speaks were in no way as important as these American soldiers of the second or third rank. Dante saw nothing incongruous in treating at length the qualities of all of them. He was not thinking of comparing the genius of the unimportant local leader with the genius of the great sovereign conquerors of the past. He was thinking only of the qualities of courage and daring and of the awful horror of death. And when we deal with what is elemental in the human soul, it matters but little whose soul we take. In the same way he mentions a couple of spendthrifts of Padua and Siena, who come to violent ends, just as in the preceding canto he had dwelt upon the tortures undergone by Dionysius and Simon de Montfort, guarded by Nessus and his fellow centaurs. For some reason he hated the spendthrifts in question, as the Whigs of revolutionary South Carolina and New York hated Tarleton, Kruger, St. Leger, and Delancey, and to him there was nothing incongruous in drawing a lesson from one couple of offenders more than from another. It would, by the way, be outside my present purpose to speak of the rather puzzling manner in which Dante confounds his own hatreds with those of heaven, and, for instance, shows a vindictive enjoyment in putting his personal opponent, Filippo Argenti, in hell, for no clearly adequate reason. When he turns from those whom he is glad to see in hell toward those for whom he cares, he shows the same delightful power of penetrating through the externals into the essentials. Cato and Manfred illustrate his point no better than Belacqua, a contemporary Florentine maker of citherns. Alas, what poet today would dare to illustrate his argument by introducing Steinway in company with Cato and Manfred? Yet again, when examples of love are needed, he draws them from the wedding feast at Cana, from the actions of Pylades and Orestes, and from the life of a kindly, honest comb dealer of Siena who had just died. Could we now link together Peter Cooper and Pylades without feeling a sense of incongruity? He couples Priscian with a politician of local note who had written an encyclopedia, and a lawyer of distinction who had lectured at Bologna and Oxford. We could not now, with such fine unconsciousness, bring Evarts and one of the compilers of the Encyclopaedia Britannica into a life comparison. When Dante deals with the crimes which he most abhorred, simony and barratry, he flails offenders of his age who were of the same type as those who in our days flourish by political or commercial corruption. And he names his offenders, both those just dead and those still living, and puts them, popes and politicians alike, in hell. There have been trust magnates and politicians and editors and magazine writers in our own country whose lives and deeds were no more edifying than those of the men who lie in the third and the fifth chasm of the eighth circle of the Inferno. Yet for a poet to name those men would be condemned as an instance of shocking taste. One age expresses itself naturally in a form that would be unnatural, and therefore undesirable in another age. We do not express ourselves nowadays in epics at all, and we keep the emotions aroused in us by what is good or evil in the men of the present in a totally different compartment from that which holds our emotions concerning what was good or evil in the men of the past. An imitation of the letter of the times past, when the spirit has wholly altered, would be worse than useless. And the very qualities that help to make Dante's poem immortal would, if copied nowadays, make the copyist ridiculous. Nevertheless, it would be a good thing if we could, in some measure, achieve the mighty Florentine's high simplicity of soul, at least to the extent of recognizing in those around us the eternal qualities which we admire or condemn in the men who wrought good or evil at any stage in the world's previous history. Dante's masterpiece is one of the supreme works of art that the ages have witnessed, but he would have been the last to wish that it should be treated only as a work of art, or worshipped only for art's sake, without reference to the dread lessons it teaches mankind. From History as Literature and Other Essays by Theodore Roosevelt, copyright 1913 by Charles Scribner's Sons. The Revolt of the Unfit by Nicholas Murray Butler. There are wars and rumors of wars in a portion of the territory occupied by the doctrine of organic evolution. All is not working smoothly and well and according to formula. It begins to appear that those men of science who, having derived the doctrine of organic evolution in its modern form from observations on earthworms, on climbing plants, and on brightly colored birds, and who then straightway applied it blithely to man and his affairs, have made enemies of no small part of the human race. It was all well enough to treat some earthworms, some climbing plants, and some brightly colored birds as fit, and others as unfit, to survive. But when this distinction is extended over human beings and their economic, social, and political affairs, there is a general pricking up of ears. The consciously fit look down on the resulting discussion with complacent scorn. The consciously unfit rage and roar loudly, while the unconsciously unfit bestir themselves mightily to overturn the whole theory upon which the distinction between fitness and unfitness rests. If any law of nature makes so absurd a distinction as that, then the offending and obnoxious law must be repealed, and that quickly. The trouble appears to arise primarily from the fact that man does not like what may be termed his evolutionary poor relations. He is willing enough to read about earthworms and climbing plants and brightly colored birds, but he does not want nature to be making leaps from any of these to him. The earthworm, which, not being adapted to its surroundings, soon dies unhonored and unsung, passes peacefully out of life without either a coroner's inquest, an indictment for earthworm slaughter, a legislative proposal for the future protection of earthworms, or even a new society for the reform of the social and economic state of the earthworms that are left. Even the quasi-intelligent climbing plant and the brightly colored bird, humanely vain, find an equally inconspicuous fate awaiting them. This is the way nature operates when unimpeded or unchallenged by the powerful manifestations of human revolt or human revenge. Of course, if man understood the place assigned to him in nature by the doctrine of organic evolution, as well as the earthworm, the climbing plant, and the brightly colored bird understand theirs, he, too, like them, would submit to nature's processes and decrees without a protest. As a matter of logic, no doubt he ought to, but after all these centuries it is still a far cry from logic to life. In fact, man, unless he is consciously and admittedly fit, revolts against the implication of the doctrine of evolution, and objects both to being considered unfit to survive and succeed, and to being forced to accept the only fate which nature offers to those who are unfit for survival and success. Indeed, he manifests with amazing pertinacity what Schopenhauer used to call the will to live, and considerations and arguments based on adaptability to environment have no weight with him. So much the worse for environment, he cries, and straightway sets out to prove it. On the other hand, those humans who are classed by the doctrine of evolution as fit exhibit a most disconcerting satisfaction with things as they are. The fit make no conscious struggle for existence. They do not have to. Being fit, they survive ipso facto. Thus does the doctrine of evolution, like a playful kitten, merrily pursue its tail with rapturous delight. The fit survive. Those survive who are fit. Nothing could be more simple. Those who are not adapted to the conditions that surround them, however, rebel against the fate of the earthworm and the climbing plant and the brightly colored bird, and engage in a conscious struggle for existence and for success in that existence despite their inappropriate environment. Statutes can be repealed or amended. Why not laws of nature as well? Those human beings who are unfit have, it must be admitted, one great, though perhaps temporary, advantage over the laws of nature. For the laws of nature have not yet been granted suffrage, and the organized unfit can always lead a large majority to the polls. So soon as knowledge of this fact becomes common property, the laws of nature will have a bad quarter of an hour in more countries than one. The revolt of the unfit primarily takes the form of attempts to lessen and to limit competition, which is instinctively felt, and with reason, to be part of the struggle for existence and for success. The inequalities which nature makes, and without which the process of evolution could not go on, the unfit propose to smooth away and to wipe out by that magic fiat of collective human will called legislation. The great struggle between the gods of Olympus and the Titans, which the ancient sculptors so loved to picture, was child's play compared to the struggle between the laws of nature and the laws of man, which the civilized world is apparently soon to be invited to witness. This struggle will bear a little examination, and it may be that the laws of nature, as the doctrine of evolution conceives and states them, will not have everything their own way. Professor Huxley, whose orthodoxy as an evolutionist will hardly be questioned, made a suggestion of this kind in his Romanes lecture as long ago as 1893. He called attention then to the fact that there is a fallacy in the notion that because, on the whole, animals and plants have advanced in perfection of organization by means of the struggle for existence and the consequent survival of the fittest, therefore men as social and ethical beings must depend upon the same process to help them to perfection. As Professor Huxley suggests, this fallacy doubtless has its origin in the ambiguity of the phrase survival of the fittest. One jumps to the conclusion that fittest means best, whereas, of course, it has in it no moral element whatever. The doctrine of evolution uses the term fitness in a hard and stern sense. Nothing more is meant by it than a measure of adaptation to surrounding conditions. Into this conception of fitness there enters no element of beauty, no element of morality, no element of progress toward an ideal. Fitness is a cold fact, ascertainable with almost mathematical certainty. We now begin to catch sight of the real significance of this struggle between the laws of nature and the laws of man. From one point of view, the struggle is hopeless from the start. From another, it is full of promise. If it be true that man really proposes to halt the laws of nature by his legislation, then the struggle is hopeless. It is only a question of time when the laws of nature will have their way. If, on the other hand, the struggle between the laws of nature and the laws of man is in reality a mock struggle, and the supposed combat merely an exhibition of evolutionary boxing, then we may find a clue to what is really going on. It might be worth while, for example, to follow up the suggestion that in looking back over the whole series of products of organic evolution, the real successes and permanences of life are to be found among those species that have been able to institute something like what we call a social system. Wherever an individual insists upon treating himself as an end in himself, and all other individuals as his actual or potential competitors or enemies, then the fate of the earthworm, the climbing plant, and the brightly colored bird is sure to be his, for he has brought himself under the jurisdiction of one of nature's laws, and sooner or later he must succumb to that law of nature, and in the struggle for existence his place will be marked out for him by it with unerring precision. If, however, he has developed so far as to have risen to the lofty height of human sympathy, and thereby has learned to transcend his individuality, to make himself a member of a larger whole, he may then save himself from the extinction which follows inevitably upon proved unfitness in the individual struggle for existence. So soon as the individual has something to give, there will be those who have something to give to him, and he elevates himself above this relentless law, with its inexorable punishments for the unfit. At that point, when individuals begin to give each to the other, then their mutual cooperation and interdependence build human society, and participation in that society changes the whole character of the human struggle. Nevertheless, large numbers of human beings carry with them into social and political relations the traditions and instincts of the old individualistic struggle for existence, with the laws of organic evolution pointing grimly to their several destinies. These are not able to realize that moral elements, and what we call progress toward an end or ideal, are not found under the operation of the law of natural selection, but have to be discovered elsewhere and added to it. Beauty, morality, progress have other lurking places than in the struggle for existence, and they have for their sponsors other laws than that of natural selection. You will read the pages of Darwin and of Herbert Spencer in vain for any indication of how the Parthenon was produced, how the Sistine Madonna, how the Ninth Symphony of Beethoven, how the Divine Comedy, or Hamlet, or Faust. There are many mysteries in the world, thank God, and these are some of them. The escape of genius from the cloud-covered mountain-tops of the unknown into human society has not yet been accounted for. Even Rousseau made a mistake. When he was writing the Contrat Social, it is recorded that his attention was favorably attracted by the island of Corsica. He, being engaged in the process of finding out how to repeal the laws of man by the laws of nature, spoke of Corsica as the one country in Europe that seemed to him capable of legislation. This led him to add, I have a presentiment that some day this little island will astonish Europe. It was not long before Corsica did astonish Europe, but not by any capacity for legislation. As some clever person has said, it let loose Napoleon. We know nothing more of the origin and advent of genius than that. Perhaps we should comprehend these things better were it not for the persistence of the superstition that human beings habitually think. There is no more persistent superstition than this. Linnaeus helped it on to an undeserved permanence when he devised the name Homo sapiens for the highest species of the order primates. That was the quintessence of complimentary nomenclature. Of course, human beings as such do not think. A real thinker is one of the rarest things in nature. He comes only at long intervals in human history, and when he does come, he is often astonishingly unwelcome. Indeed, he is sometimes speedily sent the way of the unfit and unprotesting earthworm. Emerson understood this, as he understood so many other of the deep things of life. For he wrote, "Beware when the great God lets loose a thinker on this planet, then all things are at risk." The plain fact is that man is not ruled by thinking. When man thinks, he usually merely feels, and his instincts and feelings are powerful precisely in proportion as they are irrational. Reason reveals the other side, and a knowledge of the other side is fatal to the driving power of a prejudice. Prejudices have their important uses, but it is well to try not to mix them up with principles. The underlying principle in the widespread and ominous revolt of the unfit is that moral considerations must outweigh the mere blind struggle for existence in human affairs. It is to this fact that we must hold fast if we would understand the world of today, and still more the world of tomorrow. The purpose of the revolt of the unfit is to substitute interdependence on a higher plane for the struggle for existence on a lower one. Who dares attempt to picture what will happen if this revolt shall not succeed? These are problems full of fascination. In one form or another, they will persist as long as humanity itself. There is only one way of getting rid of them, and that is so charmingly and wittily pointed out by Robert Louis Stevenson in his fable The Four Reformers, that I wish to quote it. Four reformers met under a bramble bush. They were all agreed the world must be changed. "We must abolish property," said one. "We must abolish marriage," said the second. "We must abolish God," said the third. "I wish we could abolish work," said the fourth. "Do not let us get beyond practical politics," said the first. "The first thing is to reduce men to a common level." "The first thing," said the second, "is to give freedom to the sexes." "The first thing," said the third, "is to find out how to do it." "The first step," said the first, "is to abolish the Bible." "The first thing," said the second, "is to abolish the laws." "The first thing," said the third, "is to abolish mankind." From "Why Should We Change Our Form of Government?" by Nicholas Murray Butler. Copyright 1912 by Charles Scribner's Sons. On Translating the Odes of Horace by W.P. Trent. In a letter written on August 21st, 1703, to Robert Harley, afterward Earl of Oxford and Prime Minister, by Dr. George Hickes, the former scholar and non-juror, there is a reference to old Dr. Byrom Eaton, who had read Horace over, as they tell me, many hundred times, oftener, I fear, than he has read the Gospels. Dr. Byrom Eaton has escaped an article in the Dictionary of National Biography, and so far as I know, he has never been reckoned by Horatians among their patron saints. In view of the slur cast upon him by Dr. Hicks, I should like to propose his canonization, but I should much prefer to lay a wager that he found time between his readings to try to turn some of the odes of his favorite writer into English verses, probably into couplets resembling those of Dryden. And I should also be willing to wager that before and after making each of his versions, he gave expression, in some form or other, to the proverbial statement that to attempt to translate Horace is to attempt the impossible. Perhaps we owe to this proverbial impossibility the fact that the translator of Horace is always with us, a living antimony. He writes a modest preface, and then exclaiming in the words of his master, "Nihil mortalibus ardui est," he tries to scale very heaven in his folly, to rush blindly per vetitum nefas. But because he has loved much, therefore is much forgiven him. To love Horace and not attempt to translate him would be to flout that principle of altruism in which some modern thinkers have discovered, more poetically perhaps than philosophically, the motive force of civilization. We love Horace, and hence we must try to set him forth in a way to make others love him, is what all translators, it would seem, say to themselves, consciously or unconsciously, when they decide to publish their respective renditions. And who shall blame them? Where is the critic competent to judge their work, who has not himself listened to the Siren's song, if but for a moment in his youth, who has not a version of some ode of Horace hid away among his papers, the memory of which will doubtless forever prevent him from flinging a stone at any fellow offender? It is not only impossible to translate Horace adequately, but it is impossible to explain satisfactorily the causes of his unbounded popularity. A popularity illustrated by the fact that when that well-known group of American book lovers, the Bibliophile Society, were seeking to determine what great man of letters they would first honor by issuing one or more of his works in sumptuous form, they chose, not an author of their own day or nation or language, but a writer dead nearly 2,000 years, of alien race and tongue, spokesman of a civilization remote and strange, the Horace of the immortal odes. Yet admirers of Lucretius and of Catullus tell us very plainly and insistently that this Horace of the odes is not a great poet. We listen respectfully to the charge, and somehow we do not seem greatly to resent it. We merely read the odes, if possible, more diligently and affectionately. Not, it is true, in the splendid bibliophile volumes, but in some well-worn pocket edition that has accompanied us on our journeys, or, like one I own, has helped us to while away the hours on a deer stand, through which the deer, as shy as the fawn with which the poet compared Chloe, simply would not run. If we own such a pocket volume, we leave our critical faculties in abeyance when Dante, in the Inferno, introduces Horace to us along with Homer and Ovid and Lucan. For do not our hearts tell us that in the truest sense of the phrase he is worthy to walk with the greatest of this medievally assorted company? We feel sure that Virgil must have loved him as a man. We have proof that Milton admired him as a poet. We deny to him the grand manner, but we attribute to him every charm. When we seek to analyze this charm, we are left with a suspicion that, after we have pointed out many of its elements, such as humor, vivacity, kindliness, sententiousness, and the like, there are as many others, equally potent but more subtle, that escape us altogether. So we turn the hackneyed saying into "the charm is the man," and contentedly exchange analysis for enjoyment. And yet we are persuaded that no author is more worthy of the painstaking, detailed study characteristic of modern scholarship than is this same Epicurean poet, who so utterly defies analysis, and would be the first, were he not but dust and a shade, to smile at our ponderous erudition. We feel that the scholar who shall devote the best years of his life to studying the influence of Horace upon subsequent writers in the chief literatures, and to collecting the tributes that have been paid to his genius by the great and worthy of all lands and ages, will deserve sincere benedictions. We conclude, in short, that that exquisite epithet, the well-beloved, so inappropriately bestowed upon the worthless and flippant French king, belongs to Horace, and to Horace alone, jure divino. But this praise of Horace, and this defense of his translators, fails to justify or explain the writing of this paper. An honest confession being good for the soul, I will confess that the remarks that follow were first employed to introduce some versions of selected odes I was once rash enough to publish. It is not a good sportsman that shuts his eyes and bangs away with both barrels at a flock of birds, and I now doubt whether I was wise in trying to bring down readers, if not with my verse barrel, at least with my prose barrel. Being older, I use at present only one barrel at a time, and perhaps for the same reason I am wont to try the prose barrel. Unfortunately, I can apply to the comments I intend to make on Horatian translators the quotation I used in order to mollify irate readers of my own verse renderings. It came from a once popular, now forgotten poet, the Reverend John Pomfret, and it ran as follows: "It will be to little purpose, the author presumes, to offer any reasons why the following poems appear in public. For it is 10 to 1 if he gives the true, and if he does, it is much greater odds whether the gentle reader is so courteous as to believe him. So much has been written on the methods of Horace's translators, and so much remains to be written, that it is hard to determine where to begin. But perhaps the preface of the late Professor Conington to his well-known translation of the Odes will furnish a proper point of departure. Few persons, whether translators or readers, are likely to object to Conington's first premise that the translator ought to aim at some kind of metrical conformity to his original. To reproduce an original Sapphic or Alcaic stanza in blank verse, or in the couplets of Pope, is at once to repel the reader who knows Horace well, and to give the reader who is unacquainted with Latin lyric poetry a totally erroneous conception of the metrical and rhythmical methods of the poet. To render a compressed Latin verse by a diffuse English one is to do injustice, as Conington observes, to the sententiousness for which Horace is justly celebrated, although the English scholar, had he written after the appearance of Mr. Gladstone's attempt to render the Odes, might with propriety have added that the translator should not, in his avoidance of diffuseness, be seduced by the facility of the octosyllabic couplet. To translate Horace's Odes into anything but quatrains, except on occasions, is also to offend the meticulous Horatian, and to mislead any reader who seeks to know the poet through an English rendering. It would seem, however, that when Professor Conington insisted that an English measure once adopted for the Alcaic must be used for every ode in which Horace employed the stanza just named, he went far forward, hampering the translator who, despite his promises to offend, has his rights. That such uniformity ought to be aimed at, and that it will as a rule be aimed at, is doubtless true, but there is an element of the problem with which Conington does not seem sufficiently to have reckoned. This is rhyme, which he assumed to be necessary to a successful rendition of an ode of Horace. A particular stanza not employing rhyme may probably be used without resulting loss in translating every ode written in a special form. Yet this may not be the case with a stanza employing rhymes, if the translator aim, as he should, at a fairly, though not an awkwardly literal, rendering of the language of his original. There will necessarily be coincidences of sound in a literal prose version of a Latin stanza that will suggest a definite and advantageous arrangement of rhymes for a poetical version. To adopt a certain English stanza, in which to render a certain Latin stanza, wherever it occurs, is to do away with this natural advantage, which presents itself oftener than might at first be supposed. Concrete examples will serve to make my meaning clear. The third ode of the first book, the admirable Sic te diva potens Cypri, is written in what is called the second Asclepiad meter. So is the delightful ninth ode of the third book, the Donec gratus eram. We will assume that for the first of these odes the translator has chosen a quatrain with alternating rhymes, A, B, A, B. Following Professor Conington's rule of uniformity, he must employ the same stanza for the second of the two odes, which, by the way, Conington himself did not do, for reasons which he gave at length. Now the fifth stanza of the Donec gratus eram runs as follows: Quid si prisca redit Venus, deductosque jugo coget Enio, si flava excultitur Chloe, rejectaque patet Janua Lydiae. This may be rendered in prose: What if the former love return, and join with brazen yoke the parted ones? If yellow-haired Chloe be shaken off, and the door stand open for rejected Lydia. If my memory does not deceive me, it was this stanza, and especially one word in its last verse, that determined the arrangement of rhymes in a version I attempted years ago, Consule Planco. This verse seemed to run inevitably into "and open stand for Lydia the door." It needed but a moment to detect in the first verse of the stanza a possible rhyme word, the syllable ray of radit, furnished more, not the most apt of rhymes with door, but still sufficient as things go with amateur translators, and with a perhaps pardonable tautology I wrote. What if the former love once more return? Two other rhymes were found with little difficulty in the die of deductos and in excuditor, which suggested wide and cast aside, and the whole stanza, omitting strictly metrical considerations, appeared, or rather might have appeared, for I have changed it slightly, as follows: What if the former love once more return, and yoke the sweethearts parted wide? If fair-haired Chloe be cast aside, and open stand for Lydia the door. This stanza seemed to have the merit of almost complete literalness, since it omitted only two epithets, and I thought it had no unpardonable defects of rhythm and diction, so I took it as a model, and with little difficulty translated the entire ode. With what success I should not say, and others need not inquire. The rhymes and their position in the stanza are often determined for the translator by his original, or else by a prose rendering of that original seems also to be shown by the following version of the closing ode of the first book, Carm 38, the graceful Persicos Ode. I hate your Persian trappings, boy, your linden woven crowns annoy. Cease searching for the spot where blows the lingering rose. To simple myrtle nothing add, the myrtle misbecomes, my lad, nor thee nor me drinking my wine 'neath close-grown vine. Here puer, boy, and displicent, displease or annoy, seem to determine, but not merely the first rhyme, but the rhyme arrangement, a, and it seems but a glance at the close of the first stanza of the original to show that another word rhyming with boy would be hard to obtain. It follows that, if we are to have a quatrain, the third and fourth verses should probably be made to rhyme, bb, and it is not difficult to comply with this requirement, or to cast the second stanza in the mold of the first. It is, alas, too true that no equivalent to blows will be found in Horace, that sedellos cura has been unceremoniously thrown aside, that the poet does not specifically mention wine as the beverage he liked to drink in his rustic arbor, but a rose, which Horace does mention, certainly blows or blooms very often in English verse. It is not too far-fetched to get nothing ad and lad out of nihil allabores, and ministrum and vine, vitae, has suggested wine to many generations of poets. But it is rhyme suggestions and their influence upon the choice of stanzaic form that have occasioned this mild protest against Professor Conington's precepts of rigid stanzaic conformity. I am convinced, from the above examples and from many more, not only that uniformity of stanza is not to be strictly insisted upon when one is employing rhymes, but also that translators should search more diligently than they appear to do for the rhyme suggestions implicit in so many Horatian stanzas. Upon other points it is easier to agree with Conington. For most of the odes, the iambic movement natural to English is preferable, as Milton may be held to have perceived. He abandoned rhyme in his celebrated version of the Quis multa gracilis 1 and 5, and hence he had an excellent opportunity to indulge in experiments in so-called logatic verse. But he clung to the iambic movement, and the fact is significant, although not to be pressed, since he gave us no other rendering of an entire ode. Here, too, however, I must plead for a careful study of each ode by the would-be translator, for there seem to be cases in which it would be almost disastrous to attempt a version in iambics. Such a case is presented by the beautiful Diffugere Nives 4 and 7. The iambic renderings of Professor Conington and Sir Theodore Martin seem to stray far from the original movement, as far as the former's "no 'scaping death proclaims the year" does from the diction of Horace or of any other good poet. It is true that English dactyls are dangerous things, especially in translations, where the padding or packing, which is natural to the measure when employed in English, is increased by the padding inevitably introduced into a translation from a synthetic into an analytic language. Yet the dactylic movement of the first Archilochian, in which the Diffugere Nives is written, is hardly without great loss to be represented by any use of English iambics. It presents more difficulty than the introduction of something resembling the movement of dactylic hexameters proper into our blank verse. When a translator makes up his mind to attempt a close approximation to the Horatian meter, it would seem that he should eschew the use of rhyme as likely to operate against that effect of likeness to the original which he is striving to secure. But since the use of rhyme in lyric poetry appears, as Conington held, to be essential at present, if the English version is to be acceptable as poetry, this close approximation can be desirable in a few special cases only. It will not do to dogmatize on such matters, but it may be safely said that no poet, not even Milton or Whitman, has yet accustomed the English or the American ear to the use of rhymeless verse in lyrical poetry. Here and there a successful rhymeless lyric, such as Collins's Ode to Evening and Tennyson's Alcaics on Milton, shows us that rhymeless stanzas may occasionally be used for lyric purposes with good effect, but thus far those translators of Horace who have made a practice of eschewing rhyme have failed as a rule, like the first Lord Lytton. Footnote: just as I am revising these comments, the 2 volumes of the Earl of Lytton's admirable biography of his grandfather find themselves on my table. As was to be expected, they contain several interesting references to Horace. He is the model for popular lyrics, and certainly the greatest lyrist extant. Again, observe how wonderfully he compresses and studies terseness, as if afraid to bore an impatient, idle audience. Secondly, when he selects his picture, how it stands out: Cleopatra's flight, the speech of Regulus, the vision of Hades in the ode, on his escape from the tree, etc. End of footnote. To give us versions that charm. Yet charm is what the translator of Horace should chiefly endeavor to convey. I am still more confident that Conington was right when he insisted that the English rendering should be confined within the same number of lines as the Latin. He was surely right when he taxed Sir Theodore Martin, who so frequently violated this rule, with an exuberance that is totally at variance with the severity of the classics. Such exuberance is almost certain to result if the translator abandon the strict number of lines into which the Roman poet compressed his thought. It results, too, from the use of stanzas of over 4 verses each. There is no other rule of translating that will so effectively ensure a successful retention of the diction of the original as this of the line-for-line rendering, whenever such rendering is possible. And that the diction and the thought of the poet should be more closely followed than is usually the case admits of no manner of doubt. We have already seen that a close scrutiny of the Latin will often suggest an almost literal rendering of the thought and diction. Such a rendering is more desired by the reader who is familiar with Horace than by the reader who is not. But it will be both pleasing and serviceable to the latter, if the quality of the literalness be not too slavishly obtained. Metrical considerations and general smoothness ought, as a matter of course, to weigh with every translator. But surely they ought not to outweigh accurate rendering of diction and thought, especially the diction and thought of a poet so felicitous as Horace in his phrasing, and so just and happy in his observation of life. In this connection I am not sure but that Conington went too far when he recommended the Horatian translator to hold by the diction of our own Augustan period. That the age of Pope corresponds in many ways with that of Horace is true enough, and the student of the poetry of the 18th century who cares at all for the poets he studies is almost sure to be an admirer of the Roman bard whom Pope imitated. But the diction of Horace does not strike one as stilted, while that of Pope often does. And for a translator of our own days to employ a diction that seems in any way stilted is fatal, not merely to the popularity, and hence to the present effectiveness of his work, but also in all probability to its intrinsic value. There is a good deal of the commonplace also in the poetry produced in the 18th century, but commonplace the translator of Horace can least afford to be. Horace himself may approach dangerously near the commonplace, yet he seems always to miss it by a dexterous and graceful turn. The translator, running after, will miss this turn sufficiently often as it is. He cannot therefore afford to steep himself in a literature that has a tendency to the commonplace. But just as little can he afford to steep himself in the romantic poets from Shelley to Swinburne. A translation, whether from the Greek or the Latin, imbibing the luxuriance of imagination and phrasing characteristic of these modern poets, may satisfy a reader still in his intellectual teens, but the reader who makes use of a translation of Horace is likely to have passed out of that period of immaturity. It may be heretical, but I fancy that the translator of Horace who steeps himself in Keats or Tennyson will be even less likely to give us the ideal rendering than the translator who steeps himself in Pope. Luxuriance and elegance may at times be more displeasing than excessive polish and point. To mention the 18th century is to bring up the thought of Horatian paraphrases. A successful paraphrase is sometimes better as poetry than a good poetical translation, and it not infrequently conveys a juster idea of the spirit of Horace. It is almost needless to praise the work in this kind of Mr. Austin Dobson and of the late Eugene Field, but a paraphrase, however good, can never be entirely satisfying either to the reader that knows Horace or to the reader that desires to know him. Nor can a prose version be thoroughly satisfactory. What is wanted is not merely the drift of the poet's thought, but as near as may be what he actually sang. The paraphrase may sing, and the prose version may give us the thought in nearly equivalent words, which may carry along with them not a little of the poet's feeling. But neither answers all our requirements as well as a good rendering in verse may do. Such a rendering, for example, as that which the late Goldwin Smith gave of the Cielo Tonantem 3 and 5. Yet there is surely room for all these forms of approach to a poet who is, paradoxically enough, at one and the same time the most approachable and the most unapproachable of writers. But one could write forever about the topic of poetical translation in general, and of the translation of Horace's odes in particular. It is a subject about which people will differ to the end of time, a subject of the principles of which will never be thoroughly exemplified in practice. Still, it always seems to fascinate those who discuss it, and they have a way of hoping that what they have said about it will not be without value to those who want to read about it. "Hope springs eternal in the human breast," said the poet who also wrote of his great master lines that have not been surpassed in their kind. Horace still charms with graceful negligence, and without method talks us into sense, will like a friend familiarly convey the truest notions in the easiest way. End of section 20. Recording by JCarson. End of Oxford Book of American Essays, chosen by Brander Matthews.